In the Rastiel Empire, Astelle von Reston, the unfortunate daughter of Duke Reston, holds the record for the shortest reign as empress in history. One single night. After spending her first night with the crown prince, whom she had always stood by and watched over, devastating news arrived. His Majesty the Emperor had passed away. The crown prince declared, "We're getting a divorce. This marriage was my father's wish, and now that he's gone, I don't want to be married to you, not even for a moment. Besides, you never loved me." At that moment, a knock came at the door. "Your Highness, the funeral preparations are complete," a voice announced. The crown prince responded coldly, "I understand," then turned back to Astelle demanding, "Answer me." Upon hearing the news, Duke Reston slammed a book on the table in fury. He dares to discard the crown princess the day after their wedding? Was all his kindness and gentleness just an act? Divorcing you means he's ruthlessly purging the palace. He's likely consolidating royal power and suppressing the nobility, like us. Fortunately, divorcing royalty is complicated. "As long as you don't agree to it," Astelle interrupted softly. "I don't want to." Duke Reston froze. "What?" she continued. "I'll divorce him." The Duke smirked. "Do you even understand the situation? The Emperor is dead, so Kaizen will soon be Emperor, and you'd be Empress. If you throw away this chance, leave this house immediately. The Reston family doesn't need a daughter who isn't an Empress." Astelle closed her eyes in pain and said, "I understand. I'll divorce him and leave this house." She packed her belongings, her eyes heavy with sorrow as she looked around. 10 years, she thought, the time I exhausted myself for him. The blue moon, the royal heirloom passed down to empresses, the necklace he gave me on my 10th birthday. My life revolved around him. I never rested, mastering politics, history, military strategy, arts, and literature, and enduring the palace's grueling etiquette. All my sacrifices were for him, just so he could see me. I never imagined it would end like this. Yet, he was the only reason I lived. My husband for a single day. Astelle removed the necklace and left it behind, saying, "Fine, I never loved you either as you wished. I'm leaving, and I won't regret this decision, no matter what happens." Some time later, a doctor informed her, "It seems you're pregnant." 6 years later, an elderly woman called out, "Mother of the child, we're closing the shop early today. Hurry home." Astelle replied, "Yes, I'll finish cleaning up." The woman laughed. "The bakery's work is harder than you thought, right? But since you came, our shop's been bustling." A child ran up shouting, Mom, look at me." Astelle scolded, "I told you not to run." The child exclaimed, "That's not important. I heard the royal knights are in our village, wearing super cool armor." Astelle's face darkened. She turned and ran, the woman calling after her, "Mother of the child." Astelle thought, how did they find us so quickly? I thought I'd gone far enough. She burst through the door calling, "There!" The boy sat up, rubbing his eyes, his red gaze, so like Kaizen's, blinking at her. "Mom." Astelle's heart sank. I knew I couldn't hide him forever. A loud voice came from outside. "Who's in the house?" Astelle rushed to her son, whispering, Remember what I told you? About acting." He nodded. "Yes, acting, right, Mom?" She hugged him tightly. "Yes, come here." As urgent footsteps approached, Astelle poured a green liquid into her eyes, praying, "Please, let there be enough time." As a tear fell, the door burst open. A soldier announced, "Lady Astelle, His Majesty the Emperor is searching for you." The Earth's eyes had turned green. Astelle took his hand and followed the soldiers, her heart heavy as she looked at her trembling son. She scooped him up, saying, "Come here, there." Her gaze darkened as she approached the Emperor. Soon, they stood before Kaizen, now Emperor of Rastiel, the man she had loved her entire life. Kaizen stood by a roaring fireplace and said, "It's been 6 years, Astelle." Her body froze at the sound of his voice. She bowed. "I am honored to meet His Majesty, Sovereign of the Empire." "I thought all my feelings for him were gone." Kaizen stepped closer, asking, "Why do you keep running? Do you think I'd capture and kill you?" Their small hands gripped her dress, startling her. She hugged him, soothing him despite her own fear. Their peeked at Kaizen's stern face. Kaizen froze, his heart pounding, and asked, "Who's this child?" Astelle had rehearsed this moment countless times. 6 years ago, After Kaizen ascended the throne, he began purging corrupt nobles from the palace. The northern lords, fearing ruin, rebelled and were annihilated. The empire split into two factions: the emperor's new officials and the old nobility, led by Duke Reston. After a brutal 6-year war, most nobles were eradicated, but the situation remained chaotic, and her father was still alive. Astelle's greatest fear was that if the Earth's existence were revealed, he'd become a pawn in this power struggle. She replied, "This is my nephew." Kaizen stared at the noting, "Isn't the eldest Reston's son unmarried?" Astelle clarified, "Not my brother, but my cousin Sigmund's son, from the Callan family." Kaizen thought, if it's Sigmund, then it's the sole heir of the Callan family, killed in the Northern War. They claimed his illegitimate child as heir. He recalled, Astelle's grandfather, Marquis Callan, sent birth certificates and paternity test results. He asked, "So this child is your cousin's heir? He doesn't resemble you or your maternal family." His gaze lingered, then stopped. Astelle swallowed hard, urging, "Please go on, Your Majesty." She had used a special dye to change the Earth's red eyes, proof of royal blood, to green. After learning she was pregnant, she fled to her maternal grandfather's impoverished estate in the far north, a perfect place to hide. Her grandfather helped disguise the Earth's identity, but his red eyes, a hallmark of the royal family, were a constant risk. A young apothecary in the eastern forest had crafted a potion to alter eye color, a secret known only to Astelle. She gripped the Earth's pinky, signaling him to act. The Earth called out, "Auntie." Kaizen seemed convinced. Astelle explained, "I live with my cousin's child because my grandfather has no one else. We have no servants, so I can't leave him alone." Kaizen nodded. "You're quite noble. Your grandfather endured torture rather than reveal your whereabouts." Astelle snapped, "What did you do to him?" Kaizen reassured her. "He's fine in Dan City." His eyes flicked to the Earth. "Now, let's talk privately." A soldier knelt, saying, "Come, little one, wait in the next room." There's tearful eyes brightened as he obeyed. Astelle watched him go, her heart aching. Alone with Kaizen, she noticed her hands trembling from the cold. He poured tea, remarking, "It's only early May, but the east is chilly." Astelle recognized the tea as her favorite from her palace days. "Does he remember?" "No, he couldn't." Kaizen explained, "I sought you out because of the Dowager Empress. She passed away, and her will states that any decisions about the southern territories are invalid without the approval of the former Empress, Astelle von Reston." Astelle stood, shocked. "Why?" Seeing Kaizen's grim expression, she sat and asked, "What do you want from me?" He replied, "Return to the capital. I've prepared an estate for you. Transfer the southern territories to the crown." Astelle refused. "I won't." Kaizen paused. "You know how vital that land is." She countered, "I'll transfer it, but on 2 conditions. Restore my grandfather's pension, and let my family return to the east after settling the will." Kaizen rubbed his forehead. "Why? Compared to living in hardship with a meager pension, wouldn't holding a position in the capital be better? My grandmother loved you dearly. When you left the palace, she was heartbroken. That's why she included that condition in her will." "Are you ignoring her kindness?" Astelle replied, "No, Your Majesty. I am the only Duchess of the Empire and an Empress for a single day, who also cut ties with her own family. If I returned to the capital, how many rumors would swirl? I'm tired of such things. My family and I just want to live in peace." She wasn't lying. The capital was dangerous, and the Earth's origins would attract scrutiny. A pension would allow her small family of 3 to live quietly. Truthfully, she also wanted to leverage the Emperor to reclaim the Callan family's estate, but demanding too much could spark disputes. This was enough. Her grandfather's pension had been revoked simply because he was related to the northern lords who sparked the rebellion. Kaizen said, "Fine, I accept your conditions, but I have one of my own. Until this matter is resolved, don't run away, no matter what happens." Astelle nodded, "I understand. I won't run." Looking at her reddened hands, Kaizen clenched his fists. Later, on a carriage, Astelle held a vial, deep in thought. The eye color changing potion. I sold everything to fund its creation. Despite testing it on myself countless times, I couldn't overcome its flaw, a short duration. It lasts only a quarter of a day, which should be enough to reach the capital. I must make more before it runs out. After growing closer to the apothecary Gretel, she had learned to craft various herbs, not just this potion. A voice from outside interrupted. We've arrived at Malin City, my lady. Please disembark. Let me take your luggage. Thank you, Astelle replied, glancing at the man's uniform. A new commander of the guard? She looked up and exclaimed, Sir Lind? Is that you, Linden? You still remember me? He asked. How could I forget? You've protected His Majesty for years, she said. Linden thought, in the capital, I'm just a nameless knight. Being remembered is an honor. Kaizen appeared, cutting their reunion short with a cold tone. Enough chatter. Let's go inside. Linden hurriedly replied, Yes, Your Majesty, glancing back as he led the way. The large door opened, and a young woman rushed out exclaiming, Your Majesty, you're finally here. She hugged Kaizen tightly, gripping his arm and glancing at Astelle. Oh, who's this? The air grew awkward. Astelle, caught off guard, smiled faintly and said, So it's Lady Marion. How is Marquis Grillin these days? Marion faltered. You know my father? Of course. We met at least once, Astelle replied, recalling, probably at her debut. Back then, Marquis Grillin was still greeting everyone, unnoticed. Now I hear he's a pillar of the Emperor's faction. A man approached, footsteps heavy. My apologies for being late, Your Majesty. And to you, my lady, it's our first meeting. I'm Count Claude Bellion, His Majesty's secretary. Greetings, Count, Astelle replied. Marion frowned, recognizing Astelle's name. The Empress dethroned in a day? The atmosphere tensed, but the Earth's polite bow diffused it. Greetings, Count. Greetings, lady. Astelle smiled awkwardly. Sorry, he's mimicking the etiquette his grandfather taught him. Not at all. The young master is quite polite, Claude replied. Kaizen stepped forward calling, Bellion. Claude understood and cheerfully said, Lady Astelle, this way, please. Allow me to guide you. Thank you, Astelle replied, turning to the Earth. Let's go. Yes. There chirped, adding, See you later, lady. Marion turned away with a scowl. The Earth whispered to Astelle, She's like a princess, right, Mom? Behind them, Kaizen silently watched Astelle's retreating figure. Marion called out, Your Majesty, but received a chilling glare. Kaizen walked away, leaving Marion clenching her teeth in frustration. Claude apologized. Sorry, Lady Marion isn't fully aware of the situation. Astelle replied, It's fine, don't worry. I should apologize for upsetting someone dear to His Majesty. Claude looked puzzled. Oh, you've misunderstood. They're not in that kind of relationship. Really? Astelle asked. Yes, really, Claude confirmed. Astelle thought, Is that so? She seems young for Kaizen anyway. Claude opened a door saying, Here's your room, Lady Astelle. 3 maids are waiting inside. We'll escort you to the capital. I thought you'd need dedicated maids, so I arranged them. We'll stay here for 2 days, so rest comfortably. The Earth's eyes widened. Wow! Astelle politely declined, Thank you for your kindness, but it feels a bit excessive for us. It's no burden, so don't worry. But if you don't mind, could you help me with something? Claude said, stepping into the garden. I'll be direct. When we reach the capital, I hope you'll keep the Dowager Empress's will a secret. Why? Astelle asked. Of course, to prevent chaos, Claude explained. It's been 3 months since her passing. If the unresolved inheritance leaks, given the tension between the nobles and the Emperor, it could be exploited. It would destabilize the southern lords, especially after the northern rebellion was just suppressed. Another rebellion in the peaceful, loyal southern lands? Some exaggerate trivial matters. Astelle realized he was underestimating her. She smiled slyly. Is that so? You're saying this because it involves me. Claude paled as she saw through him. She continued, If the Dowager Empress's will is revealed, attention will turn to me. Public sympathy could damage the Emperor's image. Astelle feigned pity. In that context, I know my father's greed well. Claude was stunned by her performance, thinking, she seems like a clever, pitiable lady. He scratched his head. Goodness, it's tough to deceive someone so sharp. Since it's come to this, I'll set aside my pride and ask directly. Please help us avoid a pointless rebellion. Astelle agreed. I don't want to meddle in capital affairs either. After this, I plan to return to the east immediately. Thank you truly. That's all I needed to discuss. I'll take my leave. Let me know if you need anything. Thank you, Astelle replied. Claude walked away, thinking, I assumed she was just a gentle, naive lady, dethroned in a day. But she's Duke Reston's daughter. I need to be more cautious. Astelle sighed, watching there. As his hand reached for a bush, she rushed over. No, there. Don't touch that grass. It's La Janine. It'll cause a rash and make you tired for days. Yes, I'll be careful, there replied. Astelle noted, this small castle's management seems lax for an imperial visit. There looked up. Mom, is that man the emperor? She paused, then said, Yes, the one with the grumpy face. I've mentioned him before, right? Yes, the highest authority in the land, There replied. Exactly. And you can't call me Mom yet. Not yet, he pouted. She smiled. Keep acting until we're home. You'll do great, right? Yes. There was performing better than she expected for his age, where mistakes or playfulness could be excused. No one, not even Kaizen, could imagine she had his child. They were married for one night, and Kaizen had taken contraceptive medicine, saying, I don't want to burden you. She had thought he cared for her, but later learned the medicine was ineffective. Don't dwell on the past, she told herself. It won't change anything. Are you tired, dear? They've prepared bathwater. Let's wash up. Yes. As Astelle entered, she overheard maids whispering. Is that really the former empress? Duke Reston's daughter? Why's she here? To rekindle things with his majesty? Looking like that. Astelle paused, then flung the door open, startling them. I want to bathe the child now. Is everything ready? Seeing their confusion, she pressed. Not ready yet? No, it's ready, they stammered, surprised she ignored their gossip. As she led the away, Astelle said, Auntie's getting clothes for you, so wait here. Yes, I know, they replied. She smiled, closed the door, and turned back sharply. Did you think I'd let that slide? Go to the head maid immediately, repeat what you said, and have her send new maids. Lady Wee. Astelle raised a hand. Don't raise your voices. I'm not punishing you directly because I can't let the child see that. I don't care what you say elsewhere, but I won't tolerate maids gossiping about me where he can hear. Go to the head maid now and tell her exactly what happened. I'll verify it, so don't lie. The maids left quietly. Astelle sighed. I need to sneak in. There's waiting. A knock came. New maids already? Or are they begging forgiveness? She exhaled. Come in. A maid entered, smiling, followed by others carrying gifts, jewelry and dresses. These are from His Majesty for Lady Astelle. Astelle blinked. What now? She turned to the smiling maid. I appreciate His Majesty's kindness, but these are unnecessary. Please return them. But Lady Astelle, these are for tonight's banquet. Her face fell. Another uncomfortable encounter? Why is he doing this? What do I do with all this? Meanwhile, in Kaizen's room, advisors reported, as expected, Duke Reston has started moving. He's been cautious, but he's finally getting impatient. Yes, he must think my absence from the capital is his chance, Kaizen replied. Let's give him time to dig his own grave. He's a cunning opponent, the hardest to pin down. As Kaizen thought of Astelle, a knock interrupted. The chief aide, Your Majesty. Let him in, Kaizen said. How's the task I assigned? The aide hesitated. Lady Astelle sent this message. She's honored but must care for the child and cannot be away. She hopes Your Majesty's generosity will forgive her rudeness. She won't attend the banquet and asks to return the gifts. Kaizen was stunned by her excuse. The aide cringed. I'm done for. Claude, pale, thought. His Majesty giving dresses and jewels to a woman? The man who's avoided women for 6 years? Kaizen's face darkened. That's her only reason? Claude and the aide froze. She said the child is young and needs watching during meals. There are maids, but she can't entrust him to strangers without explaining his eating habits. The room fell silent. Claude forced a laugh. Well, your majesty, she can't leave the child alone. Kaizen muttered. Fine, let them both attend. Claude and the aide gasped. What? Meanwhile, as Astelle bathed the he sneezed, feeling uneasy. At the banquet, the fidgeted with his teddy bear. Astelle whispered. The put Levin down when eating. Yes, he complied, setting the bear beside him. Astelle glanced at Kaizen, thinking, I couldn't refuse the emperor twice, so I attended. But what's he thinking? Marion exclaimed. This venison is delicious. Laughing loudly, she added, it reminds me of last year's hunting festival. Wasn't Lady Marion chosen as Autumn Queen? It was the grandest festival, someone agreed. The whispered. What's an Autumn Queen? Astelle explained, in the capital, every autumn, there's a hunting festival. At the end, an unmarried lady is chosen as Autumn Queen. Marion smirked. Your nephew doesn't know about it? Poor thing, growing up without proper festivals. Astelle paused, her movements halting. Staring at Marion, she was interrupted by Claude. Lady Astelle, you've attended many hunting festivals. How were they? Any stories? Astelle said, the festival when His Majesty and I were 17 was grand. Kaizen flinched. She continued, His Majesty, then Crown Prince won. I was so bored waiting all day. I don't remember much else. Kaizen's hand clenched. Disappointed. He recalled that year when Astelle sat bored among the ladies, wishing the tedious event would end. He had promised, I'll catch the best prey, so wait for me. In the forest, he felled a beast, but thought, not enough. Spotting a golden deer, he aimed his bow, but the shot went astray. I didn't mean for it to suffer, he muttered, approaching with a dagger to end its pain. Another arrow struck the deer. Furious, he demanded, what's that? A voice apologized, my apologies, Your Highness. Kaizen glared at Duke Reston, who smirked smugly. Blood on Kaizen's clothes alarmed his men. What happened? Nothing, Kaizen gritted out. Just a shared kill with the Duke. Reston smiled. Indeed, Your Highness. Kaizen thought, a rebellion now would be disastrous. I must endure. The horn sounded, signaling the end. Kaizen, with the most and finest kills, was named the winner. He received a wreath and approached Astelle. Be my Autumn Queen. Astelle, amidst the crowd's admiration, said, It's my honor. Kaizen placed the wreath on her head but withdrew abruptly, startled. Astelle, overjoyed, called, Your Highness, but he turned coldly, saying, I'm tired. I'm leaving. She watched him go, confused. Back in the present, Astelle's words about boredom stung Kaizen. The banquet's atmosphere chilled. Claude, shivering, thought, this icy tension. I must do something. He said, Oh, there are bears nearby. Hunting's dangerous, so it's banned, but at the forest lodge. He trailed off. Why am I rambling about bears? The perked up. Bears? Yes, lots around here, Claude replied. The murmured, I want to see them. Astelle called, The as Claude sighed in relief, saved by the kid. A servant whispered to Kaizen, who stood abruptly. I have business. Excuse me. Marion rose. I'll take my leave too. Turning to Astelle, she said, If you bring the child to such places again, teach him proper etiquette first. It's not easy to hide being raised without parents. Astelle realized the jab was aimed at her, not the Smiling faintly, she replied, Lady Marion's parents must be very indulgent and kind. I'm jealous. Meaning, they spoiled you into rudeness. Claude choked, suppressing a laugh. Marion fumed. What did you say? Astelle stood, adding, Have you forgotten? Even His Majesty lost his mother young. Lucky he left already. She turned to the Let's go. They left calmly, leaving Marion trembling with clenched fists. Her brows furrowed, lips pursed, recalling her father's words. Marion, during this patrol, capture His Majesty's heart. Don't let him care for that rural woman. She thought, I must do something. I can't let her strut around smugly. Scene transition. In the bedroom, the exclaimed, Oh no, I left Levin at the dining hall. Astelle sighed. Goodness, I completely forgot. No choice, I'll go get it. Wait here a moment, okay? Yes, hurry back, Mom. Astelle quietly made her way to the dining hall. Someone's here at this hour? She spotted Kaizen speaking with someone. Drawing closer, she overheard the conversation. The other person said, "Countess C asked me to relay this. The spider has been caught in the fake web." Kaizen replied, "Understood. Keep monitoring the situation." He thought, initially, despite being bribed, I didn't expect much, but Countess C has exceeded my expectations. After the person left, Kaizen heard a rustle behind him. Who's there? He wondered. No one should be wandering here now. He approached the flickering lamp, reaching toward where Astelle was hiding. With a thud, he grabbed her. "Astelle, why are you here?" he asked, surprised. Astelle bowed hastily. "I'm sorry for startling you. The child forgot his teddy bear at the banquet, so I came to retrieve it. I swear I didn't hear anything, so please don't worry." Kaizen's fist clenched. "Do you avoid me so much that you fear I'd interrogate you like a subordinate? Why would you think that?" "I'm merely observing proper etiquette toward your majesty," she replied. "If it makes you uncomfortable." He cut her off, turning away. "Fine, no need to apologize." Astelle looked at him, puzzled. First the banquet, now gifts? Why is he doing things he's never done before? Does he feel guilty? She said, "Your Majesty, if you're showing me kindness on this journey out of guilt, you don't need to. I no longer hold any affection or resentment toward you. The child is waiting, so I'll take my leave." She brushed past him gently. Kaizen stood frozen, recalling the past. After winning the hunt, he had given Astelle the victory wreath. But in that moment, seeing blood on it, he remembered his clash with Duke Reston. I didn't want to drag her into the rebellion, he had thought, turning away coldly with, "I'm tired. I'm leaving." That was why he left her then. Now, watching her slip by, he stood dazed. The next day, Astelle checked her box and noticed a broken thread. Someone tampered with it. The box contained only simple medicines and dried herbs, so she wasn't worried about theft. But what if they didn't take something? What if they added something? She stood and left the room. A moment later she asked, "We're not departing today?" "No, as you can see, the weather's bad," a god replied. "There might be a storm, so for safety, the departure's delayed." Astelle glanced at the worried. "We plan to stay here only a day. This complicates things. I need to reach grandfather to act," she said. "No matter. Can I write to my grandfather in Dan City? He must be worried about us." "Of course," the god replied. "Give me the letter, and I'll send it immediately." "Thank you. Please wait a moment." She returned shortly with the letter. "Here it is. Please handle it." Claude hesitated. "I know this is rude, but may I read the letter? Protocol requires checking all outgoing mail during such journeys." Astelle thought, lying with such a convincing excuse. He just doesn't trust me. Did my acting last time fail? She glared at Claude, then smiled brightly. "No problem. Go ahead and read it." "Thank you for understanding," Claude said, opening the letter. It read, "Is your headache better, grandfather? In this unfamiliar place, I worry your condition might worsen. We're doing well, so don't worry too much. Please take care of your health." Claude asked, "Is the Marquis unwell?" "His health falters sometimes, likely due to age," Astelle replied. "I see. I've checked it. I'll send it to the courier now." "Thank you," she said. As Claude left with the letter, Astelle thought, to others, it's an ordinary letter, written intentionally so. But grandfather will understand its deeper meaning. To ensure her family of 3 could return safely, she couldn't afford any slip-ups. Another issue remained unresolved. She sought out Linden. "Sir Linden, can you help me with something?" Back in her room, she asked the maids, "Someone opened this box today, didn't they?" The maids flinched, one stammering, "No, my lady. We're not allowed to touch guests' belongings." "Is that so?" "That's how it should be," Astelle said. "But this box was opened twice." "That's impossible," a maid protested. Linden interjected, "I've checked who entered Lady Estelle's room today. Only these 3 maids. No one else. Do any of you suspect someone among you?" "My lady, it's true we entered your room, but that alone doesn't prove who did it," one maid said. "Exactly," another added. "If we were stealing, we wouldn't open a box twice. Please believe us." "Normally, yes," Astelle said. If the goal was theft, that makes sense. But the culprit likely knew there's nothing valuable in this box. This morning, I deliberately left the drawer containing it slightly open, curious how the culprit would act if they knew I'd removed it. During that time, I applied La Janine sap to the box. She explained, La Janine is a rare weed from the forest. Its sap causes red rashes on skin. The box's lock is intricate, requiring bare hands to open. Understood? Show me your hands. The maids extended their hands. The last one clenched hers tightly, refusing. Show them, Astelle insisted. Trembling, the maid revealed hands covered in red rashes and collapsed, kneeling. I'm sorry, my lady. Who ordered you? Speak. Astelle demanded. The maid stammered. Astelle pressed. You know this is a medicine box. If you're unlucky, this could be treated as attempted poisoning, not a minor offense. Poisoning? The maid gasped, terrified. Sir Lyndon, Astelle called. I'll confess, the maid cried. I'll tell you who ordered me. Soon, Marion was summoned. This is clearly a trap. Unbelievable, she protested. Lyndon reported, the maid caught as the culprit confessed that Lady Marion paid her. Marion's lips tightened. Lyndon added, Lady Marion's own maid also admitted to delivering the payment. You trust maids so easily? Marion snapped. She must have bribed them to frame me. Astelle countered. Lady Marion, why would I trap you? Marion, flustered, turned to Kaizen, who sat silently, his face cold. She accused. Why do you carry such a suspicious box? For His Majesty's safety, she claimed. Someone escorting him carries a box full of potions and herbs. Surely she's plotting something. Kaizen's voice cut through. So you admit to searching her belongings? Since when were you responsible for this castle's safety? I was just worried, Marion stammered. Murmurs spread among the soldiers. Sounds odd. True, not many apothecaries in the Empire. Astelle raised her hand. Your Majesty, please allow me to explain. Kaizen nodded. She turned to Marion. Lady Marion, you have a younger sibling, correct? Marion's eyes widened. What? Your household's nursemaid keeps medicines ready for you and your sibling, yes? Simple ones, cold remedies, diarrhea treatments, ointments for wounds, even sedatives for when a child is in shock. That's just because my sibling is frail. Marion protested. Is that all? Astelle asked. Children often fall ill or get hurt. My nephew, there, is 5. He recently had a severe cold. These 3 tonics in my box are for him. A soldier questioned, Lady Astelle, you carry a large amount of unprocessed herbs. For someone not an apothecary, that's unusual. Can you explain? Another added, even when catching the culprit, you used a strange herb. Why does a lady know such tricks? Astelle thought, it's better to tell the truth. She said, because I was destitute. After cutting ties with my family, I sought refuge with my grandfather, penniless. Soon after, his pension was unjustly revoked. We lived in poverty, unable to afford even a single servant. We often went hungry, let alone paid for medicine. When the heir fell ill, I had no choice but to gather herbs myself. Some soldiers gasped. Goodness. Kaizen clenched his jaw, pained. Astelle continued, what I know is basic first aid knowledge. And ultimately, there's nothing suspicious in my luggage. Is that explanation enough? Claude smiled. Yes, thank you. Marion protested. You believe her so easily? Astelle responded, Lady Marion, if you searched my luggage for safety, I have no complaints. But one thing doesn't add up. If you only wanted to check my belongings, why tamper with my medicine box after the search was done? You weren't ensuring safety. You were looking for a chance to plant something suspicious. Murmurs grew louder. Marion stammered. I didn't. She collapsed, kneeling. It's not like that. It's a misunderstanding. Astelle thought, the moment she confessed without shifting blame, her fate was sealed. I didn't want conflict with the rising Kren family, but there's no choice now. Marion sobbed. Your Majesty, please believe me. Kaizen's brows furrowed. I've heard enough. Marion Kren will pay for offending the Emperor's guest. Until her punishment is decided, She'll be confined in the Western Dungeon. The Western Dungeon, unused and likely dilapidated, was a grim prospect. As Marion was dragged away, she screamed, "Your Majesty!" Astelle watched, feeling a pang of pity. Kaizen approached her. "I'm sorry for dragging you into this. I apologize." She looked at him, then smiled faintly. "It's fine. Compared to my time as Crown Princess, this is nothing. I'll take my leave. Ever since I was appointed Crown Princess at age 10, I've faced countless assassination attempts. Compared to those, this incident is almost trivial, but I'm tired of dealing with such dangers. I'm exhausted, and it's already time to administer the Earth's eye color potion. I need to hurry before his eyes change back." Suddenly, Claude appeared, stopping her. "You should be more careful, Lady Astelle. You just made an enemy of the Krillin family. Their eldest daughter, as you know, is manageable. But the younger one is different." "The younger daughter?" Astelle asked. "Yes, Lady Florin, currently the most promising candidate for Empress. She recently came of age. Marquis Grillin has invested heavily to position her as the next Empress." "So, she's only 20? Is he pitting the sisters against each other for the throne?" Astelle remarked. "That's how politics works," Claude replied. Astelle sighed. "He hasn't changed at all. Thank you for your concern, but I won't have any dealings with that lady. Once the Dowager Empress's will is resolved, I'll never cross paths with them again." "If you'll excuse me." Claude watched her go, wondering, does she truly have no lingering attachment to the Empress's position? After that, he frequently sought her out. Astelle smiled awkwardly. Why is this man here again? She tried to dismiss him. "Goodness, it's this late already? I hope I'm not keeping a busy man too long." "No, I'm fine," Claude said. "Lady Marion, who used to cling to me and criticize me, isn't here, and His Majesty went hunting today, so I'm quite free." "Is that so?" Astelle replied, sensing he was probing her. "This is awkward." She paused, then asked, "You said His Majesty went hunting?" "Yes, the rain eased today, though it might pick up again tonight," Claude answered. At that moment, the Ur appeared, clutching his teddy bear, eyes teary. He approached Astelle. "Auntie, Levin's hurt." "Oh, it's all right. I'll fix it right away." "Fetch some needle and thread," Astelle said. The supplies arrived. Claude asked, "Why not have a servant do this?" "This doll is so old only I can mend it," Astelle explained. "It's not that it wore out, it was made from old curtain fabric, so it tears often. If I'd known he'd love it so much, I'd have used better material." Seeing the Ur's pout, Claude comforted him. "Don't worry, little master. Bears are tough. This injury is nothing." "Really?" They're asked. "Of course. I told you before, the forest here is full of bears, so I know," Claude said. "Why not visit them sometime?" The Ur turned to Astelle with hopeful eyes. She shook her head. "The forest is too dangerous right now." Claude apologized. "I shouldn't have brought it up. Sorry, little master." "It's okay," the Ur said, his innocence disarming Claude. Astelle grew anxious as Claude stared at the Ur's eyes, fearing he might notice their true color. She quickly suggested, "How about exploring the castle instead?" "Really? I can see the castle?" the Ur asked excitedly. "Yes, if you promise to stay with the servants," Astelle said. The Ur hugged a servant. "I promise." Astelle thought, "I've kept him confined to avoid Kaizen, but it should be fine now. It's better than leaving him with this perceptive man." She instructed, "Take the young master for a short tour and bring him back before bath time." "Yes, my lady," the servant replied. "As long as I apply the eye color potion before evening, it'll be fine," Astelle reassured herself. "It has to be." The Ur wandered the castle, wide-eyed with curiosity. A servant guided him. "Young master, this path leads outside. Let's take another route." The Ur spotted something and turned. The servant called, "Young master," then bowed. "Greetings, your majesty." Kaizen turned, noticing the Ur. "This child? My apologies. Your majesty. Why is he here?" "Lady Astelle permitted him to explore the castle," the servant explained. The Ur asked, "Your majesty, where are you going?" "I'm hunting in the forest," Kaizen replied. Remembering Claude's words about bears, the Ur asked, "If I go to the forest, can I really see bears?" You want to see bears? Kaizen noted the Earth's eager expression, then saw him slump. But Auntie said I can't, the Earth mumbled. Kaizen thought, most children his age act on impulse, ignoring adults. Yet this boy is so well behaved. Is it because Astelle isn't his real mother? He recalled his own childhood, crying alone, when Astelle approached, Your Highness. He had pushed her away. Don't come near me. The servant interrupted. Your Majesty, apologies, but Lady Astelle instructed us to return the young master before dinner. It's not even sunset yet, Kaizen said. There's no helping it. Another time, perhaps, the servant said. Yes, Your Majesty. Happy hunting, the Earth said. Let's go, young master, the servant urged. As Kaizen left, the Earth's disappointed face lingered in his mind, tears welling at missing the bears. Unable to resist, he sighed and called. Wait. Approaching the Earth, he said. Keep this a secret from your auntie, all right? We'll go until dusk. Later, Astelle was startled when told, The young master's been gone too long. You're right, she said. I told them to bring him back before bath time. At this rate, I'll miss the potion's timing. Sorry, I'm worried and need to find him. No problem, I'll help look, Claude offered. Astelle hesitated. Is it safe to accept his help? If he finds there first and sees his eyes change. No, there's still time. Thank you, please do. They searched together. The steward approached. Lady Astelle, what's wrong? Have you seen the Earth? She asked. The steward's eyes darted away. Well, I haven't seen him for hours. I told the maid to bring him back before sunset, but she's missing too. If you know something, tell me. Astelle pressed. Claude added, What's going on? His Majesty ordered secrecy, but there's no choice now. He took the young master to the hunting lodge. His Majesty took him? Astelle exclaimed. How did this happen? The young master begged to see bears. His Majesty initially refused but then agreed to take him briefly, the steward explained. Dark clouds gathered. Thunder rumbling. It's about to rain, Claude said. They should return soon. How far is the hunting lodge? Astelle asked. On horseback, at full speed, about an hour, Claude replied. Astelle bit her lip. An hour? If I leave now, will I make it in time? Her hands trembled. Calming herself, she said, They recently had a severe cold, so I've been giving him medicine on a strict schedule. Bad weather and a missed dose could make him sick again. I propose I go to them to administer his medicine. It's about to pour, Claude said. Is it necessary to brave the rain for the lodge? I understand your concern, but yes, Astelle insisted. Please come with me. I can't let His Majesty's guest go alone. Prepare a carriage quickly. Astelle added, If it's all right, I'd prefer to ride horseback. It's been a while since I rode in these woods. Claude paused, then agreed. Fine, as you wish. I find riding more comfortable anyway. They rode off into the worsening rain. At the lodge, Linden said, Apologies, Your Majesty. The rain's too heavy to ride. Kaizen sighed. This is tricky. Forget showing the boy bears. I can't even get him back before sunset. He recalled Astelle's words. If you're showing me kindness out of guilt, you don't need to. I no longer hold affection or resentment toward you. He dismissed Linden. I understand. You may go. Rubbing his forehead, he thought, every day, I owe her another apology. Turning to the who was staring out at the rain, he said, I'm sorry, I couldn't keep my promise to show you bears. It's okay, the replied, smiling brightly at Kaizen. How about I show you a bear here instead? Kaizen offered. There's a bear here? There asked. Of course, one big one, Kaizen said, revealing a large stuffed bear with a scarred face and open jaws. There broke into a sweat. Is this a real bear? Yes, your first time seeing one? Kaizen asked. There nodded, thinking, so this is a real bear. It's cold and hard. Your Majesty, why doesn't it move? It won't move, Kaizen said. Why not? There pressed. Because it's dead, Kaizen replied. There froze, shocked. Dead? Why? Kaizen stiffened, sweating under the sparkling, curious gaze. He stammered, unable to admit this was his past trophy, a bear he'd killed. Changing the subject, he said, There's an old flintlock rifle here my grandfather used. It's disarmed, so you can play with it like a toy. The remained glum, uninterested. His teary, quivering face flustered Kaizen. Linden interjected, Your Majesty, the lodge has hunting dogs. Yes, let's see the dogs. Kaizen said. Puppies. They're asked. Kaizen and Linden nodded. Kaizen ordered, Linden, bring a puppy to the library. Yes, Your Majesty. A friendly dog was brought to the sniffing his hand and pawing at him. The initially startled, soon giggled as the dog licked his chubby cheek. It tickles. Kaizen asked, Is it safe for him to play with? Yes, Your Majesty. This is our gentlest, best-trained dog, Linden assured. Can I run with it in the hall? They're asked. Kaizen smiled. Yes. Prepare toys for him to play with the dog. Yes, Your Majesty. Thank you. The said. Kaizen and Linden watched the then sighed in relief. Outside, the played enthusiastically with the dog. Here, catch. The dog leapt, snatching the ball. Wow, you're so good. Rain splashed them. The recalled, Mom said to be back before dinner. But His Majesty is very important. Mom said to obey him. Lost in thought, he lost the ball. The dog chased it, and the followed, shouting, Wait, let's go together. A servant called, Young master, as the ran outside. Outside, Astelle galloped ahead through the rain. Claude shouted anxiously, Lady Astelle, the storm's too dangerous. Please slow down. Damn it, he thought. Is she genuinely not hearing me, or pretending? Her behavior's suspicious, beyond normal concern. Something's off. Was it always? He recalled, Duke Reston's making moves. Could this all be calculated? If so, why does this suspicious lady care so much for the child? I need to investigate. If even the iron-willed emperor treats only those two differently, I must be cautious. Astelle suddenly stopped. Claude called, Lady Astelle, what's wrong? Nothing, just a bit dizzy, she replied. Are you all right? Want to rest? He asked. No, resting at the lodge is better, she said. Understood. Let's do that, Claude agreed. Astelle trailed behind, disheartened. It's too late. The potion's effect has worn off. Scene transition. At the hunting lodge, Kaizen asked, How did this happen? The soaked and standing beside the dog, bowed his head. I played with the puppy, but it was in a place without a roof. Kaizen sighed helplessly, then asked, Are there children's clothes here? No, Your Majesty, a servant replied. Previous emperors never brought children here, so we'll have to wait for his clothes to dry. The sat by the fireplace, and he and Kaizen leaned back to back. A servant offered, Your Majesty, let me take him to dry his clothes. Leave him, Kaizen said. Bring a towel. He carefully dried there with it. If you don't dry properly, you'll catch a cold. You and this dog both. He paused, surprised, as the wiped the dog. Let me dry you, buddy, the said. Kaizen thought, why do I keep thinking of this child? He's so like Astelle. At that moment, the eye color began to change. Just then, the lodge door opened. Servants rushed out to greet the arrivals. Lord Secretary, apologies for the sudden visit. Are His Majesty and the inside? Yes, a servant confirmed, hurrying to dry them. Astelle, frantic, thought. 30 minutes. If only I could turn back time by 30 minutes. Claude called, Your Majesty, we're coming in. Astelle squeezed her eyes shut, dreading the moment. Kaizen, surprised, stood and approached her. She bowed her head, thinking, I hoped it wouldn't come to this, but he's found out. Unexpectedly, Kaizen draped a cloak over her. She looked up, startled. He turned to Claude. What happened here? Astelle glanced at the fireplace, seeing the asleep beside the dog. Kaizen explained, he played with the dog and got wet in the rain. He's drying by the fire but fell asleep, probably from the warmth. Astelle observed Kaizen's calm expression. Your Majesty, may I take the child to a room to sleep? Of course, Kaizen said. Go warm yourself too. You're shivering. I'm fine, she insisted. With your permission, I'll go. She carried the to a room. Inside, there rubbed his eyes, murmuring, Mom? Yes, it's me, sweetheart, Astelle soothed. It's all right. Everything's fine. Judging by Kaizen's reaction, you fell asleep before your eyes changed. Thank goodness we weren't too late. Your identity's safe. Outside, Kaizen said. She came all this way just for the child? Is he seriously ill? Perhaps, Claude replied. I'm not sure. He thought, he's not suspicious at all, unlike him. Recalling Estelle's panic, he noted, she seemed frantic about missing a deadline. Astelle had said, the heir recently had a cold, so he's on a strict medication schedule. Claude remembered her using strange herbs to catch a culprit. A normal lady wouldn't know such methods. She's always handling medicines. I should investigate. A servant announced, Lady Astelle has returned. Astelle appeared in a new dress, its elegance dazzling them. The heir ran to her, eyes sparkling. She said, they said this was the only dress in the lodge. Kaizen apologized. I'm sorry for taking the child here without telling you. I meant to bring him back, but the rain delayed us. It's fine, Your Majesty, Astelle said. He was bored in the castle. I heard you thought I came to give him medicine. Is he very sick? He misunderstood? She thought. It's not serious, but my grandfather says our maternal line occasionally produces frail children, like my mother. Kaizen nodded, recalling Estelle's mother died in childbirth. A servant interrupted. Your Majesty, we've received word from Dan City. What is it? Kaizen asked. The Marquis, your grandfather, is ill, the servant reported. He fell sick days ago, and it's worsened. He's suffering headaches and dizziness. Estelle's eyes welled up. Grandfather, she sobbed, tears falling. It's my fault. He's usually frail, but I've made him suffer in a foreign land. Kaizen and Claude bowed their heads, moved. Astelle thought perfect just as planned. Her grandfather was robust for his age, healthier than many younger men, like a war hero of old. In her last letter, she'd mentioned his chronic headaches. If he wrote that, he has a plan. He's likely faking illness, and I guessed right. She pleaded. Your Majesty, may I ask a favor? Of course, name it, Kaizen said. With your permission, can I take the heir to Dan City first? She asked. Her plan was to use visiting her grandfather as an excuse to get the heir away from Kaizen's scrutiny. In Dan City, she'd claim her grandfather's poor health required her and the heir to return home early. I'm the only one needed in the capital. There's no reason to drag along a 5-year-old and a sick old man. She added, I want to care for him personally. Seeing the heir might lift his spirits. Even a little. Claude frowned, thinking, no reason to refuse. Now's my chance to clear my suspicions. No, we must all go together. It'll take 3 or 4 days at most. No, Your Majesty, Astelle protested. I can't trouble you for my sake. Just give the order, and I'll take the child. We'll go together, Kaizen insisted. I can't let you and the child travel alone. Astelle thought, no excuse to linger at the castle? The rain was a convenient delay, but the Kaizen I know wouldn't stall for such reasons. He must have another motive. I can't cry harder than this. She relented. It's just a Dan City like escorting us home. I'll be extra cautious for 4 days. Just 4 days. Thank you, Your Majesty, she said. As they prepared to leave, the heir clung to the dog. Astelle urged. The heir, let go of the puppy. This is its home. The heir pouted. But what do I do? He's not usually this stubborn, she thought. Kaizen approached. What's wrong? If you want, you can take the dog. Consider it my gift. The heir hugged the dog joyfully. Astelle, surprised, said, Your Majesty, thank you, but he's young and might accidentally mistreat it, endangering both. I've watched him, Kaizen reassured. He's gentle with the dog. It's well trained and safe in any situation. I feel guilty toward you and the child, so please accept it as an apology. If it's too much, I'll convince him. Astelle studied him, then said, No, Your Majesty. I'll accept it gratefully. The heir, don't cause trouble and treat it well. Yes, Your Majesty. The heir replied. We're leaving, so let's get in the carriage, Astelle said. Thank you, Your Majesty, the heir said. Your name's Blin now. Blin? Kaizen asked. Why that name? His fur's the color of pancakes, the heir explained. Eastern dialect for pancakes, Astelle noted, then froze. I forgot the most critical thing. The eye color potion was nearly gone, the journey was longer than planned, and she had no time to make more. If I don't find ingredients and prepare it at the inn, it's dangerous. They soon reached the inn. Claude watched Astelle pensively. She led her to their room. He exclaimed, "Wow, Mom, look! I see a village." "Be careful Astelle warned, glancing out the window at a desolate hamlet. Frowning, she realized, this is the village plagued by Ines fever, a highly contagious disease in the continent's northeast, known for wilting peach blossom trees. There's a peach blossom. Why would the Emperor stop in a plague-ridden area? Doesn't anyone know? Unless... At that moment, a maid entered. "Greetings, my lady. I'm here to inform you that the bathwater is prepared. Will you bathe now?" "No, thank you," Astelle replied. "I have a question." She hesitated, then said, "Never mind, I'll get ready." Let's go bathe." "My apologies, this place is quite old," the maid said. "The bathroom is this way, and the changing room is next door. After changing, leave your clothes in the basket inside, and we'll clean them for you." "Thank you," Astelle said. Inside, Astelle turned to "Let's step out for a bit, shall we?" The nodded happily. A while later, they returned. The maid wondered, where did that teddy bear come from? She said, "Sorry, my lady, but if you bring the teddy bear into the bathroom, it'll get wet. As I mentioned, the facilities aren't great." Astelle flinched, then replied, "Oh right, of course. We'll leave Levin with you. Please take care of him, ma'am." There chimed in, "Yes, please look after Levin for me." The maid smiled. "Of course, young master. I'll place the teddy bear in your room carefully. Now let's go." As they entered the bathroom, the maid's expression darkened. She repeatedly pressed the teddy bear, checking it. Nothing. "I thought there'd be something hidden inside." She rummaged through the room's belongings. Nothing. Nothing. Frustrated, she slammed a box down. "Damn it," she reported to a man. "I checked as you ordered, but there's nothing unusual. Even in the medicine box. Just ordinary medicines, nothing harmful or dangerous." "I understand. Return to your duties," the man said. "I promised a reward for finding anything suspicious, but it was a waste of time." She recalled his instructions. Disguise yourself as a maid and search her room. She had protested. "Why me?" "Because you're the only apothecary in this village," he'd replied. She noted, some of the medicinal ingredients were unique, but since they're not poisonous, it's probably fine. In the bathroom, Astelle retrieved a vial hidden in her hair. That was close. She'd noticed a familiar herbal scent near the maid and dark green stains on her fingertips. Signs not of a castle servant but of someone who worked with herbs daily. If she's an apothecary, it explains the plague. Ines fever, though potentially deadly, was easily treatable with timely medicine. With an apothecary in the village, even a backward place like this shouldn't see an outbreak spread, right? And who could arrange for an apothecary at this moment? She thought, such blatant scheming can't be ignored. Since you're bathing, I'll apply your medicine now," Astelle said. "Okay," There agreed. She dripped the eye color potion into his eyes. "Good boy. You're so brave." "Mom, if I don't use the drops, will my eyes turn red again?" There asked. "Yes," Astelle replied. "But you mustn't tell anyone, understand?" "Why not? Is having red eyes bad?" Astelle froze at the question. He's never asked this before. Meeting Kaizen had affected him. The looked down, dejected. "I'm not allowed to know?" Astelle softened her voice. Do you remember the story I read about the farmer and the magic gem?" "Yes," he said. "The gem was so precious that if others knew, it would vanish." "Exactly. It's special and valuable, so it must be hidden. Your eyes are like that, very special and precious, so we can't let others see or know." "What about His Majesty?" There asked. "Will he be okay?" "Of course," Astelle said. "He's very strong and has a high status. But we're ordinary, like the farmer in the story, so we have to hide it." "I understand," There said. "I won't tell anyone about my eyes." "You're such a good boy," Astelle said, thinking, "I'll tell you the truth someday but not now. When you're older and can understand everything." As she reached for the soap, she noticed red rashes on her hand. Wait, what's this? At the same time, a conversation unfolded elsewhere. You're saying it's a contagious disease? Yes, Your Majesty, a servant confirmed. We verified that a serious infectious disease, Ines fever, is spreading along our current route. We'll have to take a detour. How much longer will that take? Kaizen asked. Since we'd head south, an additional 3 days, the servant replied. No choice then, Kaizen said. Are the infected being properly treated? No, Your Majesty. There's a shortage of medicine, so the village has been quarantined. No treatment or countermeasures, just locking them away? Kaizen said, incredulous. Send soldiers and funds to care for the village and the infected immediately. If needed, dispatch doctors and apothecaries from nearby regions. Yes, Your Majesty, the servant said. Kaizen thought, the more I try to fix this decaying system, the more rot I uncover. 4 decades, this country has lacked a wise ruler. Past emperors obsessed over power and expansion, and my father was a puppet of the duke and nobles. I must be different. I must govern well to end this normalized suffering and prevent more sacrifices. Later, Kaizen approached Astelle's room. As he hesitated to knock, she opened the door, startled. Your Majesty. She shrank back. I'm sorry, I'm not very clear-headed right now. It's all right, Kaizen said. What's wrong? I seem to have caught a fever, Astelle admitted. Kaizen gripped her tightly, worried. How serious is it? His trembling hand betrayed his self-reproach. How could I not notice something wrong with someone so close? Astelle called. Your Majesty, please calm down. It's not Ines fever. Kaizen relaxed. What? It's just a common fever, she said. The apothecary had explained that Ines fever caused black spots early on, unlike Astelle's symptoms. A common fever wasn't contagious before symptoms appeared, so there was no need for concern. With medicine and a few days' rest I'll recover, she assured. Inform the steward to send a maid to care for her, Kaizen ordered. Move her to a more comfortable room in the main building. Please don't move my room, Astelle said. I don't want treatment either. What? Kaizen exclaimed. That's absurd. You must move and receive proper care. Why refuse? Lady Astelle, Claude added, even a common fever can worsen without treatment. Please reconsider. Kaizen paused, then asked, why are you deciding this? With an infectious disease outbreak nearby, Ines fever, as you know, Astelle said. You knew? Kaizen asked, surprised. Yes, she said. When we arrived, I noticed the wilted peach blossoms outside the window, so I suspected it. Kaizen's shock confirmed her fever wasn't Ines-related. Claude asked, what does that have to do with your illness? In times of public unease, rumors spread easily, Astelle explained. If word gets out that someone traveling with the emperor has a fever, it could unsettle the people. Moreover, if rumors link this in to an infected patient, the village will suffer. Kaizen nodded. You're right. I've made fever medicine many times, Astelle said. If you allow me to gather ingredients, I can prepare it. Luckily, it's just a fever. It's a perfect excuse to collect herbs. The apothecary said, her reasoning makes sense, but as a precaution, could the child sleep in a separate room? Astelle turned to the Did you hear? You can't sleep with me tonight. Can you manage? Yes, the said. I'll sleep in the new room with Blin. Understood, Kaizen said. Do as she wishes. Astelle turned quickly. Thank you, Your Majesty. She stopped as Claude approached with someone. Speaking of, I met the apothecary earlier, Claude said. You can get herbs from him. The apothecary was here? Astelle thought, those cold eyes show no change. He's this guarded? Yes, they were short-staffed, so I helped briefly, Claude said. Can you go tomorrow morning? Yes, Astelle said, but I'd need a guide and a guard to accompany me. Understood, Claude said. Lord Ban, can you guide her? Astelle left with a basket. She recalled earlier instructions. Behind the castle, you'll find the hunting grounds and the Lord's herb field. Herbs not there are stored elsewhere by the apothecary. Tell me if you need them. This must be the place, she thought. Do you have something to say, Lord Bellion? I don't understand what you mean, Claude replied. If you keep probing, I'll have to report to His Majesty that someone secretly entered my room, Astelle warned. Claude's face darkened. You're sharp, Lady Astelle. Though late, I admit it and apologize. I was troubled by the incident at the lodge. I worried you were hiding the child's illness to stay. He bowed deeply. That's all. I sincerely apologize. So your concerns are resolved now? Astelle asked. Absolutely, Claude said. I won't act so rudely again. Good, Astelle said. If you knew it was rude, I'd like you to pay a price for it. You won't refuse, will you? What price? Claude asked. Unfortunately, I don't need anything now, Astelle said. I'll ask for your help later. I've got his weakness. I'll use it when the time comes. I understand, Claude said. I can do that. Also, I see you need many herbs. Since I'm here, let's search together, Lord Bellion. Claude grinned. Don't worry, I've prepared tools for you. Astelle thought, a rich lord's son who's never done manual labor. Claude, sweating nervously, stammered. Yes, what else? Help me out. With no choice, Claude grabbed tools and dug for herbs with her. Astelle smirked inwardly, as expected. I don't need to worry about him anymore. While he's distracted, I'll find the herbs I need. She began searching for her specific ingredients. Suddenly, she heard rustling behind her and turned to see Kaizen. Your Majesty, why are you here? I came to help, Kaizen said. The forest is dangerous. It's only a few minutes' walk from the castle, but it's still risky alone. Lord Bellion is with me, Astelle said. You think that kid can help in an emergency? Kaizen scoffed. Astelle thought this is tricky. With Kaizen here, I can't search freely. Suddenly, Kaizen handed her a bouquet. Here, take this. What's this? Astelle asked. I asked the apothecary about herbs good for fevers, Kaizen said. On my way, I saw similar white flowers blooming. Astelle examined them. Thank you, Your Majesty, but these are ordinary flowers, not herbs. Kaizen froze. Really? Astelle wondered, is he genuinely trying to help? She said, they're very similar to the herb I need, just with shorter stems and fewer flowers. Could you look for those? Of course, Kaizen said. Following her description, he searched. Astelle, is this it? No, Your Majesty, she said. The petals should be smaller. I see, Kaizen said, diving back into the bushes. How about this? Astelle, sweating nervously, replied. No, that's not it either. At that moment, Claude approached, arms full of herbs. Lady Astelle, here are the herbs you mentioned. He froze, noticing Kaizen's gloomy expression. Why is His Majesty here? Claude hurriedly dropped the herbs. I'll leave these and go. Lady Astelle, you should leave before things get worse. Astelle reassured Kaizen. There are so many similar flowers, that's all. Don't feel bad, Your Majesty. When did you learn about these things? Kaizen asked. There was an apothecary near my grandfather's house, Astelle explained. We grew close and I learned from him. But I couldn't study formally since I had to care for my family. That's a pity, Kaizen said. If you'd been properly trained, you'd surely excel. You've always been capable of anything. A sudden breeze lifted Astelle's hair, and Kaizen stared, captivated. Astelle recalled a similar moment from the past. 8 years ago. Thank you, Your Highness, for joining our hunt for my 18th birthday, a noble said. It's an honor for our family. Do you know the most famous legend here? A legend? Kaizen asked. Yes, the noble continued. Long ago, it said a fairy lives in the lake deep in this forest, granting love wishes. Astelle listened eagerly, while Kaizen scoffed. Nonsense. People actually believe that. The noble added. There was a man in the tale. Scene transition. During the hunt, Kaizen shot a rabbit and rode toward it. As he reached the spot, his horse reared wildly on a frozen field. The ice cracked beneath them. Damn it, how? A second later, he plunged into the lake. Astelle, spotting him, pulled him to shore. Kaizen coughed violently. Your Highness, thank goodness. Before she could finish, the ice beneath her snapped, and she fell into the water. Kaizen shouted, Astelle! That night, he carried her back to the lodge in a panic. Doctor! Call a doctor now. A servant gasped. Lady Astelle has a fever. Others whispered. Why was she alone at the lake in this weather? Kaizen recalled the legend. A fairy in the Lotus Lake grants love wishes. He thought, who'd believe such a thing? His grip tightened as he saw Astelle shivering in bed. A servant urged. Your Highness, it's late. You should rest. I'll return tomorrow, Kaizen said, leaving. The next morning, as he approached her room, he overheard Astelle's voice. What? Why didn't you tell me His Highness was here? Prepare my things. You mustn't, Princess, a servant said. You're still unwell. How can I let him see me like this? Astelle protested, coughing heavily. Kaizen, standing outside, turned away. Let's go hunting. But you said no hunting today, a servant noted. I changed my mind, Kaizen said, leaving with a heavy heart. Back to the present. Kaizen draped his cloak over Astelle. Wear this. You're unwell. Thank you for your concern, Astelle said, standing to leave. Kaizen grabbed her hand. Astelle, I found the herb. He proudly handed her a flower. This is exactly what I needed, she said. Claude's voice interrupted. Your Majesty, Lady Astelle, it's time to return. Have you found all the herbs you need? Astelle touched the flower. Yes, let's go back. In her room, she stared, stunned. What's this? His Majesty ordered the room redecorated, a servant explained. This isn't redecorating, it's a complete overhaul. Astelle said. There ran in. Auntie, my room's changed too. Look, there's even a bed for Blin. Blin sprawled happily on his new bed. I love my new bed. There exclaimed. I'm stepping out, Astelle said. Watch the boy. Yes, my lady, the servant replied. Astelle began preparing medicine. She sipped a bowl. Perfect. This can make both eye drops and fever medicine. Returning, she found they were asleep on Kaizen, with Blin nearby. Your Majesty, what's this? I came to call you for dinner and ended up playing with him, Kaizen said. He fell asleep. He's troubled you, Astelle apologized. I'll carry him to the other room. No trouble, Kaizen said. I enjoyed it. The heir mumbled sleepily. Mom, the bear fell. Kaizen frowned. Did he just say Mom? Astelle hugged the heir tightly. Yes, sometimes he calls out for his parents. Even young, he knows what they are. Kaizen looked at the heir with pity. Poor boy. At least he has you. Never knowing his real parents is a great loss. Astelle carried the heir to his room, Blin sniffing beside them. It's all right, everything's fine, she whispered. The next morning, Astelle woke the heir. Time to get up. It's morning already? The heir yawned. Yes, we're leaving this castle today, Astelle said. Let me apply your medicine first. Still sleepy, the heir complied. Okay. On the carriage, Astelle gazed out, thinking, it's later than planned, but we've finally arrived. Dan City, where her grandfather waited. Behind a curtained carriage, Lady Marion sat. Astelle was led by a servant. This way, my lady. The door opened, and the heir, seeing an old man in bed, ran to him. Grandpa! My dear the heir, the grandfather said, embracing him warmly. I'll take over caring for grandfather's illness, Astelle told the maid. You may go. To her grandfather she said, I'm sorry for arriving late. Are you very tired? They've treated me well, no inconvenience, he said. That maid kept visiting, tiring this old man by making me shoo her away. Why were you delayed? After Astelle explained, he took her hand. You've been through so much. But it's over now. Stay a few days, then I'll send you and their home. Yes, that would be best, Astelle said. Don't worry too much. No matter what, I must get their home. That requires Kaizen's approval. By the way, her grandfather added, someone's waiting for you. Waiting for me? Astelle asked. The door opened. Scene transitioned to Kaizen. Your Majesty, a servant reported, Duke Reston has secretly mobilized funds. Kaizen paused his writing. Is that so? It's time to review northern security. Notify the Lenbox Knights to send a detachment north. The Lenbox Knights were the capital's strongest force. For a would-be rebel, their absence was a golden opportunity, a trap. Yes, the servant said. In truth, I'll have them stay near the capital. Good, Kaizen said. This way, Duke Reston will have no choice but to expose himself as a traitor. Claude asked, what about Lady Astelle? Imperial law dictates execution for a traitor's kin, Kaizen noted, then spotted something. What's this? A masquerade festival. Lord Loudy Rick, the castle steward, prepared a banquet to welcome you, including a masquerade, the servant explained. No need for useless events, Kaizen said. Claude, expecting this, smiled wryly. As expected. I'll cancel them. Kaizen hesitated, picturing the Earth's joy in costume. The masquerade sounds fine. Proceed with it. Claude blinked. Pardon. He hates these events. Why the change? Kaizen recalled Astelle hosting balls in the capital. Would she still play hostess now? A knock came. Enter. Your Majesty, Lady Florin requests an audience, a servant announced. Kaizen frowned. Who? She just arrived and wishes to meet you, the servant said. Likely about her sister, Marion. Let her in, Kaizen said. The door opened, and a woman with jet-black hair entered. Lady Florin, second daughter of Marquis Grillon, the cabinet minister, and the leading candidate for Empress. I greet your Majesty, Sovereign of the Empire, Florin said. Forgive my discourtesy. I come on behalf of my father. What message does the Marquis send? Kaizen asked. My father apologizes for failing to raise his daughter properly and asks you to punish my sister severely, Florin said. Kaizen scoffed. So he's abandoning her to protect his hard-won position? Typical noble. But you disagree with him? Yes, Florin said. I propose giving my sister a chance to formally apologize to Lady Astelle. Her crime is grave, so a direct apology is proper. Can we decide her punishment afterward? Please consider it. Back to Astelle. Astelle stood as someone entered. Why are you here? A girl rushed in calling, Lady Astelle. Hannah! Astelle exclaimed. Hannah, her childhood maid, had been cut off 6 years ago when Astelle left the palace. She recalled that moment. Hannah, return to the palace. I've arranged with the Dowager Empress so you won't suffer. Tisach, I'm sorry, Hannah had said. I can't live like this anymore. Since then I've searched for you but found no trace, Hannah said now. Astelle's grandfather coughed. I'm the culprit who hid her. I'm sorry, he said. I kept her secret. No need to apologize, Hannah said. I just wanted to see you again, so I came as soon as I heard. Astelle, touched, called, Hannah. They're peeked out. Auntie, who's that? This is Hannah, Astelle said, then froze. Hannah knew Kaizen as a child. Hannah smiled. I heard from the Marquis. This is Lord Sigmund's son, right? Hello, young master, I'm Hannah. Hi, Hannah, there said. You're so pretty. Want a cookie? Astelle sighed in relief. I worried for nothing. Later Hannah asked, so after settling the will, you'll return east? Yes, Astelle said. Are you still at the palace? No, Hannah said. I want to serve you, Lady Astelle. Both were stunned. What? 6 years ago, I regretted letting you go, Hannah said. You're not just my lady but my only friend. Working at the palace was valuable, but nothing compared to the loneliness of having no companion. Please don't leave me behind again. Astelle realized, I was too consumed by my own troubles to notice her struggles as a disgraced queen's maid. Are you sure? Yes, I'm determined, Hannah said. Thank you, Astelle said. I'll rely on you. Thank you, my lady, Hannah replied. This works out, Astelle thought. I plan to hire a maid once grandfather's pension was restored. Hannah's perfect. A rustling sound came from behind. Claude approached. Pardon. Lady Astelle. Can we speak? What is it? Astelle asked. It's about Lady Marion, Claude said. Lady Florin arrived and made a request. Florin had said, please give my sister a chance to formally apologize to Lady Astelle. Such a grave offense warrants a direct apology. Can we decide her punishment later? I beg your consideration. Claude thought, as rumored, the younger sister's sharper than the elder. Kaizen replied, by your logic, the decision lies with the offended party. Ask Astelle's opinion. Even if she refuses, I hope you won't harbor resentment, assuming your intent is sincere. Astelle thought, I'm not thrilled, but clashing with a potential empress isn't wise. I understand. I'll meet Lady Marion. At the prison, a guard announced. Come out. This is His Majesty's order. Astelle sat across from Marion, thinking, I'm shocked. Even as a criminal, I didn't expect her to be treated this harshly. Marion, hunched and hesitant, pressed her lips together before snapping. Fine, I'll apologize. Satisfied. Lady Marion, Astelle interrupted, raising her hand to stop her. Lord Lyndon, isn't Lady Marion here to seek leniency? Leniency? Marion scoffed. His Majesty decides my punishment, not you. I just spoke harshly, that's all. Harshly, Astelle said. You accused me of attempted murder. A slip-up could have cost me and my family our lives. I didn't think, Marion stammered. Exactly, Astelle said. That's why you were so reckless. I'm only here because of your sister. But if you keep this attitude, I'll disregard Lady Floren's efforts. Anything else to say? Marion gripped her hands tightly. Astelle continued, Lord Lyndon, please escort Lady Marion out. Marion struggled, shouting, You, a discarded empress like you dares. The door burst open, and Kaizen entered. What's this? Take the prisoner away. Yes, Your Majesty, the guards replied. Marion rushed toward Kaizen, pleading, Your Majesty. He fixed her with a cold stare. Astelle observed. He must have heard everything. She said, She's still young, so please don't be too harsh. Kaizen raised an eyebrow. Young? You think I came because I was too lenient? Then why are you here? Astelle asked. Kaizen's cheeks flushed, and he coughed. I came to visit your grandfather. Astelle gasped and hurried to her grandfather's room. So much has happened. I'm barely keeping up. Approaching her grandfather, Kaizen bowed gently. Though late, I apologize. My situation has caused trouble for many. No, Your Majesty, the grandfather said. Your personal visit is an honor. Thanks to your care, I'm much better. Astelle thought, it's been ages since I've seen Kaizen like this. I assumed his actions and words were just playing the part of an affectionate fiancé. Kaizen asked, Where's the heir? He's playing with the dog in his room, the grandfather replied. He's a kind, polite boy. He takes after his father. Thinking of Astelle's struggles during pregnancy, the grandfather bowed. Yes, Your Majesty. The heir resembles my daughter. Pure and courteous. If he didn't, he'd probably be quite rude. Kaizen grew pensive at the cryptic remark. Astelle, standing behind, was stunned. Grandfather means it's a blessing the heir isn't like Kaizen. Why say that when he won't understand? Kaizen said, You needn't go that far, especially about his birth mother. Astelle and her grandfather exchanged confused glances. What? Did Kaizen think grandfather was insulting the heir's commoner mother? The grandfather gave a wry smile. You even care about the child's mother? Your thoughtfulness surprises me. Inwardly, he fumed. You dare worry about some maid while treating my granddaughter so poorly? Kaizen continued. I had no choice. Someone separated the boy from his mother, and others suffered for it. Your Majesty, are you saying I made my granddaughter suffer? The grandfather asked. Astelle intervened. Enough, both of you. Every family has private matters, so please refrain from interfering. It's obvious even from the outside, Kaizen said. I overestimated the fallen hero. Astelle, I'll prepare a territory and mansion in the capital for you and the child. Return there to live. I'll hire maids and a nanny. It's better for you both. Astelle felt like she'd been struck by lightning. Your Majesty, I have no intention of living in the capital. Please stop and leave. Just then, the heir pushed the door open. Auntie! He hesitated, eyes teary as if troubled. Kaizen patted him, saying, Right, I'm hosting a ball here soon. Astelle turned, bewildered. A ball? Yes, Kaizen said, embarrassed. I hope you'll attend. Astelle glanced at the heir and said, I understand. Thank you for coming, Kaizen said, glancing at the heir. Has he stopped crying? I'm honored by your invitation. Don't tease, Kaizen replied. The heir perked up. Your Majesty, Can I go to the ball too? I saw it in fairy tales. Everyone wears fancy clothes and dances, right? You know a lot, Kaizen said. Astelle lifted the ear. You're too young for balls there. When you're older, I'll take you. Kaizen, about to comment on the ear's age, stopped as Astelle shook her head repeatedly. He turned away, saying, Not enough? If you really want to attend, I'll arrange a special place for you. Really? They're asked. Of course, Kaizen said. But if you want the ball, how about visiting the garden instead? I heard you needed my permission. Yes, please. Thea said. You can go any time, Kaizen said. Astelle, you'll go too, right? Yes, Your Majesty, Astelle said. Let's go. Later Thea was led to explore. He marveled at everything. Spotting a nearby structure, he asked, Auntie, what's that strange house? That's not a house, it's a pavilion, Astelle said. What's a pavilion for? Thea asked. It's for viewing the Lotus Lake, but now it's a display room. Want to see it? Yes, Thea said. They approached, but the door was locked. The caretaker must be away, Astelle said. Another time. Thea peered inside, disappointed. What are those plates for? They're displayed for admiration, Astelle said. They're rare, so don't touch or play with them, okay? I understand, Thea said. They moved to a vast flower garden. Astelle smiled as Thea admired it. When we're home, I'll make a garden like this for you, with a small lotus pond and fish. Really? Thea hugged her joyfully. Kaizen approached. If you like any flowers, I'll send them to you. From here to the east? Astelle asked. No trouble, Kaizen said. If you need anything, tell me first, and I'll provide it. Of course, Astelle said, thinking the time is near. The ball is my chance. With so many people watching, I'll request to send Thea home. After the tour, Astelle returned with Thea. We're back, grandfather. Why did you say those strange things to His Majesty? Astelle asked. He misunderstood you. He thinks I'm just a senile old man, her grandfather said. Let him think what he wants. He flinched at Astelle's sharp gaze. What? It's better if he misunderstands that way. It makes sense that I drove the boy's mother out. You're not wrong, Astelle said, but I'm sorry, it's my fault. For you and the I'd endure any humiliation, he said, recalling the past. My 2 children and grandson Ron are gone. You and the are all I have left. You still have Uncle Friss, Astelle said. That boy, he scoffed. He hasn't contacted me once. It's because father forbade it, Astelle said, but Friss obeyed too willingly. She remembered running away, Friss grabbing her arm. Where are you going? Stop this and beg father for forgiveness. She'd yanked free and fled. You're right, Astelle said. But why did the Emperor suddenly visit you? I've never seen him so courteous. No ulterior motive, Astelle said. He's principled. Still siding with him? Her grandfather teased. Anyway, it's a good opportunity. At the ball, with everyone watching, he can't refuse your request. Are you okay? He asked. Astelle recalled Duke Reston's words. Since when did House Reston need a daughter who's not an empress, let alone a deposed one? I'm fine, she said. Forgive me for not helping you. After meeting the Emperor here, I realized something, he said. How can outsiders not see how alike father and son are? Your father will likely notice. My father is cunning and ruthless, Astelle said. He's been at court since childhood. If he saw the don't worry, it won't happen. I'll never take the to the capital. Scene transition to the prison. A clatter echoed as Marion smashed her food tray. What did you do? You said you'd save me, yet I'm humiliated like this. I gave you a chance to redeem yourself, Florin said. You threw it away. What was I supposed to do? Beg that woman? Marion shouted. Florin thought, fool, you know nothing. I'll find another way. Behave yourself here for now. As Florin left, she instructed the guard. I've arranged extra time. Bring her good food and clean this mess. Yes, my lady, the guard said. Marion muttered. That wretched girl. Is she sabotaging me to secure the Empress's throne? No, I won't let her. She grabbed the servant. If you don't want to die, listen carefully. The next morning, Astelle woke to a commotion. Curious, she saw piles of gifts. "What's all this?" "Good morning, princess," a servant said. "His Majesty sent these. Since you're attending the ball, choose what you need." "He prepared all this in one day?" Astelle thought. "Thank him for me." Hannah said, "My lady, I'm sorry for letting outsiders in. Since it's from His Majesty, I couldn't refuse." "It's fine," Astelle said. "Can you help me pick a dress?" "Of course," Hannah said. The Earl peeked at the gifts. "Auntie, what does His Majesty like?" "What do you mean?" Astelle asked. "Isn't he giving gifts to the lady he likes?" The Earl said. "No," Astelle said. "I'm attending the ball without a dress, so he sent these. Don't talk about who likes whom carelessly. It could embarrass someone. Okay, my good boy? Go play with Blin in the courtyard." The Earl pouted. "Yes." As he left, Astelle caught the servant's curious glance. He hurriedly grabbed the gifts and fled. If this causes a misunderstanding, it'll be trouble, she thought, piecing things together. Why does Kaizen keep doing this? Days later, the Earl asked, "Auntie, can I play in the garden today?" "Yes," Astelle said. "Keep an eye on him. Don't let him wander too far." "Yes, my lady," a servant replied. The Earl beamed as he was led out. Hannah watched, saying, "Young Master the Earl is so lively." Lord Sigmund was such a well-behaved child too. "Sorry, I'm rambling." "It's okay," Astelle said, thinking someday, I'll tell Hannah the truth. Living together, I can't hide his eye color forever. Later, Astelle stretched. "It's almost done, but why's the Earl so late?" "I'll have a servant fetch him," Hannah said. A servant burst in, collapsing to her knees. "My lady, forgive me. The young master's missing." "What do you mean, missing?" Astelle demanded. "Someone called me, so I stepped away briefly," the servant said. In that moment he vanished. "I'm so sorry. Who in this estate could call you?" Astelle asked. "I don't know," the servant said. "I followed the sound, but no one was there." "I'll search," Hannah said. "No, I'm coming too," Astelle said. "Inform the other servants, and we'll spread out to find him." "There, young Master the Earl." This is the second time he's gone missing, Astelle thought. This feels suspicious, like someone took him deliberately. Has someone discovered his true identity? Her face paled at the thought. Suddenly, Astelle heard a commotion among the servants. Hannah called, "My lady, let's check it out." Astelle approached, asking, "What's going on?" The servants, startled, bowed. "We apologize for the noise, my lady." A ceramic piece in the exhibition room broke. Estelle's eyes widened. Why now? Could this involve the Earl? Entering, she saw shattered pottery. "Have you seen a 5-year-old boy with black hair named the Earl?" "No, my lady," one servant said. "Me neither," said another. A hand rose. "I have, my lady." "Where?" Astelle asked urgently. "Here," the servant said. "I saw a young boy, as you described, knock over the ceramic vase." "Are you sure?" Astelle pressed. "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes," the servant replied. "He panicked and ran out." "Was he hurt?" Astelle asked. "How did he knock it over?" The servant flinched, turning away nervously. Well, this room displays the late Emperor's collection. We failed to guard it properly, letting a child sneak in." "You left the door open while cleaning, and it happened then?" Astelle asked. "I'm sorry." This feels suspicious, Astelle thought. But with the Earl missing, I can't act rashly. I'll deal with this after hearing his side. Can anyone help me search? Kaizen stepped forward, holding the Earl. Why's everyone gathered? What's with the vase? Astelle explained, Hannah and I were looking for the Earl, but this maid claims he broke the vase. "I didn't do it." The Earl protested. Kaizen asked the maid, "When did you see this?" She stammered, "Your Majesty, I don't recall the exact time." Under Kaizen's piercing gaze, she added, "About an hour ago." "Strange," Kaizen said. "The Earl was with me in the garden then, far from here." "Is that true, the Earl?" Astelle asked. "Yes, His Majesty found me." The Earl said. "You found him?" Astelle turned to the Earl. Tell me exactly what happened, like you told His Majesty. The Earl nodded. I was playing with the dog, but the maid was gone. Where's she? I asked Blynn. Mom said to stay with her. Then a maid came and asked, Young master, what are you doing? Who are you? I said. Lady Astelle sent me, she replied. There's tasty food over there. Want to come? Food, I said. But Blynn suddenly growled. Why's he acting like that? I thought. I don't know her. The Earl recalled Astelle's warning. Many strangers will be around. Don't follow anyone you don't know. I said. Sorry, I can't go with strangers, the Earl continued. She said. It's fine, I'm not bad. But Blynn barked louder, and I got scared. She frowned, reached for me and said, Come here. Blynn bit her hand and we ran. Tears streamed down the Earl's face. I didn't know where to go. This place is so big. Then Blynn led me another way. I was so scared, Mom. Running, they encountered Kaizen. There, he called. Hearing his familiar voice, the Earl stopped, and Blynn wagged his tail. There hugged Kaizen's leg, sobbing. Your Majesty, a stranger tried to take me. Kaizen's face darkened. Tell me everything. Blynn led me here, the Earl said. I was looking for you. Smart boy, Kaizen said, hugging him. You're safe now. Don't worry. The Earl's sobs softened, but his eyes were swollen. Done crying? Kaizen asked. Yes, the Earl sniffled. You did well, chasing off the bad person, Kaizen said. When we're back in the capital, I'll reward you. I'll take you to the zoo to see bears, buy toys and candy, or even to a theater for a play. The Earl's eyes lit up. There's theater in the capital? Of course, lots of it, Kaizen said. You like plays? Yes, they're fun. The Earl said. If you want, I'll take you to the Empire's grandest theater, Kaizen promised. Now, let's get you to your aunt. She's waiting. He paused. Keep what I said a secret from her, okay? She'd be mad if she knew I made promises. I'll keep it secret, the Earl said, recalling Astelle's words. Don't tell anyone about your eye color. And his grandfather's. Hide that your mother is your mother. Grown-ups have so many secrets, he thought. But I really like His Majesty. Back to the present, Kaizen said. I found them on my way to the villa and saw the crowd. I was about to summon all the maids to find the culprit. The servants reported, We've gathered every maid absent during that time or seen nearby. Can you identify the maid who tried to take you? Kaizen asked the Earl. The Earl scanned the group, then pointed. Her. Are you sure? Kaizen asked. Yes, that's her, the Earl said. The maid panicked. I don't know anything. The young master's mistaken. A guard whispered, punishing based only on a child's testimony is. Show me your sleeve, Kaizen ordered. The boy said the dog bit the culprit's hand, so there should be a mark. Here, your Majesty, the maid said, revealing an intact sleeve. Kaizen frowned. Astelle stepped forward. Can I see the back of your dress? The back, the maid stammered. After checking, Astelle said, You've changed clothes. Maids are busy from morning, so skirt hems get dirty. But your dress is clean, like it was just changed. I didn't change, the maid insisted. It's just a coincidence today. Then may we search your room? Astelle asked. If we find a torn sleeve or a missing uniform, it'll clear your name. Maids' uniforms are issued by the palace, tracked meticulously. Checking the records will show how many you have. The maid collapsed, sobbing. I was wrong. Forgive me. Why did you try to kidnap the boy? Kaizen demanded. I broke the ceramic vase and wanted to hide it, she confessed. She made me do it. Forgive me. Kaizen's voice hardened. Take both to the dungeon. I was wrong, your Majesty, the maid pleaded. Hannah said. My lady, it's settled. Take her back. Yes, Astelle said. I'll follow. Alone with Kaizen, Astelle bowed. Thank you, your Majesty. It's nothing, Kaizen said. Rest now. Don't worry about the rest. The boy must be scared, so comfort him. Thank you for your concern, Astelle said. I'll go now. Her expression turned icy. Without Kaizen, this wouldn't have resolved so quickly. The could have been falsely blamed or worse. The maid's excuse, "I broke the vase and tried to cover it up," felt rehearsed. Only 2 people could be behind this, maybe both. "I won't let this slide easily." Back in their room, they excitedly recounted. His Majesty appeared out of nowhere. "Really?" Astelle said, hugging and kissing him. "Rest. Then we'll bathe and eat dinner. Name any dish you want. You can have them all today." A knock interrupted them. "Lady Astelle." His Majesty sent gifts for the young master. "Gifts?" There leapt off the bed. A dazzling array of treats appeared. "Auntie, can I eat one before dinner?" "Just one," Astelle said. "But thank His Majesty first." To the servant she said, "Thank you. Convey my gratitude to His Majesty." Astelle eyed a box of snacks. Can I have this one?" The munching a cookie, nodded. "Yes. Everything's ready, my lady," Hannah said. "Thank you, Hannah," Astelle said. "It feels like 6 years ago." "I'll be careful." She left. "Princess Astelle has arrived." "Delighted to meet you, Princess Astelle," said Florin Grillin. "Pleased to meet you, Lady Florin," Astelle replied. "I was surprised by your tea invitation." "Is something the matter?" "Yes," Florin said. "I heard your nephew was nearly kidnapped yesterday." "Oh, is he all right?" Florin asked. "Thankfully the plot failed," Astelle said. "But His Majesty, perhaps out of concern, sent a mountain of snacks. Forgive my rudeness, but please take some." Florin smiled faintly. "I'm honored. They'll pair well with my desserts." "Bring them out." "You haven't been in the capital long, have you?" Astelle asked. "No, my health was poor since birth, so I lived in our territory until adulthood," Florin said. "I'm glad you're better," Astelle said. Florin paused. "Lady Astelle, I'm sorry about last time. I thought my sister was sincere in her repentance." "It's fine, I'm all right," Astelle said. "Are you okay?" "Your sister's in prison because of me." "She brought it on herself," Florin said. "She's jealous of His Majesty's kindness toward you. She's always admired him." "Don't you mind me?" Astelle asked. "Are you worried I'll aim to be empress again?" "Why would you?" Astelle said. "I neither want nor am capable of it." "Then we needn't be enemies," Florin said. "I rather like it." "You, Lady Astelle, draw His Majesty's attention. So you're relieved I'm not a rival?" Astelle asked. "As a child, there's always a doll like that. But if you truly believed that, you wouldn't have invited me to probe." Florin's eyes sharpened. Astelle thought, this is her true self. "Though you don't want or can't be empress," Florin said, "the world is unpredictable. 6 years ago, who'd have imagined me here? I'm just confirming your relationship with His Majesty. Of course, I genuinely want to apologize. I've long admired you." "You're too kind," Astelle said. "I mean it," Florin said. "You may not recall, but we met once. Seeing it firsthand, you'll know. His Majesty has no feelings for me, so you can relax." "You're certain?" Florin asked. "It's not love, just guilt," Astelle said, her hands tightening. "Kaizen doesn't know love." Florin laughed. "I'll trust you." Astelle stood. "I should go. Enjoy the tea, Lady Florin. I'll invite you next time." She left calmly but felt dizzy once out of sight. "She's tougher than I thought. But I'm sure she's not behind the kidnapping. She wouldn't set such a sloppy trap. That leaves one culprit. I found the real mastermind, and they'll pay. First, the masquerade must go smoothly." Meanwhile, Florin, donning a shawl, smiled. "Thank you, Nanny." "Have you investigated everything I asked?" "Yes, I looked into the deposed empress, but found nothing unusual," the nanny said. "Except one thing bothers me. A maid from Maylen Castle overheard Princess Astelle and the boy, in their room. He called her Mom." "Mom," Florin said. "The boy called her that?" "Yes, Princess Astelle," the nanny confirmed. Florin smiled. "That's not strange. As a child, I called my nanny Mom. It's normal." "True," the nanny said. Florin eyed the food. She ate everything but that snack. Better safe than sorry. Investigate the boy's birthplace. The next day, Astelle woke and gazed outside, deep in thought. Today's the day. The perfect chance to send her home. The room buzzed with activity. "Bring the butter here," a servant called. "Where's the cream?" "This is hair oil for extra shine," another said. "What's its scent?" Astelle sighed. "I didn't expect it to be this elaborate." After much fuss, a servant gasped, "My goodness, you look stunning, my lady." Dressed in the gown Kaizen had prepared, Astelle said, "You've all worked hard. I'm off." At the ball, she peered inside. "Am I too late?" As the doors opened, a voice boomed, "Lady Astelle has arrived." All eyes turned to her, accompanied by whispers. "That's her, right? The deposed empress." Astelle gripped her skirt. Of course they're gossiping. A queen divorced after one day, vanished for 6 years, and now back. Someone approached. "Hello, Lady Astelle. It's an honor to see you again." "I'm delighted to meet you too, Lady Florin," Astelle replied. "You're radiant tonight," Florin said. "Some can't take their eyes off you." "Is she helping me?" Astelle wondered, scanning the room. "Where's Kaizen? Is he not here?" A voice interrupted. "Pardon, but are you the princess?" Astelle turned, startled. "Oh, sorry for startling you. I'm Selkavon, commander of the Lenbox Knights." "Commander," Astelle said, composing herself. "The Lenbox Knights are as vital as the Royal Guard." "Why is the commander here?" she asked. "I'm reporting to His Majesty before heading north," Selkavon said. "Trouble in the north?" Astelle asked. He laughed. "No, just patrolling after recent unrest." "Why's he talking to me?" Astelle wondered. "My father sends regards to the Marquis," Selkavon added. "Your father?" Astelle asked. "Count von Exen, the state minister," he said. "First I've heard of him," Astelle thought. "I'll pass on the regards." Linden passed by. "Lady Astelle, Sir Selkavon. You've met." "Not making her uncomfortable, are you?" Linden teased. "No way," Selkavon said. "Where's His Majesty?" "Up there," Linden said. Astelle looked up, meeting Kaizen's gaze from above. Linden excused himself. "I should find my partner." Music swelled, and couples began dancing. Selkavon spoke. "Lady Astelle, if you lack a partner, may I have the honor of the first dance?" "Why's he asking me?" Astelle wondered. Sir Belian withdrew his hand. "Have I made you uncomfortable?" "No, I just wasn't planning to dance," Astelle said. Kaizen appeared behind her. Startled, she said, "Your Majesty." Without hesitation, Kaizen extended his hand. "Lady Astelle, may I have your first dance?" His boldness stirred murmurs among the guests. Astelle hesitated, then said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, but I'd rather not. It's been so long since I attended a ball. I fear I'd misstep and embarrass you. Please forgive me." "I hate this situation," she thought. Kaizen pressed. "Even if I beg, you won't agree?" His pleading look softened the crowd's gaze. Astelle sighed, extending her hand. "All right." Kaizen gently touched her waist. "I trained tirelessly to dance elegantly, perfecting every gesture until my feet bled." For him, Astelle recalled. After a twirl, Kaizen said, "You dance beautifully." Astelle realized, this is our first dance. He always skipped balls because he hated them. I endured so much just for this moment. They danced flawlessly until the music ended, earning applause. Astelle leaned into him, catching her breath. "Astelle," Kaizen whispered. "Stay focused," she told herself. Now, with everyone watching, she knelt. "Your Majesty, I beg your mercy." Her body trembled, her voice quivering. "This makes me seem more sincere. As you know, my grandfather, the Marquis, traveled far for me, weakening his health. Though your care has helped him, I'm heartbroken knowing I caused this." Whispers spread. "The Marquis is frail. He's quite old." Tears fell. "I beg you, let my grandfather and nephew return home first." "Please, Your Majesty," Kaizen said. "Enough. I thought it was a grand request. How sad for the princess. Surely you'll grant it." His face darkened, muttering, "No." Astelle looked up. "What? We can discuss this later." His unexpected response stunned her. She persisted, "But, Your Majesty, even if not my grandfather, There had a fever recently and needs to. He cut her off. Both are unwell, so they shouldn't travel now. We'll talk after the ball. Your Majesty, Astelle pleaded. Enough, Kaizen said sternly. That's an order. Has he ever ordered me since we met again? Astelle wondered. Kaizen announced, end the ball. He left, leaving Astelle frozen. As the doors closed, guests consoled her. Don't be too upset, my lady. The Marquis will recover soon, another said. Thank you for your concern, Astelle said, returning to her room, dazed. I was sure he'd agree. Everyone thought so. Why? And why did he look so hurt? Hearing a rustle, she approached a tree. It's beautiful. Kaizen appeared calling, Astelle, talk with me. So that's why you came, she said. You attended the ball to gain my approval, didn't you? He asked. Is that wrong? Astelle replied. Kaizen's anger flared. Is sending your grandfather and nephew home that important? Why are you so set on dragging them to the capital? Astelle countered. Just tell me you hate balls and want them to go home, Kaizen said. Would you agree if I did? Astelle asked. At least I wouldn't feel like I'm trampling your sincerity, he said. So you rejected my plea for that reason? Astelle said. You and I. No, not just that, Kaizen interrupted, his hand pausing mid-reach. If they leave, you'll disappear again. You won't stay in the capital. You'll leave immediately, and I'll never see you again. I want you to stay by my side. What did I just hear? Astelle thought. You want me to stay with you? I don't want to. I won't return, especially not to you. 6 years ago, when you demanded a divorce, I wanted to die. But I couldn't, because if I did, you'd be the cold-hearted man who drove his wife to death on our wedding day. So I left, enduring all the shame alone. I loved you foolishly, but that doesn't mean I wasn't hurt. She continued, Your Majesty, some things can't be undone. Turning, she said, If you've nothing more to say, I'll go. Kaizen stood silently. I know your hurt expression, even if I barely remember you. Scene transition to the Restons' family. A voice spoke. What about the Emperor? I heard he's at Dan City. I thought leaking that we're planning a rebellion would keep him in that village, hesitating. But he moved faster than expected. Duke Reston knew his spy was compromised. Another thought. We fed the Emperor false information through him. He thinks he set a trap by leaving the capital vulnerable, but the palace is his fortress. To defeat him, we must lure him out and see who falls into whose trap. Wait at Dan City and strike when the chance comes. But, my lord, a subordinate said, the princess is with the Emperor. The Duke sneered. Her? Ignore her. To become regent, I married a lady of impeccable lineage. But my daughter turned out ungrateful and disloyal. I should have made her the late Emperor's concubine or sold her to another noble after her divorce. He clicked his tongue. She's cut ties with me. If necessary, kill her with the Emperor. Days later, Astelle sat up, asking her grandfather, any news? Marquis Calanque shook his head. Same as always. For days, Kaizen had ignored her grandfather's requests for an audience. He doesn't want to hear our plea to return home, Astelle thought. Eat something, her grandfather urged. Sorry, I'm not hungry, Astelle said. The ear piped up, Mom, when are we going to the capital? Astelle started. There. Aren't we going there now? There asked, eyes sparkling. What's with him lately? Did Kaizen say something? Astelle thought. We're not going to the capital. You're going home with grandfather. The Earth's face fell, his body trembling. Why? Why? The capital's far. It's not good for a child like you, Astelle said. The Earth recalled Kaizen's promises. In the capital, I'll show you real bears and take you to the Empire's grandest theater. Tears welled up. But I want to go. Astelle and her grandfather exchanged puzzled looks. She soothed him. The Earth, want to go on a picnic with me and grandfather today? A picnic? They're asked. In the forest? Yes, Astelle said. What do you think, grandfather? I'll prepare snacks. The Earth, stay here and help him. The Earth obediently Saturday. Grandfather, let's go. Though the nearby forest is the Emperor's hunting ground, a stroll should be fine, Astelle said. It's quiet, perfect for gathering herbs. Inform His Majesty I'd like to take the there and request his permission. Yes, my lady, a servant said. Astelle frowned, leaving. Will he deny even this? At the court, a servant reported, Lady Astelle asks permission to stroll in the northern forest. No, absolutely not, Claude snapped. His Majesty's hunting there. Friss. Claude muttered, frustrated. Who's making me suffer like this? Since the ball, Kaizen had worked relentlessly. Does she know how much I've struggled? Claude thought. Even today, I barely convinced him to go out. I don't want to push them together, but this will only deepen his feelings. The unobtainable is always desired more. They need to talk, Claude decided. Tell her she can go. Permit the picnic, but don't mention His Majesty's there, he instructed. With approval, the trio set off joyfully. At the picnic spot, Astelle exclaimed, What lovely weather! A frog hopped by, catching their eye. A frog. Don't run too far. Astelle called. Yes. Thea replied. This boy's stamina keeps growing, her grandfather said. Anything else happen at the ball? Meet anyone familiar? Politics have changed so much, Astelle said. I did meet the Lenbox Knights commander, Selkovan. His father sent you regards. His name's Selkovan von Exen, right? Her grandfather asked. Yes, he's the state minister now, Astelle said. Zero von Exen, a state minister? Her grandfather said. We knew each other vaguely. He was my deputy commander. Seems like more than that, Astelle thought, about to speak when they're called. Grandfather. Yes, kid, he replied. Didn't you say you needed herbs? I'll watch there. Go gather them. All right, Astelle said. Suddenly, a storm broke out, and Kaizen's entourage scrambled to find shelter. Your Majesty, the rain's getting heavier, a subordinate said. Kaizen glanced around. No choice. Let's retreat. Thunder and lightning roared. Then, he heard rustling in nearby bushes. Turning, he reached for his bow, certain it wasn't an animal. As he drew the string, a subordinate called, Your Majesty. Kaizen signaled for silence. Just as he was about to release the arrow, Astelle's hair emerged from the bushes. Soaked, she looked up. Kaizen lowered his bow and rushed to her. Astelle, why are you here? He tossed her basket aside. I should ask you that, she said. Why are you here? I've been hunting all day, Kaizen replied. What about approving our picnic? Astelle asked. Picnic? Kaizen said, confused. Both realized Bellion's meddling. Astelle urgent said, We need to find the and my grandfather. I wandered the forest alone and got lost. They have no shelter from the rain. Kaizen ordered, Find them immediately. But Your Majesty, we can't leave you and the princess alone, a guard protested. Go now. Kaizen barked. Wait, I'm coming too, Astelle said. No, Kaizen said. This forest is trickier than you think. You just got lost. Astelle snapped. Have you ever listened to me? She covered her mouth, regretting her words. Kaizen softened. I'm sorry. I was wrong at the ball. Selfish. I've wanted to apologize, but I lacked the courage to face you. You don't need to apologize, Astelle said. You're the Empire's master. Everything bends to your will, right? That's not why I said it, Kaizen replied. You refused to meet me this morning, and now you apologize? How can I trust you? Astelle asked. Kaizen bowed his head. I was stubborn. I'm sorry. If it's not too late, let them go home. You mean it? Astelle asked. Kaizen nodded. Thank you, she said, her face lighting up. I can send them home. A rustle came from behind. Kaizen's eyes sharpened, and he pulled Astelle close, their faces inches apart. Whispering, he said, Duck. Astelle crouched as Kaizen threw a dagger behind her. Thud. The blade struck a man, who screamed. Instantly, masked assassins surrounded them. Assassins! Kaizen warned. Astelle, stay behind me. The attackers glared at Kaizen, shouting, Kill him! Swords clashed in the forest, clanging fiercely. Kaizen felled each assassin, shielding Astelle. Another lunged at him, but Kaizen slashed him down. Breathing heavily, Kaizen clutched his head, dizzy. "I'm fine," he assured Astelle. Then, he saw an assassin targeting her from behind. "Astelle!" he shouted, rushing to her. A thud sounded. Astelle collapsed, opening her eyes to see Kaizen grappling with the assassin. Blood seeped from his shoulder, sliced by a sword. "I have to do something," Astelle thought. Spotting a dagger on the ground, she grabbed it. A scream pierced the air. Turning, she cried, "Your Majesty!" Kaizen knelt, the assassin's throat slit, collapsing. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Astelle asked, rushing to him. Kaizen clutched his bleeding wound. "I'm fine. Don't worry." How did this happen? Most rebellious factions were already crushed. Astelle's eyes widened at a fallen assassin. "I know him. I saw him with father when I was young." Kaizen pulled her arm. "We need to find the and the Marquis." He lifted her onto a horse. They might be surrounded by assassins too. Astelle's heart sank, her body trembling. She worried for Kaizen's wound and her family's safety. "We have to go," Kaizen said. "The longer we delay, the more danger they're in." Blood dripped from his arm. Astelle, tears falling, clung to him as they rode off. Why is he doing this? To atone? She recalled his words. "I hoped you'd stay by my side." A voice called, "Your Majesty." Kaizen's men had returned. "There was an assassination attempt," Kaizen said. "There may be more. Find the Marquis and the boy quickly." "They're with us," a guard said. "We'll lead you." Soon they reached them. "There, grandfather." Astelle ran, embracing them. "Are you okay?" They sobbed. "Bad people came. There were assassins here too," a guard said. "We arrived just in time." Kaizen approached, kneeling to the "You all right?" "Yes," There sniffled, eyeing Kaizen's wound. "This little scratch is nothing," Kaizen said. "Don't worry." He froze, noticing blood on the cheek. Blood. Dizziness hit him. Astelle called, "Your Majesty." "I'm fine," Kaizen mumbled, staggering. His eyes closed, and he collapsed. "Your Majesty!" the group shouted, rushing to him. "Get the physician!" a guard yelled. "What happened?" They're asked, anxious. "I want to go with His Majesty." "No, Astelle said. "Grandfather, take him to his room. He's in shock. Give him a sedative." "I won't go." The struggled as he was carried off, crying, "Your Majesty!" Exhausted, Astelle collapsed. That night, as the slept, Marquis Calink draped a shawl over her. "You okay? You look pale." "I'm fine," Astelle said. "Kaizen was gravely injured because of me." "It's not your fault," he said. "I should have stayed with you both." "Those involved will face investigation in the capital," Astelle said. "It's likely father's doing." I recognized one of the assassins. Calink stood abruptly. "So your father's men meant to kill us too?" "He doesn't care about us." "Will this be resolved?" Astelle asked. "It might lead to bloodshed." "I'm not afraid of death," Calink said. "Thankfully, there is a Calink. When your mother died, our family cut ties with the Restons. Even if they're branded traitors, you and the will be safe." "Whatever happens, please care for the Astelle said. "What are you saying?" Calink said. "It'll be fine. This isn't your father's first scheme, yet he's never been caught. He leaves no evidence." "Really?" Astelle asked. "Of course," Calink said. "Your father's clever." Astelle's mind raced. "I know the mastermind but hide his crimes. Should I denounce father and beg forgiveness? What should I do?" A knock interrupted them. "What's the matter?" Astelle asked. Hannah poked her head in. "My lord, my lady. His Majesty arrived before we could announce him and barged in." Astelle stood abruptly. "Your Majesty, why are you here?" Kaizen, anxious, said. "Astelle, are you hurt? Is the boy safe? Is the all right?" "Your Majesty, calm down," Astelle urged. "Everything's been resolved. You shouldn't strain yourself now." Kaizen steadied himself, clutching his head. "Thank goodness you're both safe." His pained gaze met hers. Claude rushed in, panting. Your Majesty, you can't move like this. Kaizen spun and slapped Claude. Stunned, Claude froze. Astelle gasped. Kaizen shouted, "Beg for forgiveness. You knew how dangerous that forest is during my hunt. Your rash decision, without my consent, nearly cost lives today. Don't disappoint me again." Claude approved the picnic? Astelle thought. Kaizen turned to her. "I'm sorry for the commotion. I just needed to confirm everyone's safe. I'll go." "No, please rest," Astelle said. Blood seeped from Kaizen's shoulder wound. Astelle approached Claude. "Let me help." Claude waved her off. "I'm fine. I'll see you later." Outside, Claude met Kaizen. "Your Majesty, I've identified the assassins." "Hold off," Kaizen said. "It's not time for orders yet." On the carriage, Astelle reflected. Kaizen's condition has improved, but I must go to the capital as a witness for the investigation. After 10 days of relentless travel under tight security, they reached the capital. "Welcome, my lord, my lady," a servant greeted. "This is the residence you'll stay in." Astelle and Marquis Calink marveled at its opulence. "Isn't this a bit much?" Calink said. "Indeed," Astelle agreed. The Earl darted inside, finding gifts from Kaizen. "Young master, these are from His Majesty," a servant said. "From His Majesty?" The Earl beamed, hugging a toy dog. "Wow, look Blin." The Earl had been sullen since last seeing Kaizen. In the days that followed, he was absorbed with the gifts. Calink practiced swordsmanship leisurely. Life felt serene. Then a servant announced, "My lady, a guest awaits on the first floor." Astelle descended, curious. Who'd visit me in the capital? Seeing the guest, she froze. Friss, her brother, called her name, stirring memories. "Why did you agree to the divorce without father's permission? Stop this foolishness and beg his forgiveness." Astelle bit her lip. "Go home. I don't want to see you." "I'm sorry, Astelle," Friss said. "I was wrong. Can we start over? Give me a chance." "No contact for 6 years, and now you want a chance?" Astelle replied. The door opened, and the Earl peeked out. "Auntie Astelle." Panicked, Astelle shielded him, fearing Friss would recognize the Earl's resemblance to a young Kaizen. Friss's eyes narrowed. "Astelle, that child." Friss, heir to our family, was untouchable, Astelle recalled. "He was kind, my only refuge from father's coldness. Besides Kaizen, I loved Friss. Didn't I tell you the Earl is Sigmund's son?" Astelle said. Friss paused. "I see." Kneeling, he said, "Nice to meet you there. Your father, Sigmund, was my cousin." "Cousin?" the Earl asked, peeking out. Astelle exhaled, relieved. "The Earl, this is Uncle Friss." "Is he your brother, Auntie?" the Earl asked, beaming. "Hello, Uncle Friss." "You're polite," Friss said. "Very charming." Astelle stepped forward. "That's enough greetings. Why are you here?" "It's about mother's inheritance," Friss said. "The Dowager Empress left items for you. Father hid them." "He kept them secret?" Astelle said. "I'm not here to barter with secrets," Friss said. "You think I'd do that?" "Tell father to deliver them, or I'll inform His Majesty," Astelle said. "Then you might not get them, and there's no proof they were meant for you," Friss warned. "I don't care," Astelle said. "Better they go to His Majesty, the Dowager's grandson, than father." "So that's your choice," Friss said. "I'll visit grandfather, then return." "How long are you staying?" "Leaving in 2 days," Astelle said. "Stay longer," Friss urged. "Mother's ball is soon. She hosted dances at the estate yearly. After her death, they stopped, but I've resumed them since my debut." "You've been hosting mother's balls?" Astelle asked. "Yes," Friss said. "Men don't typically host imperial balls, but I did it for her." "Do you truly regret it?" "I'm sorry, I must leave in 2 days and can't attend," Astelle said. "All right," Friss said. "If you need help, contact me." "I will." "Thank you," Astelle said. In a meeting, Kaizen entered and sat. Marquis Croatian knelt. "Your Majesty, I deserve death for alarming you. That child has been a troublemaker since youth." He meant Marion. Kaizen glared, thinking, he's unreliable, always a threat. Now he blames his daughter, despite her danger. Enough excuses, Kaizen said. By palace law, Lady Marion, who framed the emperor's guest, will be sent to the convent on the island. Your Majesty, please show mercy, Croatian pleaded. Kaizen left coldly. Conveniently, the maid she coerced died mysteriously, so there's no evidence for full punishment. A clever way to hide crimes. The issue was Marion's father, Marquis Croatian, a key figure among the new nobility. Punishing her harshly could destabilize his faction. What a mess, Kaizen thought. Claude said, Your Majesty, to finalize the inheritance, you must move to the Great Hall. Fine, Kaizen said. I rushed to claim the southern territory after receiving the will. The nobles mustn't have time to scheme. Isn't it odd? Claude said. The Dowager Empress passed 2 months ago, yet there's no word on the southern territory's transfer. Forgive me, we haven't found the princess, a servant said. Kaizen, frustrated, thought, if the empire were more stable, her family wouldn't have faced such ruin. She wouldn't have suffered. The scene shifts to Astelle praying. Dowager Empress, these are the white acacia flowers you loved. I'm late, forgive me. Oh, Lady Astelle, the high priest greeted. High priest, it's been a while, Astelle replied. You must have had a hard time, he said. The Dowager Empress worried greatly for you. Before her passing, she entrusted me with many things. She said, the southern territory is mine, but I never claimed it in my lifetime. I want to give it to you intact. So that's what she intended, Astelle said. Yes, you were married into the royal family so young, the priest said. Lady Astelle, you're wise. I trust you'll handle the inheritance's terms astutely. Let's proceed inside for the transfer. Very well, Astelle said. The doors opened, and Astelle entered, all eyes following her. She took her place, looking up at Kaizen. The priest announced, I'll now draft the authorization for the Dowager Empress's inheritance. Princess, please sign. Astelle took the pen. It took so much to get here, yet all it takes to claim the territory is a signature. The document transferred all inheritance rights to Emperor Kaizen. You truly have no conditions? The priest asked. You're giving all privileges to His Majesty? Astelle hesitated, recalling the priest's words. You're wise. I trust you'll handle the terms astutely. Your Majesty, forgive me, but may I propose one condition, she said. Murmurs erupted. 6 years ago, I left without conditions because of Kaizen. How is this any different? Astelle thought. The southern territory could grant immense power, enough to tip the scales. I could wield it. But Kaizen looked at her. Speak. The estate where the Dowager Empress was born and raised, Astelle said. I hear it's abandoned, without an owner. That's true, Kaizen said. With your permission, I'd like to build an academy there, Astelle said. An academy? Kaizen asked. Yes, to honor the Dowager Empress, Astelle said. A charitable academy for the poor to receive education. Forgive me, Dowager Empress, Astelle thought. What I must protect is more precious than power. I'll use your gift to serve His Majesty. The crowd buzzed. Kaizen smiled. So be it. He signed the document, and the seal was stamped, completing the authorization. Afterward, Kaizen approached Astelle. Are you returning east now? Yes, with your permission, I'll leave tomorrow morning, Astelle said. I won't ask you to stay, Kaizen said. This isn't your place. Indeed, Astelle said. What are you sorry for? Kaizen smiled faintly. Everything. For making you travel so far, for not consulting you, and for 6 years ago that day. If I listed all my wrongs, it'd never end. I always seem to wrong you. It's fine if you don't forgive me. At least without me you can live happily. You're like the warm boy I once loved, Astelle thought. If even a fraction of those 10 years was sincere, I can move forward confidently. Thank you, Your Majesty, she said. Someone called. Princess Astelle. Someone called. Princess Astelle. An honor to meet you, the man said. Was he a witness at the temple? Astelle wondered. Forgive me, but who are you? My apologies, he said. I'm Count Ixtland, army commander. Astelle recalled, his son, Selkovan, asked me to pass greetings to grandfather. Your Zero Ixtland's son? My grandfather's deputy? At that moment, In Estelle's residence, a teacup shattered.
Marquis Calanque pale demanded, "Why are you here?"
Duke Reston turned as Astelle entered, kneeling. "An honor to meet you. I've heard much about you from grandfather. How is he?"
"I heard he was ill, but he's fully recovered now."
He was never sick, Astelle thought. What a relief, Reston said.
"I was shocked to hear such a pillar had fallen ill."
"While you're in the capital, I hope to meet you."
"May I visit your residence?"
"What do I do?" Astelle thought. "Thank you, but we're leaving tomorrow and can't receive guests today." "My apologies."
"No matter," Reston said.
"You needn't feel burdened. Instead, may I send a gift via my servant? It's nothing special, but I'd like you to have it. Feel free to decline if it's too much." "I understand. Thank you," Astelle said.
Back at the residence, Astelle called, "Where is everyone?"
Spotting movement under a table, she approached. There popped out, beaming.
"Mom."
"What am I doing?" "Playing hide and seek with grandfather. This is my castle, with walls and knights guarding it."
"Is it fun living here?" "Yes, the garden's big and there's so much to do."
There said, then frowned.
"But we're leaving tomorrow, right?"
"Yes," Astelle said. "The inheritance is settled, and the assassination investigation concluded simply. No real threat.
All that's left is to return home."
"You reluctant?" she asked.
"No, don't worry," There said. "I love our home best."
Astelle smiled, relieved, hugging him. "My sweet boy, we'll live happily together like before."
"Where's grandfather?" she asked. "Let's find him."
There slumped. No, a bad guest came.
Grandfather said to hide until they leave.
Estelle's eyes narrowed. A bad guest in the capital?
"Wait here, she said, running upstairs.
Bursting through the door, she saw Duke Reston. He sneered. "Living in the countryside's made you forget manners, hasn't it? You signed the inheritance per His Majesty's request? No self-respect."
"I'd have ended my life in shame."
Marquis Calanque gritted his teeth, but Astelle stopped him. "I'm leaving tomorrow, so I've no time for pointless talk. Say what you need and go." "Pointless," Reston scoffed. "I hear you kept the Dowager Empress's relics. Even if I offered them for a deal, you wouldn't budge. Stop rambling, leave. After losing your title and being exiled, you wouldn't want your daughter exposing your crimes," Astelle thought.
Reston snarled, lunging at her, but Marquis Calanque intervened.
"Touch a hair on my granddaughter, and your wretched life ends.
If you weren't my grandchildren's father, I'd have killed you when my daughter died."
"An old man's empty threats?" Reston mocked.
"As you say, I've little time left," Calanque said.
"Killing you and dying myself?
I'd find that satisfying."
Astelle held him back.
A servant announced, "Lady Astelle, Sir Selkavon has arrived."
Astelle turned, surprised.
"What?"
Calanque's face showed shock. "Ixtlan? That scoundrel. What's your connection to them?" Reston demanded. "None of your business," Astelle said. "A guest has arrived, so you can leave." Reston's face darkened, stepping closer. "Fine. No wonder you're scheming. Take the Dowager's trinkets and live with that dying old man in some rural corner. Beg for forgiveness later, and I might pardon you."
"That's fatherly love."
He stormed out, slamming the door. "Don't lose your temper, grandfather," Astelle said.
"There's waiting alone in the hall."
Calanque paused. "Go that way.
I'll check on Sir Selkavon."
Astelle met Selkavon. "It's been a while," he said.
Noticing her glance at an object, she asked, "What's that?"
"Just looking around," Selkavon said. "I think father forgot a souvenir here."
"Sorry, it's not for guests to see." "It's fine," Astelle said.
"I'm happy to see this painting again."
"You know it?"
Selkavon asked. "Yes," Astelle said. "As a knight candidate, I saw it while patrolling."
"You were painting it."
"I painted it for the Dowager Empress when she was unwell," Astelle said. "It's not masterful, but she cherished it."
"This is a gift from my father," Selkavon said.
"Books about the Eastern Empire. Useful for your return. Please accept them." Astelle noted the gold and gem-encrusted covers. "He sent books instead of money or jewels, knowing I'd refuse those. He must know I'm struggling and wants to help." Thank you, she said. Please convey my gratitude to Count Ixtland.
My task's done well, Selkovon said. But weren't you heading north from Don, sir?
He faltered, searching for an excuse. Astelle thought, the assassination forced his return? That was an indelicate question. Suddenly, a boy ran in from outside.
There hesitated, his face darkening when he saw Astelle with a stranger.
Who's this? He asked.
Hello, young master, the man said.
I'm Selkovon Ixtland, captain of the Ranger Knights.
You're a knight,
there exclaimed.
So cool.
Do you like sweets, Sir Knight? Grandfather said there's a tea party. Want to join?
But Sir Selkovon's leaving soon, right?
Astelle sighed. If we're leaving tomorrow, we need to pack now.
You're leaving tomorrow?
Selkovon asked.
Yes, early morning, Astelle replied.
That's a pity, Selkovon said.
Tonight's the night market.
Night market. They're perked up.
Yes, for His Majesty's coronation anniversary, Selkovon said.
It's held regularly to pray for prosperity. People from across the empire attend, with plenty to see. If you're lucky, you might catch a theater troupe. The mention of theater excited the heir. He tugged Astelle's skirt, cheeks puffed, whining, Auntie! Astelle sighed, resigned. No choice. But the heir paused, remembering Kaizen's promise. If you want, I'll take you to the Empire's grandest theater.
I promised to see a play with His Majesty, the heir muttered, then declared. No, I'm not going.
Why the sudden change? Astelle asked. The heir's lips trembled, his body shaking. If it's not with His Majesty, I won't go, he shouted. That evening, Kaizen, cloaked to hide his identity, walked beside a beaming there. Astelle, exasperated, thought, how did it come to this? Earlier, after failing to persuade the heir, Marquis Calink had sighed. That was their last meeting, wasn't it? Shouldn't we let him say goodbye? Recalling the heir's worry when Kaizen was injured, Astelle's heart sank.
Back in the present, the heir whispered to Kaizen, Your Majesty, I kept our promise secret.
I'm good at it, right? Kaizen chuckled.
Well done.
Someone bumped into Astelle. Kaizen quickly steadied her. It's crowded. Astelle glanced at his sneaky demeanor and stifled a laugh. The heir spotted a puppet show and darted toward it. Wait! Kaizen called, scooping him up. Be careful, little one. Hoisted onto Kaizen's shoulders, the heir waved.
Selkovon remarked, The young master listens to His Majesty well.
Astelle, startled, said, Yes, let's follow. I'm uneasy with just the two of them.
Lady Astelle, why not buy some food?
Selkovon suggested. A vendor overheard. Yes, have your sweetheart buy you something tasty. Selkovon blushed, clarifying. No, that's not it. If you're uncomfortable with me, I'll buy it myself.
It's fine, Astelle said.
Waiting a bit won't hurt. At the puppet show, the heir watched, enthralled, as a character declared, Die! The throne is mine. Kaizen thought, Isn't this too complex for a child? His gaze darkened. I know who's behind the assassination, but I forgive them for one reason. Exposing them would brand Astelle a traitor. He wanted to publicly condemn and execute Duke Reston to prevent future threats. For 6 years, Astelle's whereabouts were unknown, so punishment could be waived. But now things have changed. The only way. Kaizen's thoughts broke as Astelle approached with a bag of food. Eat this. Thanks. The heir said, gobbling it down. Slow down, Kaizen said. Selkovon, lugging more food, called, Lady Astelle. Why so much? Astelle asked, turning. Kaizen's eyes widened as the heir collapsed, curling up on the ground. Everyone rushed over. Selkovon said urgently, I'll summon doctors to the residence. The carriage sped back. The heir, in Kaizen's arms, breathed heavily. Astelle's heart ached. Kaizen's voice snapped her back. Astelle, where did the heir's snacks come from? He ate them and fainted. From a nearby stall, Astelle said. Just ordinary pastries. I saw other kids eating them. Then why? Kaizen asked. Does he have food-related conditions? No, Astelle said, then froze. Linthur. When I was young, I'd get high fevers from eating linthur. It's a fruit found only near the capital, rare elsewhere.
The Earth never had it.
She lowered her gaze. I'm only guessing. I can't reveal this. In our family, only I have this condition. If the a supposed distant relative, shares it, it'll raise suspicion. At the residence, the doors flew open.
Your Majesty, Lady Astelle.
Hannah called.
The Earth's fever caused him to faint, Astelle said.
Prepare wet towels.
The doctor arrived, examining the Earth.
It's not a specific illness. Likely the food.
He fainted after eating.
Any findings? Kaizen asked. No toxins in the pastries or drinks, the doctor said. Nothing suspicious, even from the vendors. I've listed all ingredients to check for anything new to the young master.
Seeing Linthur, Astelle's lips tightened.
Yes, Linthur. The Earth never had it.
That must be it.
Any family history of Linthur allergies? The doctor asked. Astelle's heart raced.
Before she could answer, Marquis Calink interjected. My late wife had that reaction to the fruit. Fevers.
Oddly, no other children in our family, not even my late grandson, had it. That's possible, the doctor said. Genetic traits can skip generations.
With the grandmother long gone, no one would recall exactly.
No one can verify the lie, Astelle thought. The doctor left, advising, with the prescribed medicine, he'll recover soon. But monitor him for 2 weeks after the fever breaks, as he's young and could face complications. Thank you, Astelle said. Turning to find Kaizen, she saw only the on the bed. That night, Hannah brought food. Lady Astelle, I've prepared hot tea. Please eat. Thank you, Hannah, Astelle said, thinking, only 4 people know my condition. Father, Friss, grandfather and Hannah, who's always by my side. Hannah said, until you tell me, I won't ask questions. But when you're tired of bearing this alone, let me help.
That's why I'm here.
Tears welled up as Astelle hugged Hannah, sobbing. You never asked who the child's father is. No need, Hannah said. I saw how much you loved him. There's His Majesty's son. I changed his eye color with medicine to hide his identity. If he's revealed as a prince, he'll be in danger. Back at the palace, Kaizen burst through the doors.
Your Majesty, what's the matter at this hour? A servant asked.
I need answers, Kaizen said. Investigate the Earth's exact birth date as soon as possible. A few days later, the Earth had recovered, playing joyfully with his puppy. Astelle sighed in relief. He's healing faster than I expected, the doctor said. The fever's mostly gone. Just focus on rest, and he'll be fully well soon. Astelle sought out Marquis Calink. Grandfather, I think we should leave this week. Are you sure? He asked. Yes, the doctor said the Earth just needs a few more days of rest, Astelle replied. After his collapse, our schedule was delayed. We need to leave before more surprises arise.
I won't let the Earth be alone with Kaizen again.
She paused, thinking, since the Earth's collapse, I haven't seen Kaizen. Why? A voice from outside startled her.
Lady Astelle, Lord Friss has returned. My brother,
Astelle said. Calink nodded. I predicted this, didn't I? In a small empire, rumors spread fast.
Go meet him and return.
Entering, Astelle was surprised to see Friss cheerfully telling their stories. Thankfully, no scandal, she thought, though a royal scandal could put him in a tough spot.
The Earth spotted her.
Auntie!
Why's he here?
I heard the Earth likes dolls, so I came to play, Friss said. But I also need to talk to you, Astelle.
Can you spare a moment?
Yes, of course, Astelle said.
Uncle Friss is leaving?
They're asked.
Sorry, the Earth, Friss said. I'll visit again. Promise. Promise.
The Earth beamed. Outside, Fry said, I heard about the Earth's collapse.
You did?
Astelle asked.
Astelle, I'm your brother, Fry said.
I didn't call you out just for that. Suddenly, Fry knelt. I know you won't forgive me, but don't you need help now? I'll support you. If the Earth needs anything, just tell me. Astelle clenched her fists, wondering, when did he realize? Was it the Earth's fever from Linthur? Or earlier? A voice behind her startled her. Kaizen approached, and her heart raced. Did he hear our talk?
What's going on?
Kaizen asked. Astelle snapped out of it.
We're discussing our mother's ball.
The charity ball held annually? Kaizen said.
Yes, Fry said. I invited my sister, but it's tough since she's caring for the so we're figuring it out. Is the still unwell?
Kaizen asked.
No, he's much better, Astelle said. But I'm still worried.
Astelle glanced at Kaizen, thinking, he seems colder than usual. I can help, Kaizen said. Why not hold this year's ball at the palace?
Both gasped. What? It's a joyful occasion, Kaizen said.
I want to contribute.
If it's at the palace, you'll have time to care for the boy.
Astelle's heart pounded. He's noticed something. Fries protested, but the ball is our family's tradition. Kaizen cut him off.
Astelle, you shouldn't refuse, even for your little one's sake.
He definitely suspects something, Astelle thought. Days earlier, Claude had confronted Kaizen. Why investigate the Earth's birth? Astelle's leaving for the East tomorrow. You know that, right? Forgive me, but you should stop obsessing over her.
It's unlike you,
Kaizen snapped. What right do you have to order me? Since when do you judge my actions? It's the authority you gave me, Claude said, when you placed me in a role others deemed worthless. Your Majesty, reveal the truth about the assassination before it's too late. Stop, Kaizen said.
If you won't investigate, I will.
Storming off, Kaizen ignored Claude's plea.
Why dig into their birth? If anyone finds out.
Both paused, flashes of the and Kaizen's similarities crossing their minds. Kaizen yanked his arm free and left. Claude, stunned, thought, no, it can't be. Claude recalled a past banquet where a lady taunted Astelle. You'll be the crown prince's fiancée, yet you're so picky? Astelle, humiliated, collapsed after eating the food. The lady panicked. I thought she just disliked it. The Duke downplayed it, claiming Astelle was unwell. Astelle, wanting it forgotten, hid the truth. Claude had believed her then, but now. A report arrived. Your Majesty, I found the midwife who delivered the child. As you suspected, it was Lady Astelle.
She's elderly and forgets details but is certain the mother was the Marquis's granddaughter. She was paid handsomely to stay silent.
And the child's birth mother? Kaizen asked. The subordinate faltered. A maid, but... We were too late. Someone from an anonymous family took her away recently. Kaizen left, thinking, I heard this morning. I need to investigate that family's identity. Their goal is clear, to uncover the Earth's origins. I must protect Astelle and the Earth. For now, keeping them close is safest, even if by force. His grip tightened. Is that the whole truth? At the residence, Astelle ran frantically, calling, Grandfather. She rushed to him, urging, Do you know a way to sneak out of the capital?
Why so sudden?
Kalink asked. A rustle nearby made him pull her into hiding. Trembling, Astelle whispered, I want to leave the capital quickly. While I'm gone, please hide all information about the
After hearing her, Kalink said, So the Emperor's noticed something.
Yes, maybe because of this incident, Astelle said. I don't know. Kaizen likely doesn't know about my condition.
Father hid it, fearing it'd jeopardize the engagement.
What do we do? Astelle said.
It might not all be exposed yet.
Recalling earlier, Fries had said as Kaizen left, His Majesty must be angry, thinking you bore another man's child. Astelle thought, right? Royal blood carries red eyes from birth, but the Urs are blue due to the medicine. Kaizen may not suspect he's the father. Kalink said, That makes sense.
If the were known as the Emperor's son, he'd already be in the palace.
Astelle nodded. We're in grave danger. If Kaizen wants to know the father, the only way is a blood test. If we hide the it's impossible.
I'm the only one ordered to attend the ball. Kaizen hadn't required her to bring Kalink or the So hide the first, Astelle said.
Then, forge evidence of his parents and hold out until Kaizen gives up.
No other way, Kalink said. But can you manage alone?
Astelle fell silent. I don't know how Kaizen learned about the Earth's birth. I can't predict the future. She replied, As long as the isn't taken, I can endure. In the Earth's room, everyone was busy tidying up. Why the sudden room change? Someone asked.
Seems the young master insisted, another replied.
probably because of the bird's nest by the window. The thrilled, watched the nest up close.
In a nearby room, Astelle said, "I've prepared everything, grandfather.
Tomorrow morning, we'll go on the picnic. You come too, but don't return. Hide near the city gate. At night, Hannah will secretly bring the to you. Until he's stable, only Hannah and I can enter.
Even if we disappear, no one will notice." The door opened, and the rushed in.
"Auntie, there's a baby bird in the Rincova tree garden." Astelle smiled, kneeling to hug him tightly, nuzzling his neck. The puzzled, said, "Mom, tomorrow I'm leaving with grandfather to go home, right?"
"Yes, but I can't come with you," Astelle said.
The face fell, and he sniffled.
"Why can't you come?"
"I have important business in the capital," Astelle said.
"Very important."
Though sad, the nodded. "Okay." Hugging her tightly, he whispered, "Then come quickly, okay?"
"Of course, my sweet boy," Astelle said.
The next day, they boarded carriages for the picnic. The waved at Kalink, who waved back. Soon, the was distracted, happily feeding fish by the lake with Hannah. Watching the peaceful scene, Astelle sighed in relief. A voice startled her.
"Oh my!"
Astelle dropped her food basket. "Of all places, here?"
"Didn't expect to meet you here, my lady," the voice said.
Kalink sensed someone watching him. Back at the picnic, as Hannah and the fed fish, a woman approached. "Hello, may I join you while feeding the fish?"
"I'm Florin's nanny."
"Of course," Hannah said.
"I have plenty."
The nanny sat, closely observing the After a while, she stood. "I'll be off. Here's a gift for the charming young master, freshly baked. Eat it warm."
"Thank you," Hannah said, then froze, spotting Linthur on the pastry the had taken.
Hannah's face darkened, snatching it away. Astelle, noticing the commotion, rushed over. "What's wrong?" "Lady Astelle," Hannah stammered. The nanny bowed. "I'm sorry for the disturbance, princess. I didn't know and gave the young master unfamiliar food."
"Oh, did our nanny make a mistake?"
Florin said. "Please forgive her, princess." Astelle glanced at Hannah. "It's fine." Florin smiled. "A pleasure to meet you, Lady Astelle. I hear the ball will be at the palace."
"It'd be great to see you there."
She left. Astelle turned to Hannah.
"What happened?"
Still shaken, Hannah said, "I'm sorry, my lady. I shouldn't have reacted so strongly. I sensed something suspicious. Why would they do this?" Astelle recalled their earlier encounter, worrying. Could it be? Florin, the mysterious figure from Kaizen's prior conversation with his subordinate, left with a satisfied smile, thinking the child might be useful. That evening, Hannah fretted. "Will it be all right?" "No choice," Astelle said. "We must be cautious." The clung to Hannah, whimpering. "Mom, it's okay.
I'll go to grandfather, and you'll join me later."
Hannah carried him off. Blin watched, worried.
Astelle soothed. "No, Blin, let's stay and pray for their safety."
As Hannah left, someone followed. Sensing them, she sped up.
A hand reached for her, but a thwack rang out.
Hannah, clutching there, collapsed. Turning, she saw Kalink tapping a stick. "Almost a disaster," Kalink said. "I came because someone was tailing you this morning."
"Someone from Duke Reston?"
Hannah asked. "Yes, their tactics are familiar," Kalink said.
"Can't carry the openly anymore. Such a shame."
Hannah handed the to Kalink. "Marquis, be careful. Many have noticed the young master's identity." "I know," Kalink said. "You be careful too.
Please look after my granddaughter."
He left with the "The ball is nearing," Astelle said, tears falling. Hannah asked, "Lady Astelle, are you really wearing this?" "Yes, no other choice," Astelle said, eyeing the dress she'd worn dancing with Kaizen before. A knock came. "Pardon, Lady Astelle, a gift from Lord Friss."
"My brother,"
Astelle said. A stunning dress was brought in. "Wow, gorgeous," Hannah gasped. A note read, "Sorry, this is all I can do for you." Astelle bit her lip. In another situation, I'd refuse. Glancing at the old dress, she thought, I can't look as pathetic as that day. At the ball, Astelle appeared, stunning Friss. Seeing him, she said, "Friss, why are you here?
To escort you, Friss said. Don't you have a dance partner? Astelle asked. No, I didn't want you going alone, Friss said. It's just for a bit. You didn't have to, Astelle said. It's nothing to you, right? Friss teased. Astelle blushed, taking his arm. At the carriage, she said. Thank you for the dress and for escorting me. Father will be at the ball, Friss added. Astelle flinched. Friss reassured her. Don't worry. Whatever happens, I'll protect you. At the palace, Duke Reston and the princess arrived. Whispers erupted. It's really the deposed empress. Astelle, resigned, thought I expected this. Selkovon, hearing the commotion, turned, his face flushing at the sight of her. Before he could move, Kaizen approached. Astelle, he called. Astelle bowed. Greetings, Your Majesty, Sovereign of the Empire. Lowering her gaze, she thought, I didn't expect to meet so soon. She said, Your Majesty, hosting our family's traditional charity ball at the palace is an immense honor. Kaizen nodded. Astelle, after the ball, I need to speak with you. After the ball? She asked. Yes, he said. Astelle glanced at his darkened expression, her heart aching. Ridiculous. He was so gentle these past months, yet this coldness hurts. She reminded herself, Kaizen's always been a ruthless man who never loved me. She bowed. As you command, Your Majesty. Nearby, Selkovon gripped his wine glass tightly. Later, Astelle sighed. Exhausted. I need a quiet place to rest before the dance. As she reached for a door, she overheard whispers. Have you heard? The Emperor's preparing for a state wedding. A state wedding? With whom? Who could it be? Astelle froze, clutching the door handle. A state wedding? Why so sudden? She flinched as they said, We must ask around. The door opened, and nobles entered. Astelle slipped aside, unnoticed. Walking away, she noticed her shoe's heel had broken. I didn't bring spares. Recalling the rumor, she gripped her dress. What's it to me? I have bigger concerns. She searched for Hannah. Where is she? Selkovon approached. Princess Astelle, it's been a while. An announcement rang out. The ball begins now. The lady and lord of the ducal family, please take the center stage to open tonight's dance. Astelle panicked. The first dance already? I haven't fixed my shoe. Selkovon noticed her limp. Friss arrived calling, Astelle. After a whispered exchange, Friss addressed Kaizen. Your Majesty, could we change the first dance's melody to a waltz? My late mother loved it. Since today's joyous, I'd like her favorite tune to open the ball, making it more meaningful. Kaizen replied, If the organizers wish it. But I may not fulfill my duties as host. My ankle's injured. I'd like to entrust the first dance to Sir Bellion. Friss smiled. Please, sir. Kaizen, gripping the railing, looked down sternly. I permit it. As the waltz began, Selkovon turned to Astelle. Princess, place your foot on mine. I'll support you. Astelle thought. My foot's struggling. He chose a waltz so we can stay close and assist each other. She whispered. Sorry, is it heavy? Not at all, Selkovon said. Pardon my boldness. To everyone's astonishment, Selkovon lifted Astelle by the waist, then gently set her down. Astelle laughed. Delighted. Friss, watching, smiled warmly. Astelle's foot rested on Selkovon's as he guided her effortlessly. The dance ended to resounding applause. Astelle whispered, Thank you truly. Could you escort me out of the hall? Of course, Selkovon said. Kaizen's face darkened as Astelle left with Selkovon. In a shadowed corner, Duke Reston smirked. What a spectacle. Perfect. Outside, Selkovon said, The garden's unscheduled today, so no one will come. Thank you, Astelle said. Selkovon knelt. Is your ankle hurt? No, just a broken heel, Astelle said. Don't worry. Dancing in broken shoes could injure you, he said, gently removing her shoe to check. Astelle blushed. I'm grateful for your help. I'll repay you. No need, Selkovon said. But I have a request. Would you hear it? Kaizen, on the balcony, clenched his fists, irritated by Astelle dancing with Selkovon. He thought, after the ball, I must speak to Astelle. I know about the Earth's birth. She vanished with her maid. Someone's watching her and the Earth. She needs my protection. He sighed. I should have been honest from the start, but I acted foolishly, assuming she had another man. I've no right to pry, yet I can't stop wondering. Who is he? When did they meet? How did this happen? Did she live with him, raising their child? What was her life like these 6 years? It feels beyond my reach. A voice echoed in his mind. You're just avoiding your choices. Snapping back, he overheard whispers. The emperor's preparing a state wedding. Only one person would spread such baseless rumors, Kaizen thought. Belian, you think a marriage would distract me from Astelle? I'll deal with this before meeting her. His gaze froze. What's that? Outside the gate, a limping figure approached. Linden, panicked, said, What does Astelle want? Selkovan smiled at Astelle. My wish is that you don't leave. Stay in the capital longer. Being by your side is my desire. Astelle stood abruptly. What? Her foot caught, and she stumbled, falling onto Selkovan with a thud. Gasps and murmurs arose as nobles appeared. How disgraceful! Astelle thought. He said no one would come to the garden. Earlier, Claude had whispered something to Selkovan. Astelle stood, flustered. I'm so sorry, Sir Belian. I've embarrassed you. The gossip surged. Such behavior at a ball honoring her mother? Shameless. It's a laughingstock now, another said. Florin, among the nobles, smirked. I may not need to act. Kaizen approached. What's happening? The chatter stopped. As Kaizen stood, confused, a shout came from behind. Your Majesty, urgent news. Marquis Kalink is gravely injured and being brought in. Astelle ran to him, frantic. Grandfather. Kalink's trembling hand reached up. I'm sorry, the boy, gripping her shoulder, he gasped. The Earth's been taken. Earlier, after escaping in a carriage, Kalink and the reached a distant place. We'll sleep here tonight, Kalink said. They entered a modest inn. The exhausted, leapt onto the bed, then groaned. Ouch, too firm. The bathe before dinner, Kalink said. Yes, the said. I miss Mom. As the dozed off, Kalink heard noises outside. He hid the in a wardrobe. Stay here, the As the wardrobe closed, the rubbed his eyes, startled. Wielding a candlestick, Kalink faced masked intruders, frowning. Didn't I lose all the trackers? He shoved one, shouting, What's your? Is that old fox trying to kidnap the boy? Recognizing an attacker, he froze. If there aren't Reston's men. A kick to his stomach sent him crashing down. No, there, he shouted. The wardrobe opened. The eyes brimmed with tears. Hearing Kalink's news, Astelle's collapsed, wondering who took him. Why? Florin spoke up, steering the gossip. Who would do such a thing? What's the gain in kidnapping a child? The young master looks so much like the princess, gentle and adorable. What? The kidnapped boy is the princess's son? Someone gasped. How rude, another said. That child is clearly Lord Sigmund's son, but he doesn't resemble Sigmund at all. Could he be the Viscount's illegitimate child? Astelle paled as the rumors worsened. Haha, maybe it's a mistake, someone said. I initially thought he was Princess Astelle's own child. Kaizen ordered, Mobilize the army immediately to search for him. As the crowd dispersed, Florin pursed her lips, thinking, damn it, if this continues, they'll forget the earlier commotion. She added, What an unfortunate incident. Kaizen's jaw clenched at her words, and whispers resumed. Haha, really, are you saying the princess is that beautiful? Astelle's mind raced. The Earth's been taken. Once suspicion takes root, it's impossible to erase. She wondered, how far will this curiosity spread? Is this the end? Sacrificing one thing is better than reckless destruction. A clear target will draw the hunter's attention. I'm the daughter of the Reston ducal family, the deposed empress of the Rastiel Empire, an unfortunate lady who held the title for one night, now a common woman who bore a child of unknown paternity. She began, You're right, but was cut off by Duke Reston. The is the son of the emperor, he declared. Astelle turned, stunned. Father! He's the emperor's son,
Reston repeated. Kaizen stood shocked. Astelle's lips trembled.
No, father. How could the be the emperor's heir? What nonsense are you spouting?
My poor daughter, Reston said. I understand why you hid the child's identity. You're scared. A deposed empress after one day, now bearing the emperor's child. Who'd believe it? Even if you told the truth, you'd be accused of deceit and power-grabbing.
Like now.
Astelle glared. How does he know about the Earth's birth? Did he kidnap the Earth? What if he knows the Earth's eye color was changed? Kaizen interrupted. Enough, Duke Reston. Your claims lack evidence. If he's truly my heir, how do you explain the royal mark? Reston smirked. The eye color. It can be altered. Astelle collapsed again. Murmurs spread. Is that possible?
I've never heard of such a thing.
What kind of joke is this? Kaizen shouted. The child's safety is the priority.
We'll verify the truth later.
The crowd gasped. By saying that, hasn't the emperor implicitly acknowledged the child as his? Claude interjected. This isn't a matter settled by verifying truth. If the Duke's words are true, hasn't the Leon family committed the crime of concealing a royal? If false, they must restore the child's royal status and face severe punishment for defaming the crown. Kaizen, silent for a moment, ordered. Linden, detain everyone involved.
Don't let them out of sight until the Duke's claims are verified.
Yes, Your Majesty, Linden replied. Kalink struggled to speak. Your Majesty. Kaizen passed Astelle, whispering. I'm sorry. Protect yourself for now.
He called. Sir Bellion, summon the Lenbox Knights immediately.
Yes, Your Majesty, Bellion said. The search for the child begins now, Kaizen said. Astelle realized. He's protecting me through surveillance. As long as the might be a missing royal, I'm the prime target, his mother. But she thought if I'm detained, I can't protect the
She shouted, Your Majesty, and ran to Friss. Brother, uncover father's scheme.
Don't let things go his way. Friss pulled away. I'm sorry, Astelle. In the carriage, Astelle sobbed. How hard I tried to protect the only for this to happen. If he's not safe, what do I do? If the royals take him, will I never see my son again? Back at the residence, Friss confronted Reston.
Father, what do you want?
Quiet, the guards are outside, Reston hissed. The Earth's the Emperor's son? Changing eye color? How could you fabricate such lies? What's wrong with lies? Reston sneered. Better than letting them scorn a shameless woman who dallied with a knight and bore a bastard.
Even if you're our father, if you insult my sister.
Crash. Reston smashed something. Fool. Don't you see? The Emperor genuinely cares for Astelle. This is our chance to secure a true imperial heir. A true heir, Friss said, dismayed. If the Earth's really royal, fine. But if not, you'd kill him before he becomes evidence against us. In a carriage, the was trapped inside a sack. Back at the residence, Astelle sat dejectedly, her maids anxious upon hearing the news. She stayed awake all night, her face haggard.
Hannah entered announcing, Princess Astelle, His Majesty is here.
Astelle knelt. Your Majesty. Calm down, Astelle, Kaizen said. I heard you didn't sleep. I know you're distraught, but take care of yourself. My state doesn't matter, Astelle said. Compared to finding the I'm neglecting him by sitting here. I understand your feelings, Kaizen said. The vanguard's already searching, and I'll lead the rest. Before I go, I wanted to check on you. Sitting, he added, you think I'd ask what went wrong? That you caused this by hiding the child? Or that you ruined the ball I arranged for your family? Astelle recalled Reston's claim, the is the Emperor's son, and thought, why doesn't he ask if it's true? Kaizen said, I have one question. Do you want the continent to know he's my son? What? Astelle gasped. You once said some things can't be undone, Kaizen said. What I did to you can't be reversed. If you never trust me again, I won't complain. But I'll take responsibility for my past actions. Call it atonement if that's laughable. He extended his hand. Tell me what you want. Whatever you choose, I won't ask why. Do as you wish. Astelle hesitated. Can I speak? If I tell him the truth, Will he protect our son forever?
Think it over until I return, Kaizen said. If you have other wishes, interrupt me now. Your Majesty, Astelle said. If, just hypothetically, my requests overstep my role, would you still hear them?
Anything you want, take it, Kaizen said.
You have that right. That night, Astelle awaited news of the heir.
A mysterious figure appeared, throwing something that shattered her window.
Astelle gasped. Who's there?
Amid the chaos, she spotted a note tied to a stone.
A letter?
The door burst open. Princess, are you all right? A guard asked. Astelle hid the note. I'm fine.
Someone threw a stone as a prank.
Avoiding their gaze, she thought, what's this about? She suspected Friss. Earlier, dining with Duke Reston, Friss found it odd. Father's too relaxed. If he wanted their dead, he'd have sent assassins. Why no action? Friss stood. I've no appetite. I'll retire. In his room, Friss thought, no tea, and with such tight surveillance, can I send word outside? Maybe they'll deal with the heir after finding him? No, only father could plan something so meticulous. If assassins were sent, when? The heir's birth was raised at the ball. Sudden. Father never cared about him before. He should have sent assassins last night. Calm down. After father went to bed, he didn't leave. All doors and windows were watched. Friss announced, I'm going to see my father. Soon, Reston's door swung open, empty.
A guard stammered. The young duke's gone.
Reston sighed.
He figured it out.
Friss ran, thinking, I knew it. There's a secret passage in father's room. I've informed Astelle via the letter. Now, I must find the heir before father or the emperor. In a fishing village, a woman dragged the heir along. He stumbled, and she turned, irritated, shoving him.
Watch where you're going, brat. Marion's brows furrowed as the heir sniffled.
She yanked him. Hurry up. In a secluded spot, she patted his face.
Done.
She pulled out a vial of eye-color-changing medicine. The heir's eyes sparkled. Miss, when can I see my mom? I told you sleep 10 nights and you'll see her, Marion said, gritting her teeth. Why am I stuck with this kid? She recalled Florin's words. Can't believe that child's the former empress's. You plan to kidnap him and use him as a hostage? Help me get him to my location. I'll arrange a replacement to protect the convent.
Don't fail the family again, Marion muttered. This is insane.
Even if that woman's a thorn in my side, causing this mess won't end with just the convent. She remembered Marquis Grillin's words. I'm disappointed in you.
You're lucky it's only this.
Men approached, delivering a sack. Our job's done. There might be leaks, so don't contact us again. Just go to the designated spot. They left. They're kicked inside the sack. Marion untied it, and his red eyes startled her, making her fall. What? How? Those are royal red eyes.
They are called. Princess.
In a noisy village tavern, Marion sat dejectedly while the heir munched on bread. Princess, eat, he said.
What?
Marion said. Fine. Eat, kid.
And stop calling me that. Miss, then.
The heir asked innocently.
Not that either, Marion said, noticing his gloom.
I don't know why, but it's lucky he likes me. It helps my excuse. She'd promised to take him to his mother. A teddy bear hid the eye color medicine. Even the kid knows not to reveal his true eye color. Marion thought, that woman carried unnecessary herbs to hide the imperial heir with medicine, pretending innocence while making me look like this. I won't let it slide. The heir called.
Miss Marion.
She hushed him.
Who are you calling, kid?
You said not to call you princess, the heir said. Fine, let's go, Marion said. Dark eyes watched them. In a quiet spot, she asked, Are you sure no one else saw your eye color? I stayed in the room, the heir said. When scary people came, I pretended to sleep. Good, no problem, Marion said. Just 2 days until Florin's next letter. Hearing footsteps, Marion turned. Pardon, may I ask you something? Sorry, I'm a foreigner, probably can't help, Marion said.
Pity, the man said sinisterly, calling. Miss Marion.
Marion bolted, dragging the heir. Who is he? Who sent him? If my identity's exposed, what's the point of hiding? A man blocked her path, scanning nervously. He grabbed the ear. Marion shouted, "Kid! Strange if he's here for the boy, that's too rough." They glared at each other. Suddenly, fabric and ropes flew from behind, blinding the men. A voice urged, "Run!" Marion grabbed the ear. The attacker snarled, "Who's there?" The ear clung to Marion. She looked up. Friss was fighting them. "Young Lord Reston!" Friss shouted. "Run, my lady!" Marion, snapping out of it, fled with the ear. Friss realized, these are father's assassins. Good thing I arrived, but is it safe to let them escape alone? He declared, "You know me, don't you? I'm the sole heir of the Reston family. Harm me and see what happens." A club struck his head. Thwack. "Sorry, young lord, just following orders." More blows echoed in the alley. Elsewhere, Marion ran with the ear. "Where are we?" "I forgot to check the path while fleeing." Tripping on a stone, she fell, clutching the ear. "Kid, you okay?" "I'm fine," Thur said. Marion stood. "Let's go." "Where?" Thur asked. "I don't know," Marion said, hands tightening. "I'm lost. Staying here risks those men catching us. One day until the handover. Can I make it like this? My identity's exposed. Wanted posters might be up. If my family or Florin learn, they won't shield me. I committed this crime myself. What do I do?" She recalled Florin's words. "You're not as smart as me. Can you stop acting pathetic? Why am I like this? Why am I so foolish?" Thyr's voice broke through. "Miss Marion, you okay?" She pushed him down, snapping, "Don't call me that." Sinking to the ground, she sobbed. Thyr whispered, "I'm sorry." After a moment, she said, "You're lucky, kid. Loved by family, wanting for nothing." Thyr's face hinted at something unsaid. Marion asked, "What's that look?" "Got something to say." Thyr patted her. "It's a secret." He whispered, "Sometimes, I want to play alone outside, make friends like others. And I wish I had a dad." Marion, relating, turned away and stood. "Get up. We're going to your mom. I'll take you to her." She thought, this kidnapping's gone too far. Before it worsens, I'll return him. I'll find that Duke from earlier and give the boy back, then flee. Hearing a rustle, Marion whispered, "They are behind me," and pulled him to run. To the village. An arrow struck the ground. Then another, startling her. At Astelle's residence, the teacup in her hand suddenly shattered. Crash. "Astelle, are you all right?" Marquis Calink asked. "I'm fine," she said. "No injuries." Glancing at her hand, she wondered, why did the handle break? Calink said, "I heard Friss disappeared from the barracks gate. Hopefully it's not too late." "Grandfather," Astelle said, "I need to tell you something. If Friss finds the and we can't hide his identity, I plan to become Empress again." Calink stood abruptly. "Child, what?" "I'm sorry, but I'm resolved," Astelle said. "It's the best way to protect the Emperor's heir." In the fishing village, Friss stirred, groaning. "Did I pass out? How long? Is the child safe?" Standing, he winced, his foot throbbed, swollen from the attacker's blows. "I can't rescue him like this." A shadowy figure watched him nearby. Near the coast, Marion huddled with the under a tree, hiding. Reston's assassins searched nearby, their swords scraping. Exhausted, Marion thought. "I'm done. I can't run anymore." As swords slashed, a figure appeared near their hiding spot, holding the teddy bear. Clashing sounds erupted. Combat. Clang. Tearful, Marion peeked and saw royal knights overpowering the assassins. Kaizen, clutching the teddy bear, looked toward the tree. Thyr poked his head out, calling, "Your Majesty." Thyr bolted, hugging Kaizen. "It's okay now," Kaizen soothed. Turning to Marion, he said, "Miss, come with us." As Marion stood, a vial of eye-color medicine fell from her pocket, shattering. Panicked, she thought, "I forgot I hid it there." Kaizen stared at Thyr, eyes widening as the boy's eye color shifted. Thyr called, "Your Majesty?" Snapping back, Kaizen hugged him. "Come here." He lifted Thyr onto a horse, and they left. Marion was detained. At the palace, Astelle ran, sobbing. "Thyr!" She took him from Kaizen's arms. There blinked, his red eyes meeting hers. Mom. Astelle froze. Kaizen patted her. Rest, little one. Trembling, she hugged the thinking, would you reveal the as your son to the world? If I wanted that, I wouldn't have hidden him. She turned to a servant. Grandfather, please take him to the prepared bedroom. To Kaizen she said, Your Majesty, do you still mean I can have anything I want? Absolutely, Kaizen said. An emperor doesn't jest. She bowed. Even remarriage? I don't seek love or an ideal marriage. I want the Empress's title, to be the Earth's legal guardian. Is that allowed? She asked. Kaizen shook his head. How could it not be? He knelt. That title was always yours, unjustly taken 6 years ago. If you want it, it's yours. Be my Empress. Astelle bit her lip, wondering, is this right? Trusting him again, becoming his wife? Even if it's a mistake, this time will be different. I won't let it go unchecked. The next morning, Deer slept as Blin licked his cheek. Waking, Deer hugged the dog as Blin barked joyfully. Astelle asked, You're up. Deer turned, rushing to hug her. Mom. He stopped, covering his mouth. Astelle smiled. You don't need to call me Auntie anymore. You can say Mom in front of others. The play's over? Deer asked, recalling her words. We'll perform a play. You'll call me Auntie. Yes, the play's done, Astelle said. Deer's eyes sparkled as he hugged her. Mom. Let's get ready. We have somewhere to go. Where? Deer asked. Astelle explained everything, then dressed him in fine clothes. Come into the temple. The temple doors opened, revealing Kaizen waiting. Deer cautiously approached. Kaizen knelt, arms open. Come here. Deer hesitated. Kaizen added, It's okay, don't be scared. Kaizen lifted Deer, pricking his fingertip with a small needle. Deer flinched. A drop of blood fell into a chalice, instantly glowing golden, stunning onlookers. A proclamation rang out. The blood test is complete. The boy is the Emperor's true son. Amid murmurs, Kaizen declared, There's no debate. I'll enter my son into the royal genealogy as a prince. The crowd was stunned as he added, Astelle von Reston will be crowned Empress. Kalink, emotional, told Astelle, Just care for their well. You'll be fine. This decision seems to have eased you. I feel guilty you must stay in the palace for us, Astelle said. I'll remain for a while, Kalink said. Alone, I'd be a weakness for you. A servant announced, Princess Astelle Marquis, the palace carriage is here. They loaded their belongings, and the carriage rattled off. At the Empress's quarters, Astelle stood before a mirror, murmuring, It feels unreal. A maid said, Princess, shall I help you prepare? Yes, please, Astelle replied. At the ceremony, Kaizen awaited. Astelle, in a resplendent gown, holding a bouquet, approached him. His affectionate gaze met hers, evoking their wedding 6 years ago. After the rituals, applause erupted below. Outside the palace doors, Selkavon pursed his lips, recalling the earlier scene in the garden. At a gala, Kaizen held a wine glass, scanning for Astelle. On a balcony, Astelle looked weary when someone approached. It's been a while, Empress Astelle. Lord Edgelinton, she said, startled. Thank you for your congratulations. Though she smiled, her unease was evident. Edgelinton continued. You seem troubled. My apologies. Your resemblance to Lady Kazarine struck me. You knew my mother? Astelle asked, surprised. Yes, we were friends, Edgelinton said. As your grandfather's deputy commander, I knew her well. Calling her my equal might be improper, but our shared age made us close. Lord Edgelinton, would you visit the Empress's palace sometime? Astelle asked. Would that be all right? He replied. Of course, she said. Consider it thanks for your prior gift. I'd also love to hear more about my mother. She thought, as the military minister, building ties with Edgelinton could be useful. I may need strong allies later. Edgelinton smiled. Thank you. I'll visit soon. After a long day, Astelle soaked in a bath, reflecting. The wedding's over already. It feels like the divorce and leaving the palace happened yesterday. She recalled Kaizen's words. Let's divorce, Astelle. You never loved me, right?
I don't want to burden you further. Then the news. His Majesty the Emperor has suddenly passed away.
That dawn, grief swept the palace. If the Emperor hadn't died, what would have happened? Did Kaizen truly want the divorce? Why? That night, I couldn't understand his heart. The first night of our second marriage has arrived. Elsewhere, a book hit the floor. Damn it.
Claude clutched his head, recalling the order. Strip Count Claude of his advisory role.
In the bridal chamber, Astelle and Kaizen drew closer. Though their second marriage, it was still their honeymoon. Not sharing a room would spark gossip.
As Astelle sat on the bed, Kaizen called, Astelle, can you come here?
Sweating, she turned. Yes. I want us to draft a contract for this marriage, he said. A contract? She asked.
What conditions do you seek, Your Majesty?
Yes, he said. If you have any, share them too. She thought, I assumed this would be simple. As Empress, accepting conditions is expected.
Very well, she said. Shall I propose first?
First, the marriage's term is 3 years, she said. If I request a divorce afterward, please grant it.
This is the marriage you wanted.
If that's your wish, I won't object, Kaizen said. But divorce and the heir's princely status are separate. In the worst case, you'd leave the palace, leaving the heir. Correct. Yes, Astelle said. Staying ensures the heir's position, but I'm the only one who could take him in certain cases. I can't be confined as Empress. Understood, Kaizen said. Second, appoint my brother as Western Governor, the role you took from my father years ago. You mean the position? Kaizen said. Giving it to his estranged son won't sit well with the Duke.
I'll persuade father, Astelle said.
If Friss inherits the dukedom, it's best to remove the governor role. Kaizen paused. You plan to oust your father from the dukedom?
Doesn't that benefit me?
No more conditions, Astelle said. That's all. Now your terms. Kaizen set down his pen. My condition from this moment is that you can ask for my support in anything. Even if we divorce again, I know this marriage is a transaction. I want to maximize it. Offering support without demand sounds unbelievable, so I'm formalizing this contract. As he spoke, the door burst open. Count! A man shouted.
Kaizen turned, yelling, What are you doing, barging in without permission?
Sorry, but outside, the man stammered. The next morning, Astelle woke in her room, stretching. Spotting a necklace by the bed, she thought, I fell asleep with this? A note from Kaizen read, You slept first. I had duties, so I left. This is best returned to you. It was the blue moonlight, a royal heirloom passed to empresses. 6 years ago, she'd left it behind. Kaizen's note continued, I'm sorry for forcing this marriage on you. This is our second time, isn't it? Reading this, she realized, I once thought he never loved me. Not for a moment. Maybe he's not as expressive as I assumed. Nothing happened on our first honeymoon night. That's fine, right? Opening the door, she froze. Kaizen was curled up on a chaise lounge. Why's he here? Did he sleep here all night to avoid malicious rumors? She'd had the same thought. On our honeymoon, not sharing a room would cause talk. Watching Kaizen breathe evenly, she reached out. He stirred, calling her name. Flustered, she retracted her hand, blurting, Your Majesty, did you sleep well? I'll prepare breakfast. Before darting off, Kaizen stopped her. Leave breakfast to the servants. But Astelle was already gone. Kaizen smiled helplessly. A moment later, breakfast was served. At the dining table, 3 people sat awkwardly, with only the maid excitedly engaging with the meal. The little boy's eyes sparkled as he reached for a pastry on the table. Kaizen, understanding his intent, slid it toward him. Here, do you want anything else? The heir eyed the pastry, practically drooling, but then looked up at Kaizen's eyes. Suddenly, the heir puffed out his cheeks and turned away. Both Kaizen and Astelle were puzzled by the boy's behavior. Kaizen tried pushing another dish toward the heir, but the boy raised his hand to block it. Fighting his cravings, the heir asked, Mother, why is His Majesty here? Astelle was taken aback. The heir, what are you saying? From now on,
We'll be living with His Majesty.
The replied, I don't like it. I just want His Majesty to visit us sometimes. At that moment, the was the only one to leave the room and step outside.
Astelle apologized. I thought the boy would understand. She recalled their earlier conversation. Listen to your mother.
The truth is, His Majesty is your father.
You are the son of the Emperor.
That's why His Majesty has red eyes like you, right? But if that's the case, why didn't we live together before? The hesitated before saying, It's because His Majesty didn't want to live with us.
No, that's not true.
It's simply that His Majesty couldn't live with us.
He's been too busy and had dangerous matters to attend to.
But isn't His Majesty the strongest person in the world? Even so, coming to our house wouldn't be that dangerous, would it? When you grow up, I'll explain everything in detail, okay?
Can my son understand that for me?
Yes. Back in the dining room, Hannah tried her best to comfort the Kaizen looked at them and said, It's all right. There just needs time to get used to things.
I'll wait until the boy opens his heart.
Kaizen left, looking exhausted, his steps unsteady.
The Marquis approached to pay his respects to the Emperor, the master of the Empire.
No need to be so formal, Kaizen said. At that moment he recalled the Marquis Kalink's scolding from the past. If you weren't like a son to me, I wouldn't bother with etiquette or rudeness. Remembering this, both men awkwardly turned away from each other. Kaizen continued, I want to apologize for my rudeness in the past. I heard you supported her greatly during the time she was raising the child. I didn't know about that, and your dissatisfaction with me is justified. I sincerely want to apologize again.
No, Your Majesty, please don't say that, Marquis Kalink replied, furrowing his brow. He thought that, for the sake of the child, he had to get along with the Emperor, but he harbored no goodwill toward him.
Just then someone spoke up. Oh, why is everyone here? Both turned to see Duke Reston speaking. Kaizen asked, What brings you to the palace? Duke Reston's response made Kaizen feel uneasy.
Your Majesty's words truly hurt me. Naturally, I'm here for my daughter. No, I came to see Her Majesty the Empress.
As he spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up, and Kaizen inwardly bristled. The man's cheerful expression was truly irritating. Suddenly, Duke Reston shifted the topic to Marquis Kalink.
Father, how's your health? I was planning to visit and check on you anyway.
Marquis Kalink's face darkened.
Since when am I your father?
Haha, you're my father-in-law.
To me, you're like my own father.
Kaizen's brows furrowed as he processed this. Kalink was the father of the Duke's wife, making him Reston's father-in-law. Duke Reston was Astelle's father, which also made him Kaizen's father-in-law. Kalink and Kaizen glanced at each other, realizing they shared a common sentiment. They both thoroughly despised this man. Inside her room, Astelle stretched wearily. Phew, I expected it to be like this, but it's still exhausting. The Empress's duties were delayed as guests kept arriving. Before long, another visitor came.
Your Majesty, another guest has arrived. Who is it this time? It's Countess Len, the Minister of Military Affairs.
She's earlier than expected.
Please show her to the reception room.
Your Majesty, please forgive my sudden visit. It seems you're getting busier, so I came quickly to see you.
No, you're a guest I invited.
Is the prince adjusting well? It might take some time. Children at this age are very sensitive to changes in their environment.
My son was the same. You mean Sobo, right?
Yes, though he's not actually my son but my nephew. His parents passed away when he was young, so I adopted him. He's grown now, but back then he was very sensitive and shy. I see. How did you two bond? Countess Len beamed. I taught him swordsmanship and spent time finding things we could do together. That's the fastest way to open a child's heart. Astelle's eyes widened as if she'd realized something. The next day, watching Lyra play happily with her dog, she murmured, Swordsmanship? Isn't that too early for Lyra? It's fine if other education is delayed, but I think starting swordsmanship early is best. Lyra is a prince with weaker physical strength, and we don't know when or where he might face danger. He needs to learn to protect himself. Recalling Countess Edgelin's words, she added, The prince likes animals, so what about horseback riding?
Oh yes, he'd probably love that.
I'm sorry, I invited you to repay your kindness, but instead, you've helped me solve a problem. No, if your majesty needs someone to talk to, you can call me any time. I'll take my leave now. Suddenly, Astelle noticed something. Her face and the countess's both had a faint greenish tint. What a curious coincidence. At a certain meeting, voices rose. This will be very difficult. Even Count Claude has been removed from his aide position. Even if everyone looks down on him as incompetent, wasn't he the only one by His Majesty's side? That's not all. Look at the Grillon family. When their eldest daughter was arrested for her involvement in the prince's kidnapping, their position in the government was threatened. I heard Count Edgeland, the military representative, has been meeting with the Empress lately. No, isn't he an enemy of the Leon family? He's just switching sides. What's the point of wielding a sword alone? TCH, what can we do? The Empress is gathering strong allies, and we need strength to counter them. But right now, no one is capable enough. The Zen family and their daughters are useless now, but how are they coming up with new candidates? From the start, there's no one as outstanding as the Empress. Not entirely. If the other side faces danger, we just retreat, right? Let's plan a counterattack. In Estelle's room, she looked at Kaizen sleeping on a chair, her heart aching. His Majesty has been sleeping like this for days. If anyone found out the Emperor of the Empire was sleeping in his office, they'd go mad. We need to find a solution quickly. There was another matter to resolve. Oh, Your Majesty. Astelle raised a hand to signal silence. Hannah, do me a favor. After finishing this morning's tasks, bring Lady Marion to me. A little later, Marion was brought in. Lady Marion, do you know why I called you here? Estelle's voice startled Marion, whose lips tightened, likely because a verdict had been reached. Astelle looked up and noticed Marion seemed more defeated than expected. Understandably, the Kren family had completely ignored her. The kidnapping of the was planned by their eldest daughter, and they claimed they'd abandon her for her crimes. But that wouldn't happen. Astelle said, yes, we've decided on Lady Marion's punishment. Marion's brows furrowed nervously. Astelle continued, it is to serve as a maid in the Empress's palace. Marion looked up in shock. What? What are you saying? Are you mocking me? Why would I? Serving as a maid in the Empress's palace wasn't unheard of for a noblewoman. But in this situation? Estelle's expression hardened. If we follow imperial law, shouldn't I have you tortured and cast out onto the streets? If that's what you want, we can do it. But I intended to give you a chance. Though you made a mistake, you ultimately reflected on it and even protected the child. Honestly, without you, things wouldn't have been resolved so safely. Marion bit her lip, thinking that's a lie. If he hadn't been kidnapped in the first place, there wouldn't have been any danger. Astelle continued, so I want to keep you by my side and give you a chance to atone. Not everyone can serve in the Empress's palace, and your status will still be preserved. Think carefully. You know this is the most lenient punishment possible. This is clearly a trap. That cunning woman is plotting something, Marion thought, trembling as she said, thank you for your Majesty's mercy. In the classroom, Marquis Calink observed a family drawing by there. He praised, it's beautifully done. You have a great eye for observation, the Suddenly, the pressed his pen hard onto the figure of a person. Marquis Calink asked, is that His Majesty? A line divided the picture in two. The Marquis asked again, the do you like living in the palace? Yeah, I like it a lot. It's big, and I get to eat delicious food every day, and, there paused. But it seems like Mother doesn't like living here. Since we came here, she hasn't seemed happy. Can we go back home with Mother? This kid's observation skills are impressive, the Marquis thought. No, your mother is married to His Majesty, so she's the Empress now and must live in the palace. Grandpa, do people get married because they like each other? Well, yes. Then why did Mother and His Majesty get married before but act like that marriage never happened? What are you talking about? Your mother and His Majesty agreed to treat their previous marriage as if it never existed, and then they remarried. Who told you that? Some guy who's not handsome. Marquis Calink cursed inwardly. That shameless man has been coming here and telling the boy these things? He explained, that happened before you were born. They were temporarily separated because of some matters.
Really?
So, did Mother like His Majesty back then? Isn't marriage between people who love each other? So, Mother liked His Majesty before, right? Kalink sweated, unable to lie. Yes, she liked him a lot back then. Seeing the Earth's excited expression, he continued, Grandpa, today, will you help me give this flower to the Crown Prince? He didn't say anything, but his ears turned pink like the flower I gave him, so I think he likes me. Each letter was filled with happy stories about the Emperor. I thought it would be fine, Kalink sighed. If I'd known it would turn out like this, I should have stopped the engagement from the start. So why do both Mother and Grandpa dislike His Majesty? The question froze Kalink. Why would you think that? It's not like that, is it?
What about Mother and you?
The Earth's probing gaze awaited an answer. Kalink silently pleaded for Astelle's help. Just then the door opened. Both grandfather and grandson looked up, startled, as Kaizen peeked in cautiously. Your Majesty, when did you get here? The Earth quickly turned away.
Kaizen, wide-eyed and stammering, said, I came to see the Earth.
Can I take him for a bit?
I've prepared some fruit outside.
The Earth's resolve wavered at the mention of fruit. Fruit. A white pony was brought before the boy. Do you like it? The Earth reached out and hugged the pony tightly. Yes, I love horses. But Mother doesn't like me doing dangerous things. If Mother doesn't approve, I don't want to either. You don't need to worry about that. Your mother has already given her permission.
Really?
Of course. This gift was your mother's idea. Kaizen recalled Astelle's earlier words. What does your Majesty think about teaching the Earth to ride a horse? He loves animals. It might help ease the awkwardness between you and him. Seeing the Earth standing still beside the pony, Kaizen spoke up. Come on, why don't you try riding it? Kaizen lifted the Earth onto the horse. Imagine you're standing on the saddle. Once you're comfortable, hold the reins. The Earth followed Kaizen's instructions, while Kaizen held the reins and led the pony slowly forward. He thought to himself, he's got real talent. When Astelle first learned to ride, she couldn't even stay steady on the horse. In this, he's very much like me. The Earth asked brightly, Your Majesty, what's this pony's name? It doesn't have a name yet. You can name it. The Earth grinned with delight. Wow! Kaizen chuckled. Is riding that fun? Yes, Your Majesty, I love it. The Earth paused, remembering the drawing from earlier. Suddenly, he jumped off the pony. I don't want to ride anymore. Why so sudden? Isn't it fun? Kaizen was surprised by the Earth's quick change in mood. If you're feeling unwell, I'll have a servant take the pony away. And if you don't want this, I won't come to you unannounced again. You don't have to force yourself to do anything.
I'm not forcing myself.
Oh. Then tell me, the Earth, what's wrong? Are you done with the pony and ready to return to the palace?
If so, I'll have the servant take it away.
The Earth thought to himself, I really want to keep the pony. Kaizen smiled and said, All right, you've thought it over, haven't you? I'll have someone teach the prince to ride.
I have to go now.
As you command, Your Majesty, a servant replied. Kaizen walked away, whispering in disappointment. Astelle's suggestion didn't work. His steps faltered as he realized, I forgot to tell him not to pull the reins. At that moment, the Earth yanked the reins, causing the pony to rear up and bolt.
Kaizen shouted in alarm. The Earth!
The boy's face showed clear panic.
Your Highness, please stay calm.
Since it was a small pony, the Earth's unsteady tug on the reins made it rear higher, neighing loudly. The Earth was thrown off, but fortunately, Kaizen caught him in time.
Are you hurt anywhere? The Earth exhaled heavily and grinned. That was so exciting.
The servant, sobbing, rushed over with the pony, bowing repeatedly.
I've failed, Your Majesty. I deserve death. At that moment someone approached, calling, Your Majesty.
The man's face was uneasy.
You must come with me. What's the matter?
Kaizen asked.
The man hesitated, glancing around as others were still present.
I'll explain. Let's go. As Kaizen started to leave, the Earth tugged at his robe. Your Majesty, can we meet again tonight? Kaizen looked at the Earth's hopeful expression and chuckled. Of course. I'll see you later.
Be careful, Your Majesty.
A little later, Kaizen asked grimly, "So why was I summoned here?" His intimidating expression made the servant sweat profusely. The man handed him a letter. "A request for an audience with Your Majesty at the earliest opportunity. It's from the delegation of the Perron Kingdom." Kaizen snapped. "What is this? What are they plotting now?" The Perron Kingdom was a neighboring state of the Lastille Empire. As a reclusive nation, it only engaged in occasional trade, with no major issues. Now they're sending a delegation? As a habit, he ordered, "Bellion, gather and report all recent activities, big and small, from the Perron Kingdom." There was no response. Kaizen startled. "TCH, relay the order to Count Say to act discreetly. The other representatives should prepare to deal with the delegation appropriately."
"Yes, Your Majesty."
Kaizen recalled Bellion's words. "Your Majesty, are you really refusing me? Please reconsider. You're too blinded to judge clearly now." He thought to himself, "Am I really losing my judgment? If I were blindly mixing personal feelings with state affairs, nonsense like this wouldn't happen." That evening, Kaizen went to see the heir. "It's late." The boy must have been waiting a long time. Spotting a servant ahead, he called, "Wait.
Has the prince gone to sleep?"
Hannah turned in a panic.
"Your Majesty."
Marion, seeing Kaizen, trembled in fear. Kaizen's brows furrowed tightly as he saw her. He grabbed Marion and demanded, "Why are you here?" Marion stammered, shaking. I was wrong, Your Majesty. It's not what you think." Hearing the commotion, Astelle came out.
"I summoned her here."
Kaizen paused, then pulled Astelle into a room.
"Explain everything clearly."
"You promised to leave Marion's punishment to me." "Yes, and that's the punishment you decided?"
"To make her a maid in the Empress's palace."
Kaizen stood abruptly. "Do you think that's reasonable?"
"What did that woman do to the heir?"
"Yes, I knew Your Majesty wouldn't agree, but I planned to discuss this with you today and proceed formally. I didn't expect you and she would meet like this. It's my oversight, my fault."
"Your Majesty."
"It's not that I don't trust you, but if I love you again, I hope you won't grow arrogant from that trust. I don't want you to bear everything alone."
"Is that too selfish of me?"
"I don't understand what Your Majesty is saying. I know you're worried about me, but she's been miserably abandoned by her family. She's not clever enough to devise a perfect plan without their support. To prevent any issues, I intended to protect her from assassins. I believed if I explained my intentions, you'd allow it. This isn't just about how to handle her. Keeping her close instead of punishing her immediately is dangerous for you. The Grillon family is biding their time, and their influence could grow unpredictably, endangering you and their. It makes more sense to see her as the Grillon family's weak point and keep her under your control." "That's reasonable. I understand. But I hope that in this marriage, you won't have to struggle anymore. That's all I want. I don't even know what I'm saying. I sound like a fool." Astelle looked at him, stunned, as he ruffled his hair in frustration. "It's out in the open now, isn't it? What do you think? I'll let her serve for a few days under supervision, and we'll see if she's fit to be a lady-in-waiting. In the meantime, the heir will stay at the Emperor's palace." "Wouldn't that be better?"
"Yes, that sounds good."
"Thank you."
"Your Majesty."
"Then I'll take him tonight." Astelle, you hesitated. "Take Hannah and Barin along. The boy might feel shy in a new environment." "All right, I'll inform the heir and Hannah.
Rest well."
With that he left, slamming the door behind him. Astelle sank into a chair, exhausted, thinking, I was so surprised. I thought I was used to Kaizen showing affection. Why would he say such things? I hope you won't struggle in this second marriage.
"I don't know what I'm saying, like a fool."
It's as if Kaizen loves me. Don't be delusional. His feelings don't matter. I won't trust him again. I can't repeat that mistake. She murmured, I just need to focus on raising there. The scene shifts. The heir's eyes sparkled at the grandeur of the Emperor's palace.
"Wow, the Emperor's palace.
Do you like it?"
"I love it.
I've never seen a place this beautiful. If you want, you can live here someday."
"Then where will Your Majesty live? Will you live with Mother and me?"
Kaizen froze, then laughed warmly.
"Haha, if I could, that'd be wonderful."
The heir bounced onto the bed, rolling around in delight. As he enjoyed the comfort, Kaizen placed a stuffed bear beside him. "If you like it that much, you should sleep." They stared at each other silently for a moment. Noticing the Earth's expectant gaze, Kaizen smiled. "Do you need anything else? Tell me a fairy tale. Like the ones in storybooks." Kaizen faltered. I don't know much about fairy tales." The Earth pressed. "That bad guy told me fairy tales too." Kaizen stiffened. Having been trained as an emperor since age 4, it was understandable he knew nothing of fairy tales. The Earth sighed, then crossed his arms slyly. "Then tell me about you and Mother." "Me and Astelle? You're curious about us. When did you and Mother start liking each other?" The Earth's eager eyes awaited Kaizen's answer. Kaizen's head throbbed. "Astelle never liked me. Even half the truth is better than lying, right?" He began. "When I first met Astelle, it was her first day at the palace, probably to see if she was suitable to be the prince's fiancée. I saw her by the lake and was stunned by her beauty, wondering if she was a fairy." Kaizen, hiding behind a bush, watched her practice by the water. "Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Not the future master of the empire, the Crown Prince. His face flushed, and he ran off. Hearing the noise, she turned, but he was already gone. "That's when I learned about her, the Duke's daughter, destined to be my fiancée. Not long after, at the Duke's ball, I proposed by placing the royal treasure, a green emerald necklace, around her neck." The Earl listened with a thrilled expression, then sat up. "A proposal means asking someone to marry you, right?" "Yes. What if Mother didn't like you?" "That wouldn't happen." Kaizen thought, "The engagement wasn't our choice. I was pleased with Astelle, but she seemed reluctantly happy with her father's decision." "No drama. Tell me more about the proposal." "You want to hear it? You can't imagine what it was like for your mother and me." "I can't, but I love hearing it. It's like a fairy tale." Kaizen sighed helplessly, brushing the Earth's chubby cheek. They lay down together. As Kaizen stroked the Earth's face, the boy mumbled, "Mother doesn't dislike you. She liked you a lot before." Kaizen, surprised, asked, "What did you say?" But the Earth was already silent, snoring softly. Kaizen lay back, smiling bitterly. "Astelle liked me? No way." A white pony was brought before the boy. "When we were 11 years old, it was the anniversary of my mother's death." As Kaizen wept, Astelle appeared, calling out, "Your Majesty." He pushed her hand away and snapped, "Don't come near me." From that day, our relationship began to fracture. I hated Astelle and tried to keep hating her. Sometimes, just sometimes, I felt regret and sought her out to talk, but there's no way she could like me. The life of a prince's marriage wore her down. I mustn't be mistaken. She's already taken over my life twice. Days later, whispers spread through the palace. "Has it already been a few days? I heard the prince stays only in the palace, sleeping in his own room every night. Did they have a fight?" From the start, this remarriage was a smokescreen. Then why did the Empress appoint her brother to manage the western region? That's why more than a few people want to align with the Duke's family. Still, Duke Reston must be quite worried. The authority he's only just regained could collapse at any moment. Everything was falling back into place perfectly. "Astelle, what are you doing? How can you hold on to your man's heart like this?" Weeks earlier at a meeting, Astelle had said, "I need your help, father." "Now? Right now?" "Yes, right now. I will become Empress, and the is the sole heir to the Empire's throne. But apart from you, no one else can help us." "The Emperor loves you. How long will this take?" Not long. I'm not young anymore." Astelle inwardly recoiled, thinking, nothing more to say. She replied, "His Majesty has been appointed to manage the western region and promised to hand the position to Brother Fries." "What? Why Fries and not me?" "Because it can't be handed to you. Though you won't directly manage the position, it's enough to know the Duke can restore his former power. So please, for me and the Prince, we can only trust you." Reston walked away, thinking, I thought I couldn't take advantage of this. He headed to the Empress's palace to assess the situation. Upon arriving at Astelle's room, his gaze froze. From outside, he pushed the door open forcefully, startling those inside.
With an irritated expression he shouted, "Get ready! You must hold on to the emperor's heart at all costs."
Meanwhile, in the main hall, a girl with red hair appeared.
A delegation from the Perron kingdom had come to meet the emperor.
It seems an unexpected figure has arrived as well, hasn't it?
The girl smirked and said, "Your Majesty, I am Daphne, the third princess of the Perron kingdom. Though it's a bit sudden, don't you intend to welcome me as a concubine?"
She looked at Kaizen confidently. He replied bluntly, "I refuse."
"What game are you playing?"
"Princess, huh? I'm not joking, Your Majesty. I'm truly heartbroken. If it's real, what do you think?"
A marriage alliance between the Perron kingdom and the Astelle Empire would offer exclusive trade benefits. Over time, our two nations have traded by land, but the border region is dangerous, making travel difficult.
That's the truth.
3 sides of our kingdom are surrounded by sea, and the other by towering mountains, making access nearly impossible. Though our ports are developed for a maritime nation, entry is heavily restricted. We're willing to open an exclusive air route for the Astelle Empire. Free passage as family. How about it? Your Majesty, you could gain all these benefits just by making me a concubine.
Kaizen's fist clenched. A concubine?
Fine, that's a generous offer for a mere concubine's title. But this is clearly a decision this princess couldn't make alone.
Who's behind her? What's their scheme?
Your Majesty, this requires no thought. The Empire would gain immense benefits from exclusive trade.
Indeed, Your Majesty.
It's not uncommon for past emperors to take concubines. Yes, Your Majesty, we must consider the future of your heirs. Kaizen froze at the nobles' clamor, realizing their motive. They're worried about the Leon family's growing power, so they're pulling in foreign influence to counter the empress's side.
His teeth gritted. How absurd.
I appreciate the princess's sincerity, but this isn't a decision to be made lightly. Prepare a palace for Princess Daphne. The Empire will consider this matter while she stays here.
Daphne thought, not easy, is it? But she put on a radiant smile. Thank you, Your Majesty. I'm satisfied for now.
In the days that followed. Good morning, Your Majesty. It's an honor to be with Your Majesty. Your Majesty, I seem to have lost my way. Could you guide me back to my palace? Kaizen's face darkened with irritation. Ask a nearby servant to show you the way. Princess, Your Majesty, shall we walk together?
Duke Reston said worriedly.
Empress, are you just going to let this be? I don't know what you're talking about, Father. It's only natural for the Emperor to entertain foreign dignitaries.
Are you serious?
You really don't care.
Daphne schemed. I'll have to try another approach.
Elsewhere, Hannah was playing with the ear when someone called, Hannah, can you help me for a bit?
Sure.
Prince, can you stay here alone? Go ahead.
The door closed with a click.
The ear stretched, whining. So boring. It was fun with His Majesty, but since I returned to the Empress's palace, he hasn't visited. I've been stuck in this room for days. He recalled Hannah's warning, especially don't go near the western villa.
Pouting, the ear heard a flapping sound outside.
Curious, he craned his neck, glancing at the still closed door. He wrestled with the thought of Hannah's angelic face but then jumped up and darted out. Hannah, sorry, I'll be right back. The ear's footsteps echoed as he ran. Delighted by the sights around the Empress's palace, he suddenly stopped.
What's that over there?
Where am I? This is the western villa Hannah told me not to go near. His footsteps grew closer, startling someone inside. The ear peeked through the window. Oh, my lady, what are you doing here? Marion turned, startled, her face anxious. She glanced around and pushed the ear away. You can't be here. Go back. If we're caught, it'll be big trouble. Your Highness. The ear giggled. My lady, why are you suddenly using formal speech with me? You're the prince now. You shouldn't be here. If I'm seen with you, I'll get scolded. Why's it so strange? You're not a bad person. Enough, go. I'll pretend I didn't see you. Marion pulled the curtain shut and sank down. The ear called out, My lady, I don't know the way back. Marion peeked out. If I draw you a map, can you find your way? Yes. Marion thought for a moment then asked, But why are you here alone? Where are the maids? They're busy.
Oh, a foreign princess made a concubine proposal and is staying here. That's why I'm stuck here. My pretending to be her world will probably end soon.
Alright. But how's the emperor treating you? Really well. Good. Back then, you said it'd be great to have a father.
Yeah, but I shouldn't have wished for that.
What?
I really like His Majesty, but Mother and Grandpa don't. Hannah too. So I pretended to dislike him, but he looked so sad. I shouldn't have been greedy.
Being here makes things harder.
Tears streamed down Lear's face as he spoke. Marion froze.
What?
I didn't mean to ask about this. Comforting a crying child was her weakness. She reached out, patting Lear's cheek.
Don't cry, don't cry.
Lear leaned into her hand.
I'll come back next time. I told you not to.
Just don't get caught. At the Western Territory, someone was secretly rummaging when they were discovered. Crash.
Who's there?
Caught. The figure threw a book at the guard and bolted. The guard watched suspiciously, muttering,
That person.
The scene shifts.
Duke Reston shouted. Who did you say?
His face was stunned.
I knew it.
I suspected that boy would stab Fryce in the back. Meanwhile, Fryce, who had fled, thought, damn it. I searched the entire Western Territory but found no evidence of father's corruption. No choice. I need to return to the capital to protect Astelle. Duke Reston, gripping his quill, muttered, Where's this heading?
That wretched son.
In the Empress's palace, Lear gazed out the window, bored, and asked Astelle, Mother, can I go outside today? Astelle replied, What can we do? It's pouring rain, so not today.
Instead, wait for your grandfather to take you to see the horses later.
Lear responded unenthusiastically, Yes. Astelle wondered, I thought he'd be thrilled to see horses. Why's he so down?
Lear thought to himself, I need to see the lady again.
At that moment Hannah entered, saying, Your Majesty, it's time to start the morning's work. Astelle kissed Lear's cheek.
Mother's going now.
At her workplace, a book unexpectedly fell onto the desk. Oh, a book on herbs and their properties. She thought, I brought this to be useful in the palace, but with the Empress's duties so busy, I haven't opened it once. I first studied herbs to protect myself, but over time, I found it fascinating. Retell said I had a talent for it. I've used that knowledge at the right moments. The role of Empress isn't too overwhelming now, but it's still frustrating compared to back then. She mused, should I write to Grintel? Before the wedding, I was too distracted and forgot. I need to repay her help. She called out, Someone outside, bring me something to write with. Yes, Your Majesty. Here's the letter. Duke Reston sent some tea, so I've prepared it. This tea helps relieve fatigue, the maid added. Astelle nodded.
My father, huh? Thank you.
The sound of tea being poured filled the room. The maid, with a suspicious expression, poured the tea and left. Astelle, unsuspecting, lifted the cup to sip. Soon, the rain outside grew heavier. Astelle began to feel dizzy. Why is my mind so foggy? A sharp pain made her clutch her head. What's this? It's like I drank something wrong. Her face flushed, breathing heavily, she recalled the maid's words. Duke Reston sent tea, so I prepared it. Staggering, her heart pounding, she grabbed the teapot, trying to analyze its contents. If it's poisoned, it's in the tea. If it's a potion, I'm not sure, but if it's an herb, it's mixed in. She examined a few ingredients, picking up a flower.
Found it. What herb is this?
I don't know. She hurriedly opened the book. If I ingested a toxic herb, I need to identify it to find an antidote. Imperial doctors don't know herbs well. I have to figure this out myself. Crash.
Astelle collapsed, trembling, thinking, why, father?
Has Fryce been caught while investigating him? If so, I've made a mistake. In her pain, she vaguely saw the flower in the book. Reading slowly, Angelica, its effects.
Thank goodness.
With that, she slumped over.
Just then Kaizen entered calling, Astelle.
Seeing her on the floor, he rushed over, shouting her name. He carried her to her room. The doctor explained, it's because of Angelica. It's an herb that promotes pregnancy. It's rarely used now but was common decades ago. It's not dangerous alone, but combined with a conflicting herb, it causes high fever. These are the notes from the book the Empress was reading. I've prescribed fever-reducing medicine, so she'll recover soon. Kaizen nodded. Leave now, and don't let this leak. The maid who served the tea was quickly summoned. She said, recently, the Empress was distressed about not being able to conceive, so the Duke. Kaizen tapped his fingers, thinking, so the Duke's behind this. He's probably scared I'll take a concubine. He thinks the alone isn't enough to secure the succession. TCH, I drew a clear line from the start. I have no intention of taking a concubine. Astelle opened her eyes, looking at him. Why? Why won't you take a concubine? Kaizen called out. Astelle, are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. Lie back down. You still have a high fever. Flustered, she replied. Yes, turning away to avoid his gaze. She wondered, why won't he take a concubine? He hasn't answered me. That evening, after a long nap, Astelle sat up and saw Kaizen nearby. She approached, saying, Your Majesty. He turned her back toward the bed. I told you not to get up. I'm fine now. Astelle placed his hand on her forehead. See. She flinched, startled. It's a habit I used to do with him. Kaizen paused, then gently pushed her to sit on the bed. You still need to rest. He thought, I can't tell if the heat is from Astelle or my hand. She replied, I can't sleep anymore. Looking at the table, she asked, Why chess? Oh, Dear asked me to teach him. I haven't played in a while, so I wanted to practice. Then let me play with you. Your body hasn't recovered. If you're tired, tell me immediately. He smiled. All right, if you lie about not being tired to avoid losing, I'll let it slide. You think I'll lose? You know my skill. It's probably worse than when we were kids. Because I'd only just learned chess back then. You don't need to throw the game like you did before. You knew I let you win? Fries told me later. Kaizen rubbed his head. Fine, this time I won't go easy. After playing for a while, Astelle placed a piece and said, Checkmate. Kaizen's eyes widened in surprise, while Astelle giggled. Don't laugh. Haven't you improved a lot in all these years? Haha, since it ended easily, let's bet on the next game. A bet? Yes, the winner gets their wish granted. Kaizen thought, if it's her wish, I'd listen even without a bet. In the new game, Astelle said, Your Majesty, why didn't you answer my earlier question? What did you ask? Why won't you take a concubine? That's obvious. Besides, this isn't something to discuss with someone who's ill. It's obvious. Obvious again. There's a long story behind it. I don't want to bring her into the inner palace. It's best if there's no opposition to you and the heir. But if I were you, I'd keep Princess Daphne close. He frowned. What? Why do you keep bringing this up? Because I think you're making an unwise choice. You don't even know the full situation. Stop talking about this. If I were my usual self, I might accept a dangerous proposition. Even if there's risk later, I'd prioritize immediate gains and eliminate dangers before they harm me. That's not like you this time. And you didn't make that choice. I know it's because you care for the heir. But are you willing to sacrifice the Empire's interests for me and the heir? You're exaggerating. Sacrifice? No. Then why? My chess skills have improved over the past 6 years, haven't they? Except for the first few months, I've always played well, but I kept losing to you. You said you wouldn't go easy this time, right? Kaizen looked at the board, recalling her earlier words. Let's bet on the next game. The winner gets their wish. Why won't you take a concubine? Panicking, he interrupted. Astelle, wait. He leaned over, pinning her down. The position was easily misinterpreted. Astelle, embarrassed, avoided his gaze. Placing a piece, she said, Checkmate. Can I make my wish now? Astelle, wait. My wish is that you don't take a concubine, Your Majesty. He froze. What? At least until the heir is grown enough to protect himself. I know I'm overstepping, but I don't want him in danger. I'm not asking for anything beyond your power, right? So, for now, please don't take a concubine. That's my greatest wish. Please grant it, Your Majesty. Kaizen, stunned, asked. That's all? Nothing else?
Even if I took another woman besides you?
Her face flushed, she looked up at him. He leaned closer, his hands gripping hers, pinning her to the bed. His touch startled her. Gently, he brushed her hair, then kissed the back of her hand, making her heart race. In a nearby room, Daphne was sitting on her bed when she suddenly turned and shouted loudly. Meanwhile, Kaizen and Astelle were on the verge of taking a step to strengthen their bond when a servant's voice interrupted. Your Majesty, Your Majesty! Kaizen left the Empress's palace, rushing to ask. What's going on? Linden, flustered, turned and said, Your Majesty, an intruder broke into Princess Daphne's room. Daphne stood to one side, sobbing. We've apprehended a suspicious individual here. The captain, the Duke, and young Master the Frice.
What? You're the young Duke?
Kaizen frowned. Why are all three involved in this? He asked. Princess, do you recall any details about the intruder?
No, I was asleep at the time, so.
Frice broke free and explained. Your Majesty, I only came to see the Empress. Duke Reston interjected. I have urgent business, Your Majesty, but speaking in such a crowded place might endanger my daughter's safety. I propose Your Majesty hold a formal trial for this case. Then I'll recount everything I witnessed. Astelle, hearing the news, was alarmed.
There.
Why's he out at this hour? We clearly saw His Highness go to bed. All the servants were stationed at their posts. Don't blame the innocent. Who could stop a determined child from sneaking out? Determined to sneak out?
Yes.
Doesn't the Empress know? Lately, the prince has been running off to the Western Villa. The caught, had tears in his eyes. Astelle thought, the Western Villa? That's where Lady Marion stays.
Is this true?
Mother won't scold you. I just want to know exactly what happened. The trembling, stammered. It's just. Astelle noticed Duke Reston tightly gripping the hand and grew suspicious. Why's the boy so scared? She pulled the into her arms. Father, did you threaten the
Threaten?
I just wanted to spend some fun time with the prince. Forcing him out in the middle of the night? Even if you're my father, this goes too far. I know you secretly sent herbs to my palace. You know I could hold you accountable. Even my own family speaks such hurtful words. Didn't the Empress say she trusted me completely? Astelle flinched. He continued, deceiving me with empty words. It seems the Empress is secretly scheming behind my back, just like her brother. What? She staggered. What are you saying, father? What did my brother do? Is he involved in this too? He smirked. What did he do? He's just unlucky. The Empress needn't worry. Once His Majesty holds the trial, everything will resolve smoothly. Would a father harm his own daughter? His grip left red marks on the hand. Trust me, Astelle. Astelle hugged the tightly, thinking, now I understand. Father suddenly sent the herbs and took the out as a warning because he discovered Frice was investigating him behind his back. If he's been found out, digging further is too much. I've escaped his suspicion for now, but it's not safe. Someone in this palace is reporting the movements to him. I'm completely cornered. Grandfather, what should I do? Don't worry too much. No matter what, I'll get to the bottom of this. Everything will be fine. The trial was scheduled for 4 days later. It was said to be difficult to meet Frice, but fortunately, he wasn't imprisoned. Have you spoken to His Majesty? Yes, but I asked him not to intervene until the trial. A misstep could affect diplomatic relations. That's tough. At least the isn't involved in this. Such a good boy. How did this happen? He's been so well behaved. Isn't he a clever child? Back in the East, he endured hardships because we weren't well off. Now that things are stable here, he's finally acting his age, lively and carefree. It's natural for a child to cause trouble, right?
Yes.
I overreacted. I'm stepping out for a bit. Where are you going? I'll be back soon. Sitting before a grave, he said, Jaskerline, my dear daughter, is it all right if I go see him now? A gust of wind blew, and he vaguely saw her form. All right, it's time I face my past mistakes with courage. He went to meet Count Edgeland. It's been 30 years since we last met, hasn't it? I didn't expect the Marquis to prepare a seat for me. How have you been? I'm fine. You look well too.
Marquis Calanque bowed. I'm sorry. Don't do that. Why apologize to me? I have no face to meet you. Because of me. Don't say that. I've never resented you, then or now. He recalled that time. Commander, no, I never made such a mistake. A rustling sound interrupted and he turned, shouting, Jaskerline. Marquis Calanque, seething with anger, grabbed Edgeland's collar. Get out of my territory immediately. My subordinates who don't admit their mistakes have no place here. 2 years later, he realized it wasn't Edgeland's fault. I personally destroyed the future of a promising young man. The lady and her aide acted to protect their daughter. I heard you refused compensation this time. It's not comparable to those 2 years, but thinking of your future, I couldn't accept it. Thank you for coming here, but I don't need compensation. Your relentless pursuit of the truth is enough. If possible, send my congratulations to the lady's wedding. That's compensation enough. Back in the present, Edgeland said. The Empress is a remarkable woman, just like her mother. Yes, her way of life is so much like her mother's. I'm ashamed, but I came today to ask for your help. You know the situation isn't good. Despite efforts to cover it up, everything points to the Empress as the mastermind. Can you help us? Edgeland replied firmly. Of course. Thank you truly. Edgeland recalled Jack's words. Your eyes are beautiful, like spring grass. The scene shifts. In the dark night, a cloaked figure slipped away, seemingly with ill intent. Elsewhere, Daphne was smug. Don't worry, the culprit will receive their just punishment. Yes, thank you. In contrast to her satisfaction, Astelle was anxious. At the trial, she stood before the door, exhaling heavily. Kaizen took her hand, calling, Astelle. She smiled brightly. Let's go in. His Majesty the Emperor and Her Majesty the Empress, please enter. They took their places. Daphne smirked triumphantly. Let the trial begin. Daphne sobbed. I was sleeping when suddenly, a servant said, I saw a stranger. Someone pushed me to escape. Your Majesties, this incident is all Princess Daphne's scheme. I have proof. With that, he called, come in. The room buzzed. Daphne gritted her teeth. You dare accuse a princess of another nation? Accuse? That's what my poor son had to endure. A person was brought in. Someone below gasped, then quietly tried to leave but was stopped. Where are you going, Viscount Bergen? Viscount Bergen conspired with Princess Daphne on internal affairs. This is evidence of their collusion. We've secured all secrets and witnesses for this matter. Without solid proof, I fear those present would think I'm doing this for my son. I've stayed silent until now. I ask your Majesty's understanding with a generous heart. Claude, standing in a corner, thought, it's over. Daphne screamed, Your Majesty, I'm innocent. Silence. Kaizen ordered. The trial will continue after verifying the evidence presented by the Duke. Astelle chased after him, calling, Father. He waved dismissively. Step back. Duke Reston turned, exhaling heavily. What's with that look? I told you to trust your father. Her lips tightened. You said you knew everything from start to finish. The princess staged this, so it's all been uncovered. You knew but let this trial happen, deliberately making yourself a suspect, manipulating the Emperor's actions, and using the as a hostage. Such trivial matters aren't important. What matters is how much this father has helped you. Astelle shouted. Father! He warned, no concubines must enter the inner palace. Remember that, daughter. Pointing at her face, he startled her. You must become a perfect, unshakable empress. You must for my sake. After he left, Astelle staggered, thinking, I didn't expect father to pressure me like this. I can't let him control me forever. If I don't break free now, I'll be his puppet. She recalled his earlier words. Sorry, Astelle. Even though I found the hidden ledger in the Western Territory, it's not enough. Her lips pursed. Returning to the desk, her eyes widened at a stack of documents. What's this? The next day, Astelle sat having tea with Duke Reston. He remarked, calling me after just one day? You seem impatient, don't you? Astelle smiled. Impatient? I have a father who's always by my side, helping me,
Haha, this obedient attitude is good. You finally recognized your father's efforts, haven't you? I've always been grateful for your help, father. So, I have something to say. While you're helping me, could you pass the ducal title to Fries? Reston froze. What are you saying? I'm asking you to transfer the title to Fries and step down as Duke. As she spoke, she pushed a stack of documents forward. Reston thought, those are the secret ledgers from the Western Territory. Haha, you're making a fuss over dusty old ledgers? What can you do with those? Please calm down and read them, father. I've prepared them for you. He took the documents seriously, flipping through them. Astelle sipped her tea, listening to the rustle of pages. The Leon family's Western Territory was vast. By imperial law, large territories paid hefty taxes based on income, while smaller ones were exempt or reduced. You exploited this, father, dispersing assets to smaller territories to evade taxes. When Kaizen ascended the throne, he cracked down on such illegal practices, but under the previous emperor, this was a bold move. Reston's hands trembled. How did you get the tax ledgers from the former emperor's reign? Astelle recalled the previous night. Side with Fries, and you think you'll be safe if this gets out? It's not treason, so I won't lose my position as empress. Fries can handle himself. If this doesn't convince you, I can expose more. The failed assassination at Dance Castle, the kidnapping attempt. Do you think I don't have evidence for those? Don't lie. If you had proof, the emperor wouldn't have stayed quiet. Think optimistically if you want, but there's no issue here. If we do this, our family will become the emperor's maternal kin, your lifelong dream. The only difference is Fries will be Duke instead of you. Reston laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, fine. I'll do as you wish. Fries is grown. It's not strange for him to inherit. But you'll regret this. He stormed out, slamming the door. Astelle sat silently, head bowed. It's done. Father isn't one to yield easily, but stripping his title is a major victory. Without it, he'll gradually be pushed out of politics. Duke Reston's power is cut off. She thought, initially this is enough. Later, with a valid reason, I can exile him from the family and the capital. At his age, rebuilding influence will be nearly impossible. I'm lucky to have those documents. Without them, I wouldn't have succeeded. The handwriting was familiar. Someone wants father to fall. Accessing the former emperor's tax records, which are off-limits to most, and gathering critical information. Only one person could do this. I need to meet them. Hannah, summon this person for me. Later, Astelle turned, surprised. Lady Florin? Why are you here? She thought, I was sure it was Bellion, trying to mend things with Kaizen. What brings you here, Lady Florin? You summoned me, Your Majesty, so I came immediately. Is it about that matter? Astelle realized, they're working together. Let's sit. This might take a while. No, I don't intend to stay long. Then I'll ask directly. Why help me? You could have used the evidence you gave me to your advantage. I exposed the Duke's weakness, not yours. Though I overstepped, I know the Emperor and Duke don't get along. It's the Duke, not His Majesty, targeting the throne. Don't our goals align? My family's reputation is tarnished, so I can't act openly. Astelle thought, I understand, but calling her clever isn't enough. If I hadn't returned, she'd be Empress. I can't fully trust her. This marriage contract lasts 3 years. If I request a divorce afterward, I hope you'll agree, anytime. Lady Florin, don't you want to side with me? Not as my subordinate. I can't fully trust you either. I propose an alliance. I need help more than anything. You're intelligent and qualified. If you wish, I'll create an official role for you, not necessarily as Empress, but there are many places a talent like you could shine. Florin laughed. Ha ha ha, Your Majesty. You speak with unusual naivety. I decline your offer. Please forgive my rudeness for leaving abruptly. As Florin turned, Astelle called, Lady Florin. Florin hurried away. After some distance, she coughed heavily, her face pale, breathing ragged. She recalled the past, in a similar state, her eyes fixed on Astelle. She probably doesn't remember, but we met once. The first time I saw her, born noble, destined to be crown princess, her status perfected. Nobility is power. Unlike me, frail and weak. She could have anything she wanted. Florin was often gossiped about. Her sister's beautiful, but she's so pale and scrawny, not charming at all. Stiff and unlovable.
So weak. Will she even marry?
I wanted to be like her. I feared being abandoned or killed. I wanted to escape this misery, not be a pawn discarded by people like her. I wanted to be her. Oh, this accessory's dirty. I'll have to throw it out. Days later, the investigation into Princess Daphne concluded. All evidence submitted by Duke Reston was verified as true, and several ministers, including the Minister of Internal Affairs, admitted guilt and were arrested. Princess Daphne was sent back to her kingdom. In exchange for her deceit, the empire forced the kingdom to relinquish exclusive trade rights, a significant loss for them.
Astelle exclaimed. What?
Fries as Minister of Internal Affairs? Filling vacant posts is one thing, but isn't this too much? Kaizen replied, this role was given to Fries because I recognize his ability. No one adapts as quickly. This incident made me think of protecting you in my own way. If Fries takes this position, I'll feel more at ease if you ever leave the palace. Astelle's hands clenched. There's more. About making their crown prince. I want your and Theur's opinions. I won't force Theur into a prince's life. I'll do my best to support him living the life he wants. But delaying the crowning will spark more talk about the legitimacy of succession. What do you think? Theur tugged Astelle's skirt.
Mother, did you call me? Both looked at the boy and burst into laughter.
Astelle lifted him. That's right there. Do you have any wishes? What do you want to do or become? Theur thought, then said, I want Mother to be happy.
And your Majesty, Grandfather, and Hannah too.
He mumbled, is it too much to include Birin and Levin? Kaizen and Astelle exchanged glances, smiling. Suddenly they hugged, sandwiching Theur, who squealed, oh, oh. Soon after, Theur was officially named Crown Prince, and Kaizen prepared another gesture. He ordered the return of the Kallenbach family's territory, unjustly seized by past emperors. Managers will arrange and send documents in a few days. Marquis Kallinkstun said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Why so suddenly? No need to thank me. The seizure was unfair to begin with.
As the heir to that territory, I hope you'll designate.
Astelle thought, if we divorce again, I fear he'll refuse assets or alimony.
Do as His Majesty wishes.
There's more. No matter how I look at it, Duke Reston is highly suspicious. He's not one to retreat easily. They seem to be slowly pushing him out. If Grandfather becomes a criminal, Theur will carry the stigma of being a traitor's grandson forever. I understand his intent, but the Duke Reston I know could be a major threat. For now, treating it as an accident and moving on, am I too ruthless? Count Edgeland said, No, it's fine. Summer's over and autumn has come. Hannah, holding a fruit basket, exclaimed, Harvest season's here. These are specialties from various regions. Suddenly, Marion turned to leave but was stopped. Where are you going? To the restroom. Please pay attention.
You're still under surveillance, understood.
As Marion left, she overheard whispers. So shameless. No choice. The Crown Prince sees her as a benefactor. Marion's face darkened, quickening her pace, thinking, when he learned the secret, he came to me. I thought the maid issue was over. She recalled, I know it wasn't your fault. Isn't that too generous? No, don't be fooled. Marion's foolish, abandoned by her family. What's she hoping for? In her room, Astelle sat, saying, With such a busy schedule, no matter how determined I am, there's no time to study. She sighed. So far, there's still no word from Gretel. When autumn arrives, I'll prepare for my life after I'm no longer empress. One of those preparations is studying herbs. I could find apothecaries in the capital to teach me, but for trust and learning, only Gretel will do.
Even so, I'm still not sure if I can leave.
Theur said he wants me to be happy. I never thought about that. Before leaving the palace, I was consumed with being the crown princess. After leaving, I was busy being a mother. No obligations. This is the first time I'm planning my life with complete intention. Sometimes, I feel I'll live bound by the past. Autumn stirs an urge in me, a hope that things will get better. That evening she called, "Your Majesty, could you come in for a moment?"
"Let me help you."
"Thank you."
"What's the matter?"
"I want to talk." She asked, "Your Majesty, 6 years ago, why did you marry me?"
"I keep wondering."
"I know the situation was complicated, but I want to be certain. Did you ever intend to marry me from the start?" He hurriedly said, "Wait, no, that's not it."
"Astelle."
He paused, lost in thought, then turned to leave.
"I'm sorry."
Astelle grabbed his hand. "Your Majesty, don't run away. Why do you always flee like this, leaving me behind?" He raised his hand, replying, "You're right, I always run away. That day too, Astelle. I was so ashamed I fled. It wasn't your fault." With that he left. The scene mirrored 6 years ago, after he requested a divorce. He'd stormed out, slamming the door, recalling her words, "Yes, I agree to the divorce, Your Majesty." In that moment, Astelle had seemed calm. After suppressing her emotions repeatedly, her face looked relieved, as if shedding layers of long-buried pain. Kaizen thought, thank heavens, divorcing me wasn't a wound for her. She didn't hold me back. If she'd tried even a little, I couldn't have left her. To me, she was everything. In his childhood, Kaizen's beloved teddy bear was taken away. "Kaizen, you'll soon be crown prince. You must survive." Someone approached, and the Dowager Empress left with the bear. Maids whispered, "Why is the Dowager so close to the prince? It's unsettling." Back in the present, a servant said, "Your Majesty, it's time for breakfast." Recalling Estelle's words, "Why do you always run away?" he replied, "Tell them I'm coming, so start without me." He tapped his head, muttering, "Foolish, pathetic idiot. I'm determined not to hurt her anymore." The dining room door opened. The heir called excitedly, "Your Majesty." Kaizen exhaled and entered. "You're here." "Yes, sorry for being late." He thought, I assumed she wouldn't come. After the meal, Astelle stood, saying, "Your Majesty, can we talk for a moment?" "Of course." As they walked, he avoided her gaze. Noticing, she leaned forward, calling, "Your Majesty." Her amused expression likened his face to the heir's similar sheepish look. This is the first time Kaizen seemed so nervous. "Just be honest. Should I tease him a bit?" Lowering her face, she said, "Your Majesty, for now, when it's just us, don't speak to me." Kaizen froze. "What?" "When the heir's around, act normal. I don't want to talk to you until I'm ready. If you don't like that, answer yesterday's question." "Astelle, wait. I'll go then. Whenever you're ready to talk, let me know." "Astelle, wait." 4 days after, Astelle continued teasing Kaizen. Hannah, puzzled, asked, "What's going on with them?" Marquis Calink sighed. "Honestly, it seems like a marital spat." The heir, overhearing, panicked. "A marital spat?" That evening, the heir asked gravely, "Your Majesty, what's wrong with you and Mother?" Kaizen's face darkened. "Go over there," the heir shouted. "Ah, Your Majesty, trust me, tell me." "I'm Mother's son, 5 years old. It's not that I don't trust you." Kaizen changed the subject. "The book I brought today is fascinating. I can't wait to read it to you." "TCH. Fine, but after the fairy tale you have to tell me." All right. Kaizen lay down, thinking, he'll fall asleep after the story anyway. The pages rustled. And so, the knight entered the swordsmanship tournament. "Your Majesty, does our kingdom have swordsmanship tournaments?" "Well, long ago, during the Harvest Festival, we held sword tournaments. Now, they're replaced with hunting contests." The heir's face fell. "Hunting." He recalled the large bear carcass at the villa. Turning away, he huffed, "I hate hunting." The bear died. Kaizen, alarmed, said, "If you don't like it, we'll hold another contest. How about a swordsmanship tournament?" "Can we do that?" "Of course." Kaizen closed his eyes, thinking, time for everyone to work overtime. Suddenly, the heir's eyes lit up at a page. The knight's sincere confession opened the princess's heart. "Your Majesty, this." The next day, Kaizen paced, deep in thought. Astelle, irritated, thought, how many minutes has he been like that? So annoying. He called out, Astelle." She turned, responding coolly,
Yes, your majesty? Don't speak to me when it's just us.
Quickly, he picked up Birin as a shield.
There's something I want to discuss, about the Can I come in?
I understand.
Put Birin down.
He set the dog down, patting its head.
Sorry, buddy.
Approaching her, he said, have you heard the Harvest Festival's hunting contest is being changed to a swordsmanship tournament?
Yes, I heard.
The said he hates hunting.
Exactly.
For the tournament, what if we make the winner, if they show outstanding skill, the swordsmanship teacher? A swordsmanship teacher? I plan to find one for the to learn self-defense, but we haven't found the right person, so it's been delayed. Can we screen out those with bad intentions? I'll thoroughly vet their identities and add a condition. If no one's exceptional, no one's chosen. If there's no clear standout, I have someone in mind.
Who?
Selkavan.
He's among the Empire's most skilled.
But, she recalled, he was involved in that ball scandal with me. Will it be all right? It's not my opinion that matters, but yours. Though time has passed and it's mostly forgotten, if he's chosen, old rumors might resurface. If that bothers you, pretend I said nothing. But if you care about me, I hope it won't affect the selection.
I hope not. Besides, Sarah's fond of the and would protect him sincerely. I'll think it over. All right, I'll go then.
Astelle looked up, wondering, that's it? I thought he'd explain the divorce. How long will he hide it? When will he talk? At the training grounds, Marquis Calink grumbled. So frustrating, so frustrating. They clearly have feelings for each other, but there's no sign of progress. Count Edgeland replied, that's the stuff of youth.
Isn't the situation too complicated for them to be honest?
That's an old excuse. They've remarried, so why no progress now? I think they don't realize each other's feelings. Maybe you should subtly hint at it, Count.
I don't want to meddle. The Emperor deserves punishment for making my granddaughter suffer.
Haha, then we have no choice but to let time sort it out. Just hope the Empress doesn't suffer too much.
She's like the lady.
The lady? You mean Jaskerline? Calink's tone shifted.
Don't tell me you made my daughter suffer? No, it wasn't me.
Edgeland, flustered, said. It wasn't because of me, was it? Calink recalled Jaskerline crying in the past. Have you ever seen Jaskerline again? Edgeland, stunned, stepped forward.
That.
Suddenly, Duke Reston approached, calling.
Oh.
Calink thought, why's Reston here? Reston's hand clenched, his eyes sharp.
I warned you not to call me that.
Haha, you're still so prickly, father-in-law.
Can we talk for a moment?
Calink glanced at Edgeland and walked away. Follow me. He thought. Good thing he didn't hear our conversation.
Reston followed, his face etched with irritation.
Moments later, a door slammed open.
You're back, sir.
Reston entered, radiating dark fury. He slammed his hand against the wall. Crash. That woman, Jaskerline.
He opened the door to a room, the former Duchess's chamber.
Recalling Edgeland's question, have you seen Jaskerline again? Reston ransacked the room, items crashing to the floor. Did she secretly meet that lowly knight Naburgi?
Looking back, being drawn to base things must be hereditary. Panting after his rampage, he muttered. Yes, she was only a duchess in name.
But there's no reason her secrets would be uncovered so easily. He paced slowly, scanning the room. Cheap trinkets mixed with expensive ones. His gaze settled on the vanity. He recalled seeing Jaskerline furtively handling something there. Reston frowned, approached the vanity, and yanked open the drawers, searching. Then he found something.
Several days later, Hannah rushed in, panicked, shouting, Your Majesty, the Emperor, he's... Astelle hurried to the Emperor's palace, asking, Overwork? Yes, he needs rest for now. Astelle eyed a pile of documents, thinking, these are the papers His Majesty was handling.
He apologized for burdening me with more during this busy time, insisting I receive his apology.
There's a lot, isn't there?
She picked up a stack. Strange. These have all been neatly processed. Growing puzzled, she noticed the watching her secretly from a distance. That evening, she sighed. No matter how I think about it, something's off. Sitting on her bed, she was startled to see the facing the wall, deep in thought. She reassured him.
Don't worry too much. His Majesty will recover soon. The Earl nodded. Astelle thought, was I too harsh on someone so busy? 6 years without me. Kaizen handled all this alone. He never showed it, but it must have been exhausting. I know he's keeping silent for a good reason, likely tied to my father. My mind's a mess. As Astelle fell asleep, the Earl sneakily opened his eyes, grinning mischievously. Finally, the harvest festival arrived. Astelle gazed into the distance, thinking, it can't go on without Kaizen. She glanced at the Earl, who looked somber. Puzzled by his mood, she was interrupted by a voice. Your Majesty, sorry to disturb you. A young apothecary from the east wishes to meet you. Astelle was surprised. An apothecary? Gretel? She hurried out and saw a girl waiting. With a radiant face, the girl greeted, Empress Astelle. It was Gretel. Astelle rushed to embrace her. When I was in the east, this apothecary told me I was pregnant. We became friends. She helped change the Earth's eye color. It's been so long, Gretel said. The moment I saw your letter, I was shocked and rushed here. You're really the Empress now. Everything's resolved, right? Astelle thought, I never told Gretel my story, but from my title or the Earth's eye color, she's likely guessed parts of it. She never pried though. She's probably wondering if I became Empress willingly. Gretel exhaled. Well, it's all settled? Yes, thankfully. To prepare for the harvest festival, they postponed their joyful reunion. Still, seeing Gretel's cheerful face strengthened Astelle. A knock sounded. Knock. Knock. Fries entered saying, I'm here to escort you to the carriage. I heard His Majesty is ill. Will you be all right alone? Of course. Astelle thought, the festival begins with the royal parade, my first official appearance since remarrying. My and Kaizen's story is famous, and the Earth's existence is known. Fry said, Don't worry, no one's speaking ill of you. So everyone's cursing the Emperor? Fry shook his head, but Astelle smiled. Thanks for comforting me. I'll do fine, so don't worry. Fry helped her to the carriage, greeted by cheers. Long live the Empress. Astelle waved to the crowd. She recalled the previous night, when Gretel had exclaimed, I've never seen so many herbs. I traveled to the south, developing new compounding formulas. I want to hear about it. Gretel asked, Why is the Empress studying herbs? It doesn't seem necessary anymore. Astelle replied, Call it a hobby. I've always thought it'd be great if herbs were more widely known. Why? There aren't many apothecaries in the Empire. Exactly. So, from now on, you'll be my teacher, right? The Empress as your student. Haha, yes. Gretel rummaged in her bag. This is a secret, only for special students. She pulled out a vial and a flower sprig. Astelle, puzzled, asked, What's this? It's an herb and powder I found in the southern mountains. It can neutralize any poison. Astelle's eyes widened. Really? Normal antidotes vary by poison, making unknown toxins hard to counter. Gretel added, I'm still testing it. It wilts quickly outside its designated environment, and powdering it rarely succeeds. Astelle calculated, if this can neutralize all poisons, it could save countless lives. Gretel sighed. It's a pity. If only there were a proper research facility. Astelle had an idea. The South. Your Majesty, could I add one more condition? If you allow, I'd like to establish an educational institute there. In exchange for ceding Southern territory, they agreed to found a charitable school there. She replied, There might be a way. Back at the festival, the swordsmanship tournament began. The arena buzzed with excitement. Swordsmen ready. Marquis Kalink asked Astelle, You've been distracted all day. Is preparing for the festival too taxing? No, I talked with Gretel late last night. If that's all, I'm relieved. Oh, the preliminaries are starting. The tournament had a preliminary round open to all, and a final round for skilled competitors. Both used blunt swords for safety. Next, a swordsman appeared to cheers. He faced a masked opponent. Their swords clashed. Kang! Kalink thought, even at my age, few can best me. Who's this swordsman? The match was thrilling. Kalink sensed something strange. This swordsmanship feels familiar. Defending fiercely, he thought of Kaizen. A sword fell,
followed by applause.
I yield. I'm too old for this.
Kalink glanced at Astelle, thinking, I'm not sure what's happening, but this feels like fate. He shook Kaizen's hand.
An honor.
If you reach the finals, find me. I have something important about the Empress. He left. Kaizen watched, confused. The festival passed quickly. The preliminaries ended, and the final match was set for the next day. 2 contenders stood out. Cerbelian von Edgeland and the masked swordsman. Elsewhere, Duke Reston mused, the Emperor hasn't appeared during the festival. After it ends, I can't delay the succession further. They'll strip my ducal title. Before that I must act. Yes, I can use it. On the festival's final day, the Ur ran to Freiss, who greeted him warmly. Freiss said, it's the last day. It'd be nice if we all enjoyed the sights together. The Ur added, I heard the swordsmanship tournament is intense. Yes, it's better received than the hunting contest. It might become an annual event.
The Crown Prince did us a favor.
Astelle turned, oh sorry, I didn't know we had guests.
No, it's fine.
Gretel. This is my brother, Freiss. Freiss, this is Gretel, whom I mentioned.
Gretel bowed. Pleased to meet you, young Duke.
Freiss returned the gesture. Gretel blushed. Shall we tour the festival before the tournament? I have some business to handle, Astelle suggested.
Gretel declined. What? I couldn't possibly. The Ur piped up. I want to go. Freiss added. I'm fine either way.
Astelle whispered to Gretel. Don't feel pressured. We haven't had a fun day yet, have we?
I understand. Thank you, Your Majesty. See you later then.
Later, the first finalist was announced. Dear audience, the proud captain of the Rainbow Knights, Cerbelian von Edgeland, only son of the Count. Next, the second semi-final determined the other finalist. After introductions, Kaizen, masked, charged with his sword. Astelle glanced at the Ur, who was thrilled. It's the final day, so the matches are top-notch. Letting the Ur watch is fine. He's been begging to see the tournament. A loud kung rang out. The Ur paled, rushing forward, shouting, it's dangerous. Below, Kaizen dodged a blade, countering to knock his opponent's sword away. The foe knelt, defeated. Kaizen won.
His mask cracked, sparking murmurs. Wait, is that His Majesty?
Really?
The Emperor's eyes are red, aren't they?
Kaizen, unmasked, looked at the broken mask, thinking, this is why the Ur's plan went awry. He recalled the Ur's words. The knight's sincere confession opened the princess's heart. Your Majesty, if you do this, Mother will surely open up. Hide your identity, then confess publicly. Kaizen glanced at the Ur. No matter how absurd the plan, I didn't want to disappoint him. Astelle and the Ur watched him from above. The boy's excited, and that's enough. Kaizen waved to the crowd and stepped inside. Count Edgeland approached respectfully. Congratulations. You asked me to meet you in the finals, but I came to you first. Haha, it was a safe bet. How many in the Empire match His Majesty's skill? So, what's this important matter about Astelle? This isn't from the Empress, so you may not believe me, but I must tell you. During your engagement, she loved you with all her heart. Kaizen blinked, stunned. What? Elsewhere, the Ur asked excitedly. Mother, were you surprised when the knight's identity was revealed? Astelle thought, from his reaction he knew everything. So this was your idea, the Ur?
Yes.
It's like your favorite fairy tale. Astelle realized something.
Right.
Knight Linden, ensure security for the finals to prevent anyone from knowing His Majesty's participation.
Yes, Your Majesty.
With the festival, we're short on knights. I hope this worry is baseless. Later, the tournament resumed. Cerbelian said, I didn't expect my final opponent to be Your Majesty. Please go easy on me. And I hope you'll go easy on me.
Let the final begin.
Their swords clashed. Kang. Bellion warned, you'd better focus, Your Majesty. Kalink commented, this is a match worth watching. Below, suspicious figures appeared. One stopped, drawing a bow, aiming. Linden spotted him, shouting, what's that? Kaizen, mid-fight, froze. The arrow flew. Kaizen and Belian shouted, "Astelle!" The arrow sped toward Astelle, followed by screams. Astelle clutched the cautiously opening her eyes. The arrow had missed. Below, chaos erupted. The assassin killed himself. "Protect the Empress and Crown Prince." Above, Kalink shaken called, "Your Majesty." Belian, pale, sword in hand, shouted, "Your Majesty." Kaizen, teeth gritted, clutched his abdomen. "Don't worry, it's just a scratch through my clothes." He thought, the swords in the tournament are blunt. How? His vision blurred and he collapsed. Belian rushed over calling, "Your Majesty." Lyndon approached. Belian set his Majesty down and stepped back. Belian froze. "What? You're a suspect in the Emperor's assassination attempt." Facing suspicious glares, Belian stepped away. "Seal the capital immediately." Kaizen was rushed to treatment. The physician examined the wound, staggering as he stood, trembling. "It's poison." Astelle covered her face at the news. The same poison was found on Sir Belian's sword. Since we don't know what it is, it's hard to neutralize. Who? Why? There's no evidence. The door swung open. A voice said, "You're calmer than I expected." Astelle looked up calling, "Father." The capital's sealed. "I wasn't planning to hide." Astelle demanded, "This was all you're doing, wasn't it?" Reston smirked. As Astelle rushed out, he slammed the door. "Where are you going?" "Move or I'll have you arrested." "If I'm guilty of plotting the Emperor's assassination, what do you think will happen to you and the Crown Prince?" "That has nothing to do with you." He slapped her. "Stop doing foolish things. The Emperor will die anyway." "Kaizen will die?" How is he so confident? "How?" "Because it's an unneutralizable poison." "Is that so?" "You're only now understanding." "My poor daughter, you can't do anything. Do you really think I'm behind this?" "Listen, if you want to protect the Crown Prince." Astelle froze, thinking of the and Kaizen on his sickbed. The image of their happy family shattered. "It's over." She lowered her head. "I understand. I'll do as you say." Haha, that's my daughter. I trust you'll know what to do next." "Empress, I'll deal with your brother soon too." "What?" "Oh, I wonder if brother is the right term? Your father will handle it, so just know that for now. I'll contact you soon." "What do you mean?" He left without answering. Astelle screamed, "Father!" The door slammed shut. A phrase echoed, "Have you seen Jaskerline again?" The item hidden in the vanity, discovered after those words, was a half-torn old diary. It read, "He's gone." Jaskerline rubbed her belly. "I don't know what to do. How do I protect everyone?" He proposed, and I decided to marry him. Though father opposed, he eventually agreed. I thought it was good. That person too the same. Because of those pale blue eyes. Reston slammed his fist into the wall. Crash. His teeth ground, creaking. The rest was torn out. Unreadable. But I realized something more important. How dare she use me to hide her pregnancy? Just one son would have been enough. This is better. He recalled old memories. They might have made the Emperor look like that too. With a sinister smile he said, "Everything's going as planned." Elsewhere, Astelle was frantically flipping through books, searching for information. Outside the palace gate, a guard said, "Forgive me, young Duke, but no one is permitted to enter the palace at this time." Fries, anxious, replied, "If I can't enter, at least this girl is a guest of the Empress." The guard shook his head. "No exceptions." A voice interrupted, "Let the girl in. This is the Empress's order." Hannah appeared, carrying Astelle's command. Fries called out, "Hannah." Moments later Hannah announced, "Your Majesty, I've brought Lady Gretel." Gretel said, "I've been waiting a long time." "Gretel, can you come with me?" "Of course." Astelle led Gretel inside. Those present whispered curiously, "Who's that beside the Empress?" Astelle nodded, signaling Gretel to act. Gretel approached, startling someone. What's happening?" Lyndon intervened. "Please step back. No one may touch His Majesty." Astelle spoke, "Sir Lyndon, Gretel is a skilled apothecary. She might identify His Majesty's poison."
Linden hesitated. Your Majesty, may I make a request? Of course. Astelle thought nervously. Does he know something? After everyone left, Astelle asked, Aren't you sheathing your sword? Forgive my rudeness, Your Majesty. Before coming here, I heard Duke Reston met with you. Can you explain that situation? Her gaze hardened. As expected, he suspects me. I understand. If His Majesty dies now, my father and I stand to gain the most. If you suspect me, you can accuse me right now. It's fine. As captain of the Royal Guard, you have the authority. Stepping closer, Astelle startled Linden. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Step back. Step back, Your Majesty. Astelle rushed forward. If you hesitate even slightly, if you, Sir Linden, believe I'd never harm the Emperor, then follow my orders. You know I'm the only one who can help His Majesty now. Linden knelt. Your Majesty, please save him. Please save the Emperor. Thank you for trusting me. Later, Gretel said, It's no good. I suspected a few herbs, but this is the first time I've seen this poison. Can you use this? Astelle produced the vial from before. This won't work. It's still experimental. If we do nothing, His Majesty won't last a week. I'll take responsibility. Even if it neutralizes the poison, this isn't enough. It'd take 2 weeks to find more antidote herbs, and there's no guarantee we'd succeed. It's okay, Gretel. You've always saved me in tough situations. I'm counting on you. The medicine was mixed into a bowl of water. Gretel fed it to Kaizen. His tense expression eased, no longer grimacing. Gretel exclaimed, It seems to be working. Astelle urged, Gretel, can you start searching for the antidote now? If you tell Fries, he'll help you. Gretel left. Astelle called, Sir Linden, summon all the ministers to the palace immediately. I understand, but why? Astelle declared, From this moment, per imperial law, as the Emperor's official representative, all royal authority is transferred to the Empress. Earlier, Astelle had slammed the table. I want to know exactly how military forces are distributed in the Empire. To assassinate the Emperor in the capital, someone must have backing. That backer could face any sudden military action. The forces near the capital are only the Palace Knights and the Capital Guard. What about beyond the capital? Now, Knight Lenbox and others are stationed in the north. We also have Knight Rosewood in the south. Who commands each force? The Palace Knights are led by me and His Majesty. The Capital Guard is part of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, externally commanded by Count Zen, Minister of Military Affairs. But it's not absolute. Knight Lenbox is fiercely loyal and would never betray their leader. What about Rosewood? They align with Marquis Grillon, so there's no reason they'd ally with your father. The motive isn't clear, but I can guess. If we're right, yesterday's enemy can become today's ally. Linden shouted. That's... Astelle cut him off. It's not impossible. The issue is we can't verify it. Investigate Marquis Croatian and Knight Rosewood's stance, and see if we can discreetly summon Knight Lenbox to the capital without the enemy noticing. Linden nodded. They'll help clear Bellion's name. Until the antidote reaches the palace, we must prevent civil war for 2 weeks. The enemy is fully prepared. If they realize we're countering them, they'll use force immediately. I'll remember, Your Majesty. Above all, we won't let His Majesty die. Astelle thought, I'll do anything I can. We must delay the poison's progress as long as possible. Even with the antidote, we don't know how long it'll take to neutralize. Her hands clenched. Please hold on, Your Majesty. Hannah called. Your Highness, the Sorry, Your Majesty. The said you'd definitely come tonight. Please don't be too heartbroken. Yes, the your mother will come. The asked, if His Majesty dies, will I become Emperor? Hannah gasped. Your Highness. Marquis Calink demanded. Who told you that? Tears streamed down their's face. It's my fault His Majesty got hurt. Calink said. I don't want His Majesty to die. The door burst open. Duke Reston entered calling, Your Highness. Count Edgeland snapped. Who dares be so rude? Leave at once. Hannah froze, stammering. Duke, why are you here? How dare you target the Emperor? Reston approached. Watch your words.
Someone might misunderstand.
Our dear Crown Prince, blood of a traitor.
Calink hugged the ear, glaring at Reston. He stood, carrying the ear. Let's go back. Reston sneered. Treating the future emperor like a child isn't good.
I only came to give a gift to the sad Crown Prince.
I heard you like candy, Your Highness.
Calink shouted. Who'd accept that?
The ear interrupted. I want it. Give it to me. Calink protested. The ear never accepted anything from the Duke before. Reston laughed. Haha, clever thinking. Your Highness, this stubborn boy finally yields to me. The ear took the candy box and dumped it over Reston's head. Reston, stunned, coughed as candies rained down. Hannah ordered, escort this vile man out and don't let him return without permission. This is the Crown Prince's command. Calink blinked. This kid thinks he's in charge. Truly the same blood. As Reston left, he bumped into Marion. Watch where you're going. He paused. Wait, it's you. Marion whispered. Sorry. Reston recognized her. The eldest daughter of the Croatian family. Marion, startled, bowed. Reston eyed her. TCH, you look healthier than your sister. I heard you lack refinement. He walked away. Marion, insulted, shouted. What? What's that supposed to mean? Back in her room, Marion's eyes brimmed with tears. This is awful. She noticed a note on her bed. It read, 3 days from now, return home at midnight. Marion thought of Marquis Grillon. Father, you're looking for me? In the dungeon, Claude visited Bellion. Bellion, why are you here? No, it's because it's you. We're not close friends, but my loyalty to His Majesty is certain. If you thought that, you should have heeded my warning. Like me, Bellion's origins are humble, but he's a talent handpicked by His Majesty. We're friends, in a way. I warned him, don't trust Reston. The Empress isn't like that. Yet you're still naive. I've nothing more to say. As Claude turned, Bellion called. Wait. My father might know something. You mean Count Edgeland? Yes. I can't meet him, so please find him. He'll help me. Humph. No prospects. If there's a price, just pay it. Bellion, help me escape. With the Emperor down, civil war could erupt. To protect the royal family, we need force to suppress rebels. Not for the Empress or Crown Prince, but for His Majesty's return. Claude paused, then said, I'll decide after confirming with the Count. He left, thinking, Reston's definitely behind the assassination, but that's all I'm sure of. Who's behind him? Outside, someone called. Lord Claude, you've seen your friend? I don't recall telling you the exact time, Lady Florin. Why so gloomy between us? We're partners with the same goal, aren't we? Yes, I want to oust the Empress and her kin, and you want her position. But the more I know, the less I trust you. Don't mention Count Edgeland again. I hope this doesn't happen next time. I'll go. Florin smiled slyly. If he keeps thinking differently, it'll be tricky. Time to change tactics slowly. That night, Astelle slipped from bed, but a hand grabbed her. Tearful eyes called, Mother. With a gentle gaze, she looked at her son, then quietly closed the door. Hannah said, Your Majesty, Lady Marion secretly left the palace for the Croatian estate. At the estate, Marion was ushered in. Please come in. I've been expecting you. After being led to a dressing room, Marion marveled, Wow, it's been so long since I dressed up like this. A servant guided her to a room. The door opened, and Marquis Grillon greeted warmly, Come in, daughter. Marion entered, calling, Father. Nervously, she sat beside her sister's chair, thinking, maybe this is where I'm accepted. Grillon said, You arrived just in time. The Duke has been waiting. Seeing Reston enter, Marion's face darkened. Why is Duke Reston in my home? The atmosphere grew silent. Marion's hands trembled, thinking, is father planning to ally with the Duke? But the Croatian family has long been sidelined in politics. Why yes. What did father give him? Distracted, Marion dropped her fork. Oh, I'm sorry. Grillon clicked his tongue. TCH, my daughter's still lacking. I hope the Duke will overlook her. Reston replied, your daughter's beautiful, but she's too young for me. Grillin raised his voice. Nonsense. If you want an outstanding heir, shouldn't you have a young, healthy wife like my daughter? Marion gasped. What? He's trading me to him? She stood but Grayson shouted, Marion! Reston wiped his mouth, thinking, indeed, to remove Frice, I need a new heir. Not that one. Marion bolted. Florin laughed. Sister, if you leave now, do you think you can return? Marion froze, gripping the doorknob. Grayson said, I'm truly sorry, sir, for not raising her properly. Reston cut in. She's young and doesn't understand. I understand. Let's discuss marriage later. For now, urgent matters. What about urgent matters? The only suspect is jailed, reportedly planning an escape. Isn't this a perfect chance to eliminate him? Where'd you get this information? I have an excellent assistant. As they discussed, Marion overheard, then fled. She rushed back to the palace, but Astelle's men intercepted her. A voice urged, Quiet and come with me, lady. Moments later, in the Empress's palace, Astelle closed her book and looked up at Marion. Lady Marion, do you have something to tell me? Marion removed her hat, replying, Yes, your majesty. I've learned their plan, as you commanded. Astelle recalled days earlier when Marion had come to her. 3 days from now, return home at midnight. Why tell me this? Marion gripped her skirt. I know you won't trust me, but no matter how foolish I am, I know my family wouldn't call me back with good intentions. Instead, you've given me multiple chances, saying, I'll keep you close and observe your repentance. I know it wasn't your fault. After hearing Marion's report, Astelle said, So those two have joined forces? I can't fully trust her, but if she's sincere, it benefits me. Thank you for not making me regret giving you a chance. Can you share more details? Marion's eyes lit up. Yes. Their next target is Sir Bellion. A week from now, they'll pretend to help him escape prison and lead him outside. The plan is to stage it as an accident and kill him. Days later, Bellion was freed from prison. Escaping was too easy. He wondered, have Bellion and father settled things? Suddenly, the guide stopped, drawing a sword. Damn, a trap. The clash of swords echoed, clank. In the palace, Astelle fretted. Why do I feel so uneasy? The plan was simple. If the assassin targeting Bellion escaped, Linden's soldiers, lying in ambush, would strike. They'd stage it as a mistake to let Bellion flee. I know the plan, but I'm still anxious. Kaizen had been unconscious for over 10 days. Have Frice and Gretel found the antidote herb? They might be pursued, unable to contact us hastily. The palace's research on the antidote was far from complete. Where did father get this poison? Astelle touched her neck, feeling a necklace. She realized she'd unconsciously touched the blue moonstone. It was a habit from her days as crown princess, when she felt exhausted daily. Back then, the necklace Kaizen gave her was her solace. The blue moonstone, before becoming a royal treasure, symbolized our bond, a promise. My place was by his side. What's the point of wearing it now? No, I can't waver. No matter how complicated things are, one thing's certain. I want to save Kaizen. Hannah rushed in, frantic. Hannah, what's wrong? Count Hedgeland has been arrested. When Linden arrived, the Count had killed the assassin. This happened after Bellion escaped. Astelle's gaze hardened. He doesn't act without reason. I'll meet the Count. Who else knows? Hannah replied. Linden, me, and a few soldiers at the scene. Now that the assassin messenger is dead, father will know soon. I'll go now. Prepare a private place. At the meeting, Linden was waiting. I've been expecting you. Your Majesty, please step aside. Standing in the shadows, Linden said. First, give this to the Empress. He handed her an item. Astelle examined it. A book. No, a notebook. The cover's torn. Linden bowed and left. Astelle asked, What is this? It's Jaskerline's, part of the diary your mother wrote. Astelle's eyes widened. What? He continued. Before you read it, I have something to say. Jaskerline and I were once lovers. So that's why they're sensitive about the Count. I understand. Can I read it now? Edgeland nodded. Yes. Astelle opened it. It read,
He's returned. I thought it was a miracle. The boy's like an angel. His name must be Fries.
After Jaskerline gave birth, the physician said the young master was healthy, but the lady was greatly weakened. Another pregnancy could be dangerous. Reston, hearing this, frowned but continued to pressure Jaskerline despite the physician's warnings.
Jaskerline resisted. I don't want to. Please.
Afterward, Reston looked at her coldly.
You must bear a daughter.
Did you think I brought you here to be pampered?
Bear a daughter to become empress.
Jaskerline, despairing, thought, I want to die. But if a duchess like me commits suicide, what about our Fries? I need a drug, one no one knows, to slowly sap strength and lead to death. If it doesn't exist, I'll create it. Can I escape this hell? While watching free-flying doves, someone called her. Zen approached. Back in the present, Edgeland said, your mother's diary doesn't end there. Open the last page. Astelle flipped to it. It read, my husband knows about the drug. Astelle froze. Mother bore me and died soon after. If this diary is true, father had this drug long ago.
Edgeland continued. Around the time your majesty was born, I received this diary.
It was hastily torn, only half remaining, with no letter attached. I don't know if he meant to destroy evidence or expose the truth.
I only know she was driven to that point.
Astelle gasped.
Could it be?
Edgeland said, Your Majesty, the year you were born, the drug symptoms matched the diary. Didn't someone gradually lose strength and die?
The late Empress.
Astelle reeled at the truth. Edgeland lowered his head sadly. I was terrified then. While I hesitated, Jaskerline died in childbirth. I felt guilt and failure. I did nothing in the end. This is all I wanted to convey.
I leave my fate and the diary to you.
Astelle closed her eyes tightly. Everything fits too perfectly. The mysterious drug father obtained. Used until now. If this is true, what do I do? My father killed Kaizen's mother. If he's killing Kaizen too, does Kaizen know? 6 years ago, why did he divorce me? All his actions hurt me.
She recalled. You never loved me, did you?
Stay away.
I did nothing wrong.
If he hid this truth, he cast me aside after learning it. Yet he kept me by his side after knowing. I can't let him die.
Gripping the notebook, she said. We'll continue this later.
I have urgent matters. She turned to leave.
Edgeland called. Your Majesty.
She paused.
There's nothing else you're hiding, right?
Of course.
I've told you everything I know. She stared, her eyes heavy, then rushed off.
Elsewhere, Reston gazed out a window.
No news of the assassin.
A failure? Faster than expected, but no choice.
Send word to Marquis Croatian to summon Knight Rosewood to the capital.
Astelle had anticipated that assassinating the emperor in the capital required a backer, possibly facing sudden armed conflict. It could be Rosewood. Until His Majesty wakes, we must prevent civil war. Lyndon received news.
What did you say?
Your Majesty was right. Knight Rosewood from the south is advancing toward the capital. Lyndon ordered, signal Knight Lenbox with the chimney. We must reorganize forces outside the capital, but we've only gathered half.
We need a commander.
Lyndon wondered. Bellion, where are you? Back in the palace. Astelle reviewed information. I understand. The poison used on Kaizen, Mother's drug, and the poison's components are indeed her creation. The issue is a slight discrepancy between my information and the drug's composition. Filling this gap is key to fully neutralizing the poison, and that gap is the antidote herb. Now, we wait for Fries and Gretel to find it. A knock came.
Your Majesty, I have a report.
Astelle rubbed her head, worried.
What is it?
Lyndon said, the biggest problem is that those seeking the antidote herb and Knight Rosewood are both heading to the palace from the south. Even if they meet by chance, a battle outside the capital could delay them. Moreover, your father is openly targeting your brother. She recalled Reston's words, sooner or later, your brother will be ousted.
No, why call him your brother?
It's happening. Maybe we can save Kaizen. Fries and Gretel. Please return safely. Near the capital, Fries and Gretel arrived. Finally, the capital's border. But Fries asked, why is Knight Rosewood here?
Rosewood's leader shouted, clear the way. We're here on palace orders.
The capital guard replied, the capital is sealed. The Empress's order forbids entry or exit.
Gretel behind Fries whispered, Young Duke, how's the antidote herb?
Gretel shook her head. Not good.
The longer we wait, the faster it wilts.
No good.
Let's find another route.
Fries turned his horse, making noise.
Rosewood's leader asked, Who's there?
He recalled Reston's words. My son's been missing lately, likely sneaking out of the capital.
If you find him, kill him without hesitation.
An arrow flew, striking a tree near Fries. The leader ordered, chase and confirm. Don't act on your own. This is the capital guard's territory.
He could be the assassin who failed and escaped, no?
If the capital guard did their job, we wouldn't be needed. Fries's horse reared, screaming. Fries thought, I didn't expect to waste time here.
Can I distract them?
Another arrow flew. As it neared Fries, a sword blocked it. Seeing a fluttering flag, Fries recognized Knight Lenbox. The figure removed his helmet, revealing, Looks like you need help.
I'm Knight Bellion.
After escaping pursuit with father's help, I headed to the outskirts. Securing the capital is key to quelling rebellion. The Empress I know would think so. I didn't know knights were already lying in wait. Lucky I can help her.
Bellion dismounted, asking, You two are heading to the palace, right? We'll clear the way for you.
The escort began with the sound of swords clashing, like Kaizen's call from the palace. Astelle, anxiously waiting, heard a familiar voice. She turned, eyes widening in shock as she saw Fries, dirt-streaked, returning.
Rushing over. Brother, are you hurt anywhere? What about Gretel?
I'm sorry. Astelle paled, awaiting news of the antidote herb.
Fries said, Knight Lenbox tried, but the herb wilted faster than we could travel.
The horse was exhausted over the long distance and couldn't carry two.
Where's Gretel now?
I entrusted her to Knight Bellion for protection.
Linden, astonished, said, You mean Sir Bellion?
Fries nodded. Without him, I wouldn't be here. You should check the herb's condition yourself, Astelle. Seeing the wilted flower, she thought, it's worse than I feared. The longer we wait, the more useless it becomes. Can I do this? Thinking of Kaizen on his sickbed, she clenched her fists. There's no time to hesitate. To save him, I must act now. After preparing the antidote, Astelle brought it to Kaizen, propping him up to drink. She fretted, if the formula's wrong, he could die. If it doesn't work, he could die too. Will Kaizen live or die tonight because of me? All night, Astelle sat by his bedside. This is the longest night I've ever felt. No, there was one other time.
She recalled that day. Your Highness, the Emperor has suddenly passed away.
Go now. He coldly ordered silence. Proceed according to the kingdom's laws.
But, Your Highness,
raising his voice, Crown Princess Astelle has just fallen asleep. Hannah bowed. Understood. As she left, she glanced back at the then king. His trembling hands were clasped tightly. That night, what kept me from waking might have been a vague sense of the tragedy awaiting us. The next morning he said, You're awake. I have something to say. Last night, the Emperor died, so let's divorce.
Astelle, this marriage was my late father's wish.
I never wanted to marry you, not even for a moment. That long night, his sharp words wounded her deeply, severing her affection. I didn't realize it was such an obvious lie. Why him? Why can we only lie to each other?
At that moment, Kaizen began gasping, calling, Astelle.
In his fever dreams, he saw Astelle crying in the rain. Astelle, why are you crying? Don't cry, please. A dagger stabbed into Kaizen's chest, accompanied by a chilling voice. Don't forget, Your Highness, one day this beautiful dagger will pierce your heart. Until then, keep it close. In his dream, he soothed her desperately. Don't cry, Astelle. What must I do to stop your tears?
I'd rather you speak and cry with me.
I've wanted to say this for so long. At that moment, Kaizen awoke, wiping her tears. Tears streaming, he said, I love you, Astelle. Don't leave me. Astelle paused, then replied through tears, Yes, I love you too, Your Majesty. With that, they leaned into each other, sharing a warm, passionate kiss. After 10 minutes of fervent kissing, Kaizen shifted, pinning her to the bed. At the height of passion, Pain from his wound surged, making him clutch his chest. Astelle leapt off the bed.
Lie down. I'll call the doctor. Astelle, wait.
He grabbed her hand.
I have so much to tell you. She turned softly, saying, Rest now, Your Majesty.
She thought, I want to talk too, about things long delayed. The doctor arrived. After lying down so long he's weakened, but the poison symptoms are gone. Astelle's heart lifted. The antidote worked. She asked the doctor, Can you keep His Majesty's awakening secret?
Of course, but how? Kaizen, pulling down his sleeve, said, There are things to do.
Elsewhere, a servant rushed in, panicked.
Marquis, it's a disaster.
Knight Lenbox and the Capital Guard have rallied and subdued our knights. Marquis Grillin slammed the table. Crash! How can the Capital Guard side with the Emperor's assassin? He fretted, It's not hard to trace my link to Knight Rosewood. If they discover I moved the knights to the capital without authorization, my family's in danger. Another servant burst in.
Marquis, a crisis.
Soldiers outside Linden's leading troops, ordering, Arrest them all. Grillin's face paled. Duke Reston. I shouldn't have trusted him. Elsewhere, a sword pointed at Duke Reston's throat.
Give up, father. Come quietly, and our family's honor might be spared.
Haha, surprising. Now you don't even bother lying about your blood, do you? Fryce froze. What does that mean? Count Edgeland said, As pitiful as it is, you've misjudged completely.
Reston, sweating, demanded, What? Bound and shouting, You too, what do you know? Speak.
Linden reported, Duke Reston is confined in the palace, cut off from outside contact, so no secrets will leak. Next, Baron Bellion's case. Count Edgeland's testimony confirms Reston's aid. I'm investigating further. Lady Marion is being treated respectfully as a witness. All involved are detained, except one.
Kaizen asked, Who?
The second daughter of Marquis Croatian, Lady Florin. I'll continue searching. As Linden left, he turned back. Your Majesty's condition will be announced at sunrise tomorrow. Are you all right? No problem. Honestly, are you okay? Even with Reston's assassination attempt. Astelle thought sadly, if we act now, proving his attempt on me will be harder.
Kaizen said, Your Majesty.
At that moment, Marquis Kalink appeared, speaking to someone behind the door. The boy said not yet, sorry, just a signal. The eyes teary, stepped forward, stunned to see Kaizen awake and looking at him. Kaizen, without hesitation, pulled back the blanket.
There, Astelle cautioned. Your Majesty, you're not.
He shook his head, signaling her, and got out of bed, arms open.
There, come here.
Tears streamed down Their's face. He ran to Kaizen, hugging him tightly, crying, Father! Both Kaizen and Astelle were shocked to hear him say that. Six eyes fixed on the boy, thinking, what did he just say? Their sobbed in Kaizen's arms.
Father, humph.
Kaizen glanced at Astelle, then hugged his son tightly.
There, I'm sorry for worrying you.
Their sniffled.
You're not hurting anymore, right? Yes, I'm fine now. Don't hurt again, father.
Witnessing the family's reunion, Marquis Kalink smiled warmly. In the days that followed, they spent time together. The hands on hips, said, Hey, you can't sit up yet. It's fine at this point.
No way.
The doctor said I have to watch you. The climbed onto Kaizen's lap, lying across to ensure absolute safety.
You have to eat well to recover, father.
Kaizen, embarrassed, opened his mouth to comply. Seeing him chew eagerly, Their clapped.
Good job, father.
That night, Their fell asleep. Hannah carried him away.
Astelle said, You worked hard. Your Majesty insisted on caring for him himself.
It's fine. I wanted to spend time with him. Remember not to overexert yourself. How's eating?
Sleeping well.
It's hard to describe.
Sometimes I feel scolded.
Haha, the palace is much safer now. The rebellion investigations are going well.
Are we short-staffed?
We'll fill gaps once Your Majesty's health stabilizes. For now, focus on recovery. He nodded.
You've worked hard.
As he spoke, pain struck, making him wince.
Astelle worried. Are you okay? It's just the Earth's weight. Don't worry. He took her hand tenderly saying, It's not so bad I can't talk to you. I have so much I want to do. Are you really okay? Yes, so stay with me tonight. He began. I was about the Earth's age. I was told my existence was a curse on the palace. My mother suffered a horrific accident while pregnant with me. She never recovered her memory, as if amnesiac, and died. As my crowning as crown prince neared, opposition grew. Kaizen, you'll be crown prince. You must survive. The Dowager Empress, when called, left with Kaizen's teddy bear. Whispers followed. Why's the Dowager so close to the prince? It's ominous. Your Highness, the crown prince's reputation worsens. This harms royal authority. It's embarrassing to say, but an engagement with a noble family like ours would help, no? The late emperor was a puppet of the nobles. Following Reston's wishes was only a matter of time. So I was betrothed to you. Afterward, all related rumors vanished. It was all planned. Reston orchestrated a puppet play with us. When did you learn the truth? 11. In my mother's diary. Recalling Kaizen's attitude, stay away, Astelle thought, I had no idea. After our betrothal, I debuted in high society. My only friend my age was Hannah. She asked, Did you hate me? He smiled. Hate? At the same time, if it meant being with you, being Reston's puppet wasn't so bad. Astelle mused, 6 years ago at the divorce, we were much younger. Kaizen, suddenly emperor without support, faced a capital like a battlefield daily. After I left, hearing that, didn't Kaizen let me go to protect me? I hoped so. But now I know the decisive reason we parted was something else. She said, There's so much I didn't know, especially that you fell for me at first sight. Kaizen flustered. Still teasing me now? Astelle laughed delightedly. Haha, I knew, but I didn't know how to say it. He protected me alone for 10 years, the heaviest reason in our relationship. Blushing, Kaizen said, If it makes you happy, tease me all you want. Astelle stared at his tomato-red face, giggling at his embarrassment. What? We don't need to rush, do we? We have plenty of time ahead. I was naively mistaken. Somewhere, Florin said, Yes, help me with this. It'll destroy her. Back in the palace, Thayer sneezed loudly. Marquis Calink draped a coat over him. Goodness, it's getting much colder. Snow will fall soon in the east. Astelle, sitting nearby, said, True, the east sees winter earliest in the empire. Haha, we'll have to visit the eastern estate soon. We haven't prepared for winter, and the house might get damaged if left as is. The excited asked, The house? Are we going to our house? The we'll go together once His Majesty recovers. Calink asked, Is that all right? Yes. We need to travel to the south anyway. To build an apothecary for growing antidote herbs, I've decided to use the land left by the Dowager Empress to establish the apothecary and a charitable school. This incident proved the antidote herb's efficacy, giving the royal family reason to invest. Gretel, the new apothecary manager, beamed. It's like a dream, a place to research herbs without limits. I'm so glad you're happy, Gretel. I'll rely on you a lot. I'm the one who should thank you. At the door, Gretel said, I'll review the plans now. As the door opened, she bumped into Freiss. Both blushed awkwardly. Sorry, please go ahead. No, Lady Gretel, you first. Astelle giggled at the scene. Calink interjected, Those two have a strange vibe lately. Hannah rushed in shouting, Your Majesty, a crisis. Hiding a paper behind her back, she said, I need to check outside. Astelle read the paper Hannah brought, her face paling, heart racing, and shouted in turmoil. Outside the palace, everyone held the same paper. Linden read it, and servants began whispering. Kaizen crumpled the paper, demanding, Who dares? Who did this? Astelle became the target of gossip and judgment. The paper contained an indictment detailing a tragic love story between a noblewoman and a low-born knight, and the suspicious death of the late empress. The indictment spread across the capital in a day. It described the affair of Count Egelin's mother and Estelle's father, blending romance and scandal with enough clues to imply identities without naming them, encouraging speculation. The more it spread,
the more the family's reputation suffered. Marquis Calanque said sadly, "Why drag innocent Jaskerline into this?" Astelle analyzed silently. "Only father, the count, and I know the truth about the poison's origin. The indictment mentions mother for another reason," she said. "He wants to humiliate me. Proving my birth in this situation would be like boasting that the Empress is a traitor's daughter. It's infuriating, but he's cunning. If I stay silent or coldly deny him, the stain will haunt me forever. Not just me but the legitimate heir." She added, "Focus on the heir. Ensure he doesn't hear this nonsense." Count Edgeland nodded. Another day passed, and the indictment's main figures were identified as their family. At that moment, to bury the scandal and expose the past, the mastermind revealed herself. Florin appeared saying, "Your Majesty, I request a fair trial." Kaizen sat up. "No, Your Majesty." Florin continued, "I won't deny my father joined this rebellion. But I tried to stop his and Duke Reston's evil deeds. In doing so, I uncovered a horrific truth. 26 years ago, the poison that killed the late Empress is the same used in this rebellion." Murmurs erupted. "Your Majesty, hold a trial. We must expose the Empress, Duke Reston, and the lady's crimes." Kaizen's eyes blazed with fury. Florin, detained, smirked provocatively. Kaizen approached, growling, "Take her to the dungeon." Florin thought nervously. I expected a normal scandal. Did I touch the Emperor's long-held shame? In the dungeon, her expression remained calm. She thought, Reston and the Count have long hated each other. It's odd the Count is only friendly with the Empress. Investigating their link, I learned of the old scandal between the Count and the Duchess. 26 years ago, they reunited, and the late Empress died suspiciously. Reston's strange confidence stood out. She recalled Marquis Grillin's worry. "What if the Emperor recovers?" Reston replied confidently, "Don't worry, that won't happen." It was the confidence of someone who'd verified it. If Reston drags the Empress down, the Emperor must defend her. The more he does, the more the indictment gains credibility. "Let's see you squirm. Luck's on my side." Astelle rushed to Linden, asking, "Has His Majesty heard?" Linden hesitated. "He's in the palace with the Duke." Inside, Kaizen pointed his sword at Reston. "Today you die here. No one will know your death, but you'll die knowing your crimes. Attempting to murder the Emperor and killing my mother, hiding it for over 20 years. Reston muttered. "So you know everything? If I'd known you were this clever, you'd have died with your mother." Kaizen raised his sword to strike. Reston asked, "Are you all right?" Kaizen froze at the question. Reston continued, "I can't believe it. You're losing control over something that should be handled secretly. Something's happened outside, hasn't it? Something you want to hide, but all your crimes are exposed. Do you want to protect the Empress and Crown Prince? If I disappear now, suspicion will solidify. In a moment, who knows how many years you can hide it? This shame will haunt you. If you're wise, you'll know the better choice." Kaizen shouted, "Shut up." Reston proposed loudly, "Declare me innocent. By your hand, Your Majesty. Once acquitted, I'll live honorably for my daughter and grandson. I swear it." Kaizen frowned. "You expect me to believe that? If you don't, what choice do you have? Unfortunately, you love my daughter. You shouldn't bring that child back." After the talk, Kaizen left the room, exhausted. Astelle saw him and called, "Your Majesty." Seeing the sword, she froze, asking, "Him?" Kaizen shook his head. "Not yet." She pressed, "What do you think?" He turned. "Let's talk later." Astelle grabbed his arm. "No, we talk now, or we'll repeat past mistakes." "You're right, but you won't like what I say. I don't plan to prove any of Reston's crimes. Your Majesty, that. It's what I decided before remarrying you. I don't want you hurt by my conflict with him. Your Majesty, then the late Empress's unjust death. There's no unjust death. It's all fabricated." "No, it's not." Kaizen cut her off. "Enough, Astelle." She collapsed, shouting, "I have proof my father killed the late Empress." He froze. "What?" "When you were unconscious, I obtained the evidence by chance and learned the truth." Kaizen's grip on the sword loosened. "That truth. Why do you know it?"
clutching his head. That's the one thing I hoped you'd never know. How, Your Majesty?
Truth can't be hidden forever. Let's stop hiding things.
We've only hidden from each other, haven't we?
Tears streaming, he took her hand, asking, "Then what do we do? What do you want?" She gripped his hand tightly. "We'll face it together."
This is the end of this long ordeal.
At the royal court, murmurs filled the air. Unbelievable that a rebel like Croatian accepted his daughter's request. After causing a scene before the palace, what can be done? Of course we don't know.
The indictment might be true. Guards shouted. His Majesty the Emperor arrives.
Kaizen strode in confidently, taking the highest seat. Whispers arose. The Empress isn't attending? Kaizen declared, "The trial to judge the traitors begins now."
Marquis Grillin shouted, "I'm innocent. I only followed Duke Reston's orders. I didn't know he planned to harm me." Another said, "They met several times." Marquis Wren interrupted, "Can't you be quiet?"
The court clerk demanded silence, then asked, "Duke Reston, will you defend against these accusations?" Reston looked up. "Your Majesty, as the Empress's father, how could I plot treason? I met the traitorous Marquis privately to resolve old misunderstandings. I never imagined his wicked scheme. He clearly used me to implicate the Empress." Grillin interjected frantically, "That's not true. Your Majesty, Reston prepared the poison for the assassination."
"Search his estate."
The clerk said, "We already did.
Nothing was found."
Reston smirked inwardly. "Fool. I wouldn't keep evidence this long. If this continues, I'll be acquitted without issue."
Florin spoke. "Your Majesty, with all due respect, if we accept Reston's stance, one step should take precedence.
If he claims innocence as the Empress's father, shouldn't proving their blood relation be proper?" The courtroom buzzed with whispers. Reston slammed the table. "How dare you question the Empress's lineage?" He gritted his teeth, thinking, "She's definitely my daughter. I monitored her pregnancy and birth."
Florin said, "Pity you've misjudged."
"What?" Voices chimed in. "Her point makes sense. If there's no blood relation." The clerk banged the table.
"Silence."
Kaizen's brows furrowed, glaring at Florin. She thought, "You can't escape. Stop hiding and show yourself. I'll drag you down myself." The scene shifts. The Earl woke up and went looking for Astelle.
"Mother," Hannah called. "Your Highness, the Earl."
The Empress sensed something.
The Earl ran off. "Your Highness, wait." The Earl dashed outside, shouting, "Mother! Grandfather!"
He ran to Kaizen, hugging him, sobbing, "Father, I can't find mother or grandfather." Elsewhere, a carriage rattled along. Marquis Kalink Lenbox asked, "Are you all right? We left so suddenly. We couldn't say goodbye to the Earl." Astelle, silent, clenched her fists and replied, "I can't let him know. I hope Hannah comforts him." Looking out, she thought, it's because of fear and unease. The Earl and Kaizen are worried. Will this plan work? All involved are detained, but their allies are still hiding in the Empire. The path ahead is thorny, but for the three of us, I'll make it work. The carriage reached the Eastern Territory. That night in the palace, the Earl sniffled.
Kaizen asked, "Feeling better now?"
"Yes."
"Then let's sleep."
Kaizen hugged the Earl as they lay down. The Earl, clutching his teddy bear, dozed off but suddenly sat up, calling, "Father!" Kaizen, startled, asked, "What's wrong?" The Earl sat up, asking, "How many nights until Mother returns?" Kaizen paused, then soothed, "Let's see. If the Earl doesn't cry and waits patiently, Mother will return on the first snowfall." The Earl crossed his arms, pouting, "You're lying. I'm not a kid fooled by that anymore." Kaizen smiled at the Earl, who glanced back, then hugged him, asking, "You miss Mother too, right?"
"Yes, I miss her a lot."
The Earl grinned. "Good. I studied hard to learn this. To live together, we must work together, cherish our time, show we miss each other, and try to be close if apart." "You studied this?" Kaizen recalled the clerk mentioning the Earl's frequent visits to the library. "Is the Earl interested in reading? More like he's searching for something." Kaizen once saw the Earl talking to a dog, saying, "I forgot. If Mother and His Majesty want to live together forever, how do we do it?" Smiling at the memory, Kaizen heard the mumble sleepily, "Just in case." Hugging him, Kaizen listened as the whispered, "If mother doesn't return by the first snowfall, let's go get her together.
If we both go, she'll come back.
She loves you and me." "Yes, let's wait for mother together."
He kissed Theur's forehead. A new day began.
A knock sounded with an announcement, "Today's trial has concluded." Amid noisy chatter, Florin thought, "Strange. 2 weeks since the first trial, and the Empress hasn't appeared once.
What's she plotting?"
Duke Reston, escorted by knights, frowned, thinking, "I can't delay the blood test forever. The longer it takes, the more scorn I'll face. But if even one child is mine." A knight's voice interrupted, "Captain Linden, thank you." "Go ahead." The knight replied, "Thank you, Captain." Reston glanced around, spying. This path leads to the abandoned palace, rarely used. Linden escorted someone. When their face appeared, Reston was shocked. Turning back, he shouted, "Tell the Emperor I'll do the blood test now." The person recalled when Reston entered. Astelle's mother introduced, "Husband, say hello." Back to the present they spoke. "An honor to meet you, Your Majesty. Until the Duchess's death, I was her maid."
She handed Kaizen a letter. "I received this recently."
Kaizen opened it. 4 days from now, meet at the eastern capital outskirts. Recognizing Astelle's handwriting and the royal seal, he thought deeply. The maid added, "The 4 days mentioned were 3 days ago. I waited, but the Empress didn't come." Kaizen mused. Did she foresee this? The letter includes contingency plans if the meeting fails. Clenching his fist, he thought, one way is to seek the Emperor's help. The meeting was set in the eastern outskirts, so Astelle's likely destination is the east. Did something happen on her return? Sending a search party would reveal her absence, fueling wider controversy. Acting hastily risks reputation. Delaying endangers Astelle. Kaizen closed his eyes, facing the dilemma. To the maid, "I understand. You'll be protected in the palace." Outside, a knight knocked announcing, "Pardon my intrusion, Your Majesty." While escorting Duke Reston to the abandoned palace, he caused a scene, demanding an immediate blood test with the Empress, or he'll prove kinship with the Crown Prince. Reston had been loudly summoning officials. He cursed Astelle inwardly. She didn't show at the trial, and now this trick. It's the best way. They love their son and will end the trial to protect the prince. The risk is worth it. He shouted for officials, "Bind me so I can't escape. I'll have no choice but to yield." Blood ties are stronger than anything. A maid stood at the Emperor's door, knocking. "Pardon my intrusion." Overhearing a conversation, she gossiped with other maids. "What? The Empress fled at night." The blonde maid hushed her. "I don't know. But the Empress and her grandfather, the Marquis, aren't in the palace. Strange they've been gone so long. Poor Crown Prince. What can we do?" "Don't spread this." That night, the maid secretly wrote a letter. "She's not in the palace," left with an older man. It reached Florin's nursemaid, who recalled Florin's order to watch palace movements. She wondered, "Where's the Empress?" The scene shifts to the drawing a horse, asking, "Princess, can I ride?" Marion refused. "It's too cold for outdoor activities." The insisted. "Even by the Crown Prince's order?" Marion firmly said, "Yes, no." The pouted, thinking to fetch mother, "I need to ride well." Sulking, he softened Marion. "I'll ask Hannah if we can use the indoor riding arena." The cheered. "You're the best." Marion stepped out. "Wait, Your Highness." Spotting a maid, she called, "You there. Watch the Crown Prince for me. I'll be back." The maid agreed. Marion sighed. "Thank you." But the maid's expression changed, whispering, "Haven't you heard? Don't get too close to the prince. He's a kite with a cut string now." Marion shouted, "Wait." The inside, overheard and glanced at the door. Marion, alarmed, asked, "What does that mean?" "Everyone says the Empress fled to hide her origins. Reston demands a blood test with the prince. It'll be revealed at the next trial. No servant will stay close to him." "You didn't know?" "I'm leaving." "I can't stay long." Marion's face darkened. She said a secret about origins? Everyone believes this baseless rumor? There's no different from usual. The Empress would never abandon him. Did Florin write the indictment because of my family?
Hearing, Lady Marion, she turned. Your Majesty, Hannah.
Hannah asked, "What's wrong?"
Where's the Crown Prince?
Kaizen's sharp gaze froze Marion.
Stammering, It's that, she shouted. There's a bad rumor spreading in the palace.
Kaizen asked, "Can we trace who leaked it?" Hannah bowed.
Yes.
The Empress's palace is restricted. So few can enter.
We'll find them quickly. Kaizen grim ordered. Punish those spreading false rumors and their accomplices severely.
Tell Linden to send someone to Count Edgeland's estate. Soon, Count Edgeland arrived. "I heard you summoned me."
"I know why."
He said something to Kaizen. "Thank you for answering honestly."
"I need certainty before leaving." "You're leaving?"
"Yes, I'll keep it secret and return soon."
Kaizen donned black attire and a face veil, heading to the Ur. The Ur riding a horse saw him and called joyfully, "Father!"
Running to Kaizen, he noticed the sword and asked, "Where are you going?" Kaizen lifted him.
"I'm going to fetch Mother." The Ur, confused, said, "The first snow hasn't fallen."
Kaizen explained, "If it snows, Mother's return will be hard, so I'm getting her first." The Ur hesitated.
"Can't I come?"
Proudly, "I ride well now.
I practiced hard to fetch Mother with you."
Seeing the Ur's animated gestures, Kaizen touched his forehead. "What to do?" "The Ur must stay in the palace."
"Mother and I want to return soon." "How long must I wait?" "No more than a week."
Linden approached.
"Your Majesty, if a week." Kaizen, understanding, interrupted. "Yes, until the next trial." Before the three, Kaizen said, "I'm off."
The Ur, dejected, waved. Marion comforted him. "Your Highness, it's cold.
Let's go back."
The Ur replied dully, "Okay."
Then, why did Father leave?
Is it because of the blood test? Why test with that bad grandfather? Tell me.
I hate not knowing.
Before, I overheard them at the door, but only caught fragments. Empress fled, Reston's blood test. What's a blood test? I've heard it before. Before entering the palace, I did it with Father. We're family, so we did it. The Ur's eyes widened in realization. The scene shifts to Kaizen, galloping through a forest, thinking. The secret pursuit confirmed Astelle headed east. From her last known position, 3 places are possible. She's likely trapped at 1, Mount Norman. To reach the capital, you cross rugged mountains. Recently, heavy snow and avalanches threaten. I've requested military aid, timed perfectly for snow clearance, but the Emperor can't lead. We need a trusted commander. Commander Bellion saluted.
"I await you, Your Majesty." "By your order, I've assembled a force of low-ranking soldiers rarely in the palace and a few elite knights.
They'll aid your search.
Others don't know your faces."
Kaizen nodded. "If recognized, we're in trouble. Be cautious to avoid leaks." "Of course, but do you really think you'll hide your identity?"
Kaizen, confident, said, "Don't worry. I have a foolproof way."
The scene shifts to a snowy mountain village. Astelle, gazing out a window, thought, "Heavy snow made me miss the meeting. I wrote contingencies in the letter, but if delayed further, they're useless." Marquis Kalink Lenbox burst in, panting. "There's contact from below. The royal family sent troops to clear snow, led by Bellion."
Astelle exclaimed, "Sir Bellion?"
"No coincidence. His Majesty sent him." Kalink agreed, "But climbing this peak takes days. Can't we shorten it?" Astelle fretted, "How to contact them here?" Kalink shook his head.
"This far," Astelle said. "We'll ask."
She rushed out. Kalink, exasperated by her stubbornness, muttered, "What's with this girl?" Astelle ran through the snowy cold. "If we can't shorten the climb, I'll go down. Together, we'll return faster." A door swung open.
An old woman gasped, "Heavens, you're frozen. Come in."
Astelle entered, saying, "Sorry for startling you.
I heard there's contact from below."
"Yes." Astelle grabbed her hands, urgent. "Where's the contact? If they haven't descended, can you take me?"
"I must get down quickly." "Goodness, Anything's possible.
Noticing a flapping sound, Astelle saw a carrier pigeon and knelt.
No, there's no time.
The woman lifted her. Warm up first. Your hands are ice. Astelle, trembling, took a cup.
Thank you.
The woman sighed. Behind the village is a small stream, warm year-round, used for drinking and living. Everyone crossing these mountains passes it. Even if snow blocks the path, that area doesn't freeze. But it's narrow and steep, not for most. Someone's waiting below, right?
Family.
Teasing.
Or a handsome lover for a beautiful lady?
Astelle smiled.
My husband and son.
Goodness, you have a child? You don't look it.
How old?
After this winter, he'll be 6. This is the first time we've been apart so long. I left without saying goodbye.
He must have waited a lot.
Astelle gazed out the window. The woman sensed her mood.
Something urgent happened, right?
Yes, very important. I don't know if it's right to tell you. Astelle pleaded. Please, just get me to the slope. The woman asked, don't you know nothing sadder for a child than their mother in trouble?
As a mother, I trust you won't act rashly. Astelle promised. I swear.
The woman explained, this mountain has streams like the one behind the village. Some flow downward, free of heavy snow. In this weather, they're passable. But the warm water only reaches the slope. Then it's a normal mountain path. A small village lies at the stream's end, but 9 out of 10 times, people get lost. The only way to follow the stream is these tea leaves, unique to Mount Norman's groundwater, growing no taller than a waist, hard to distinguish from bushes, with no distinct traits. Astelle asked, surprised, can I find the path like that? Hesitating over her tea, she realized, it's the ray plant. The woman gasped. How do you know, living in the East?
I studied herbs.
Astelle, hopeful, said, I might find it.
Can you help me down?
The woman stepped outside, looking up. Will the heavens help?
The snows stopped.
She handed Astelle a pigeon. It's heavy, but take this, friend.
If lost, tap it thrice, and it'll fly to the nearest village.
Astelle and Kalink thanked her. They began descending, following footprints in deep snow.
The woman asked, can you spot the ray plant among these?
Astelle pointed to a bush.
This one. The woman marveled. You found it.
It'll take 2 days to reach the slope. If snow worsens or you can't go on, seek help. Astelle hugged her grandfather.
Don't worry.
I'll send a pigeon when I arrive. Kalink said, if no word in 3 days, I'll find you. Astelle thought, I asked him a cruel task, but alone, I couldn't risk this. I trust only him. This ground isn't frozen and remains passable. She trudged along the dirt path. Reaching out, snow's falling again. Reassuring herself, I can do this. Just reach the slope. Think of the and Kaizen. They're waiting. The scene shifts to Kaizen's group. Snow clearance on Mount Norman begins now. The goal is safe passage and rescuing those stranded. Move in assigned formations.
Yes.
Commander Bellion directed knights from one side.
Careful. Someone shouted. There's someone here.
A figure, bundled tightly, sat in the snow. Florin's nursemaid. She said gratefully, thanks to the soldiers, I'm alive. Kaizen approached. How did you get here?
I was returning to my mountain home and stopped.
Kaizen said. We're heading up.
Join us.
Thank you. She glanced at Kaizen's eyes, startled, then looked away. Kaizen moved on. She thought, for a moment, I thought he was the emperor. Maybe I'm mistaken, never having seen him directly.
A shout rang out. Move on.
As Astelle turned to leave, she heard, there are footprints here. Startled, she saw more soldiers opposite. With no choice, she crouched behind a large tree. The soldier said, these are fresh, not long made. Based on size, likely a woman's. Astelle sat still, her chest pounding with tension. Is someone chasing me? With what intent?
A familiar voice rang out. Follow them.
Astelle glanced back, seeing only 2 soldiers. She wondered, did I mishear? Kaizen can't be here. Noticing ray plants concentrated in one area, she thought, is there water nearby?
Suddenly, a voice startled her. Commander Bellion.
Astelle turned toward the sound, But someone appeared behind her, gripping a rope tightly. They strangled Astelle, pulling hard. An evil laugh followed.
Didn't expect to find you before the soldiers.
Such luck. Astelle looked up, recognizing Florin's nursemaid.
As the nursemaid tightened the rope, she said, I bear you no ill will, Empress.
Astelle fumbled to open the pigeon cage, thinking, no, I must stay conscious. The pigeon escaped, attacking the nursemaid's face. Astelle broke free.
The nursemaid sneered, Don't waste your effort.
Astelle ran, gasping, thinking, which way was that voice? Bellion's nearby. I must get help.
She shouted, Bellion! Commander Bellion!
Bellion turned toward the sound, exclaiming, Empress! Astelle froze, recalling, the ray plants were only here. Is there water? Looking down, she saw herself on clear ice, stunned. When did the ground become this? The ice cracked and shattered. Astelle sank into freezing water. Memories flooding back. I once fell into a lake in winter. That time, Kaizen. At that moment, a scream pierced the air. Astelle! Empress Astelle! Kaizen lifted her, panicking. Astelle! Moments earlier, Kaizen and the soldiers heard flapping wings. A pigeon flew to him. Surprised, he thought, a carrier pigeon? As he stared, a soldier turned, puzzled.
Then Astelle's voice echoed, Commander Bellion.
Kaizen recognized it. Astelle's nearby. He raced to the sound, arriving as she fell into the water.
Screaming, Astelle, he dove in.
Back to the present, he held her, frantically calling her name.
Noticing marks on her neck, he growled, Damn it, a spy?
Bellion dragged the nursemaid, still clutching the rope. Kaizen, teeth clenched, looked at Astelle, rigid. Despair hit like a collapsing sky. Wake up, Astelle.
Feeling no breath, he shook her, shouting, Wake up!
His hands trembled. No, this can't be. He pressed her chest, performing resuscitation, but Astelle showed no signs of waking. Tears streamed down Kaizen's face. Trembling, he held her, his cry shattering the sky. Astelle!
Elsewhere, Hannah soothed. Don't worry, Your Highness. They'll return tomorrow.
Okay, Hannah. Good night. Hannah closed the door, tears falling. His Highness has been listless for days. Must we keep this secret? She recalled the Earl saying tearfully, Why test blood with that bad grandfather? Tell me.
I hate not knowing.
Marion had explained to Hannah, I told him the Duke did wrong and acts unreasonably to avoid punishment. If he claims the prince is kin, no one can treat him lightly.
In his room, the Earl held his bear, whispering, Reberin, what should I do? Pressing the bear to his ear, he nodded. Okay, I understand. He went to the door, telling a knight, I want to see Sir Lyndon.
Lyndon rushed over.
Your Highness, what's the matter at this hour? The Earl said, Sir Lyndon, I need a favor.
The next day at the temple, tension filled the air. People wondered, the times passed. Why's no one here? Suddenly, the door opened with an announcement, The Crown Prince enters. Duke Reston, shocked, said, The Crown Prince. Smirking wickedly, Truly the Crown Prince. Confident, he told the Earl, Your Highness came to see your grandfather. Hurry, conduct the blood test. The priest hesitated, glancing at Lyndon, who nodded. Lyndon thought, I don't know if this is right, but I have no choice but to trust our young future leader. Starting with Duke Reston, please drip blood into the holy chalice. Reston, smug, extended his hand. A drop fell.
Now the Crown Prince. The Earl pursed his lips, then declared, I won't do it.
Firmly, I, Crown Prince the Astelle, officially refuse the blood test with Duke Reston. Reston shouted, shocked. Your Highness! Lyndon cautioned. Duke, be careful. Many are watching. Reston gritted his teeth, swallowing his anger. The Earl asked, Duke Reston, when did we first meet? This summer? I'm almost 6. Why haven't I seen you before?
Reston faltered, then said, That was the Empress's wish, Your Highness.
What parent doesn't miss their child?
The Earl swallowed, continuing, If you wanted, couldn't you have come?
Reston trembled. I was foolish. I thought my daughter suffered because of me, so I lacked courage to meet her.
Didn't your mother have courage marrying the Emperor?
Reston shouted. Stop, Your Highness. This is irrelevant to the trial. Priest, conduct the blood test. The retorted. Isn't the blood test to prove we're family? You didn't visit us for 6 years, yet you treated Mother carelessly each time you met, forcing her despite her dislike. If I disobey, you'd use force. I don't need a bad grandfather like you. Boldly. So I won't do the blood test. Murmurs erupted.
Reston Ashen muttered. How dare you?
Grabbing the Earth's arm, he said. You can't deny blood ties. Duke Reston, let go. Family isn't like that. You can't discard it even if you want. No one can deny family and blood.
Suddenly the door opened, and a voice rang out. That's different from what you said.
Didn't you say you didn't need a daughter who isn't Empress, so she should vanish? Reston, stunned, recognized. Astelle. As he thought, Kaizen and Astelle entered. Kaizen smirked, calling, Linden. A slap sounded, followed by a yelp.
They approached. The come here. The ran. Mother. Father.
Kaizen hugged his son tightly. Astelle said, Thank you for watching the Kaizen nodded. As Astelle approached Reston, she called, Come in. Reston froze, seeing familiar faces. The palace maid, Jaskerline's doctor, a retired stableman, and a former palace cook. Astelle watched him sweat, thinking, over weeks, I sought witnesses to my father's crimes. Even if decisive clues were erased, those he remembered remain. Witnesses spoke. The Duchess was unlikely to recover mentally or physically. He asked me to source herbs cyclically. A month after the late Empress's death, a senior cook suddenly quit. Each statement alone lacks weight, but together, they outline the core of the suppressed truth. Handwriting analysis confirms this is the late Duchess's diary. The poison's components in the diary match those used in the recent assassination. The diary's contents align with witness testimonies.
Reston shouted. It's a trap.
Fake evidence?
You think I'll let this slide?
Astelle asked. What can you do, father? Confident, they're promised absolute safety, not just by my persuasion.
Reston, trembling with rage, cursed. Ungrateful wretch, how dare you make your father a traitor?
Florin laughed. Brilliant, Empress. If you prove your father's crimes, can you escape? Reston clenched his fists. Things aren't good, but I must drag the Empress down. Florin added, if you avoid the blood test, you can't shake doubts about your illegitimate origins.
Astelle smirked. I won't dodge.
She declared, Here, I'll consent to a blood test with him. The chalice has Reston's blood, right? Adding mine will confirm it. Florin, teeth gritted, thought, she agreed so easily?
If you're not his daughter?
Astelle glared coldly.
Lady Florin, don't misunderstand. You have no right to interfere.
Florin flushed with shame.
Astelle turned. But for certainty, fine. Count Edgeland, though sudden, will you take a blood test with me? Amid the Count's surprise and crowd's chatter. So direct.
Edgeland quickly agreed. I understand. He approached. His blood dripped. Plop. Now Estelle's turn. Blood from her finger fell into the chalice with Edgeland's blood and the one with Reston's. A golden light blazed, illuminating the room, from Reston's chalice.
Astelle asked, Why the face, Duke Reston?
It's obvious.
Only you doubted Mother and me.
Reston, speechless, stammered, Let go.
I said let go.
Astelle approached Edgeland. Thank you for cooperating, Count.
He smiled, shaking his head. No need.
Astelle thought, no surprise. Before leaving, Kaizen asked Edgeland if the doubts were true.
He swore, Your Majesty, by God, I'm not the Empress's father.
I loved the Duchess in youth, true, but I never acted dishonorably. He spoke the truth. Astelle said, This should suffice. I'm open to further investigation, but trials for other traitors' crimes come first. Florin's face darkened. Frozen. The clerk announced, Preparations are complete. The trial concludes. Bellion grabbed Florin's arm. I'll take you to the dungeon. Florin thought, it can't end like this. What more can I do? She screamed. Crown Prince, for 6 years in the East, the Emperor didn't seek you or the Empress. Doesn't that mean he's unfit for family? Astelle covered the Earth's ears.
The don't listen.
Florin shouted. If not royal blood,
The emperor didn't seek you or even know his son.
A slap rang out. Marion struck her. Wake up, Florin. Know your place.
It's over.
Marion bowed, apologizing. As Florin was dragged away, she thought, it's no different from before. Why can't I catch up? Estelle's family walked away. Kaizen held her hand tightly.
The heir, recalling Florin's words, said, Father.
Kaizen turned.
What's wrong?
The heir touched Kaizen's flushed face. It's okay if you were late.
You love me and I love you. Beaming with sparkling eyes. Right?
Kaizen's smiling eyes answered.
You're right.
I love you so much. After the blood test, matters resolved swiftly. Traitors faced justice. The death penalty was ordered for Marquis Croatian.
Criminals pleaded, Your Majesty, mercy.
Croatian's descendants and rebel allies were executed. Florin was sentenced to exile, a special case. Marion watched her sister led away, stunned.
Astelle approached. Won't you see her?
It might be your last chance.
Marion, surprised, said, Empress, then shook her head. No, it's better I don't.
Thank you for sparing her. It wasn't mercy. At her age, with her frail body, languishing in a dark cell would be worse than death.
Some lives are worse than death.
Hannah entered. Pardon, Empress. Someone requests an audience. Duke Bellion. Bellion entered. Thank you for granting me an audience.
Please speak freely. I'm no longer a noble.
Astelle, shocked, thought, he was disowned for this?
She asked. What's the matter?
I'm leaving the capital. Before I go, I want to apologize. He repeated, I apologize to the Empress. My foolish judgments caused rudeness. I was arrogant and stupid.
But I dare ask, let me atone.
Trembling. Can you give me another chance?
Let me serve the royal family again.
Astelle thought. Duke Bellion bowing to me? Things have changed. She said, I value your loyalty, but haven't you had enough chances? Though he was rude before, I worried I'd need his help someday, so I settled things amicably. But that help's unnecessary now. Turning, I've been courteous allowing you here today. Leave, Bellion. I'll go. I've been rude. Thank you. Astelle thought, my words were cold, but I'll watch him. If his sincerity holds, using him later might be wise. Later, Frice resigned as Minister of the Interior, citing a need to leave the capital and rest quietly. Is there another motive? Astelle reunited with her grandfather after Snowy Mountain. She thanked Bellion separately for aiding the search.
Bellion said, I only did my duty.
Kneeling, he kissed her hand.
I'll serve the royal family forever.
Kaizen, beside her, fumed. Astelle withdrew her hand, laughing it off. Time passed. Reston's execution loomed. Tomorrow. Yes, as the Empress's father, it won't be public. Reston, trembling, muttered. I must escape. I'm not ready. How? What to do? A loud crash sounded. He turned to see the guard unconscious. Who's there? Someone stood at the door, holding a glinting key.
Reston was seized, struggling. Dragged outside and thrown down. He saw the figure and gasped. Count Edgeland, what are you doing?
Edgeland sneered.
What right have you?
A sword pressed to Reston's throat. Right? You think you can speak of that? You killed your wife and lived off your children's marrow. I spared you for Jaskerline's sake, as their father.
If I'd known you were so worthless, I'd have torn you apart.
Reston laughed. Haha, acting noble, but your low-born roots show. You should thank me. Estelle's mine. The child in the diary must be the first. He shouted. Your child born with your vile blood. I fed her, clothed her, raised her.
Pity them with a father like you.
Edgeland struck him. Know this, Jaskerline tricked you to raise my child, but that child was miscarried before her wedding to you. The young Duke and Empress are yours. Reston looked up. What? Edgeland struck again. First time I've pitied you. Living, unable to trust your own children. Reston fell.
Wait, hold on.
Another strike.
Reston begged. Save me. I said I wouldn't kill you easily.
Kaizen received word, nodding. Announce he was executed lawfully. Yes, your majesty.
It's truly over.
Kaizen sighed. The ending I wanted is here. Now, I wait for her return. The next day, Hannah asked Astelle, "Must you go?"
"Don't worry, Hannah. This time's different." Hannah teared up. "I know, but..."
Astelle soothed.
"It's fine. I'll return.
I've decided to leave the palace for a while. The treason cases are resolved, but to avoid criticism for undue leniency, I have no choice. I also want to personally oversee the new apothecary."
Linden entered. "Let's depart."
As Astelle prepared to mount, she heard,
"Astelle."
Turning, she saw Kaizen, with the hiding behind him.
"There, I must go."
Kaizen lifted the "Didn't you promise to talk properly?"
The
head down, sniffled. "Goodbye, mother." Suddenly he burst into tears.
"Wah!"
Astelle and Kaizen froze.
Astelle comforted. "I'll be back soon.
Don't cry." The grabbed her hand. "Come back fast, mother. Don't forget me." Astelle, moved, held his hand tightly.
"I promise it won't take long.
We've traveled a long road. This may not be the end. A longer path might await. But I'm not afraid." Later, the ran to Astelle's residence, calling, "Mother!" Tripping with a thud, an old woman nearby gasped, "Careful!" She bandaged him, thinking, herb supplies easier now, thanks to her. When I heard the boy's mother was a princess and former empress, I nearly fainted. A girl waved, shouting, "Do you know where Lady Astelle is?" She went to the greenhouse with antidote herbs.
No mistake then.
At the greenhouse, Astelle was picking herbs when she heard barking. Turning, she called,
"Beck Lin."
She saw Kaizen and they approaching. Kaizen holding vibrant flowers. He called,
"Astelle."
They beamed.
"I came to fetch you."
They rushed to her. Astelle thought, I'm not afraid because we hide nothing anymore. Our family of 3 is together after a grueling journey. Is this ending satisfying, dear readers? Please like and comment. Thank you.